I'm going to be answering questions for a bit. Obviously, make sure you are subscribed to this channel because I am trying to be more active over here on DJ Run. At some point, I am planning on making this the channel where, I mainly stream. So I want my other channel to eventually be a podcast channel. So yeah, gotta make sure you're subscribed over here. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and set up the filter. All of my social medias are located over in the link tree. Welcome back. And good job, Brent. All socials are in the link tree, which is not only located over, I don't know if it's in this description, but it's gonna be pinned in chat. You can also find it under channel links as well, so. Yeah, let me know if you guys have any questions, if you guys need any advice. You guys know I am always here for you guys no matter what. And I am honestly like everything expert. I'm definitely an everything expert, and nobody gives better advice than I do, for sure. Let's see if this is... plugged in. No, it's not. But yeah, make sure you guys are dropping a thumbs up. So hopefully, this live does a bit better. I mean, obviously, my olive oil run channel has a lot more people on it. But I'm hoping things change. I'm hoping that maybe by this time next year, the chats and the lives here look exactly how they do on Olive Oil Run. Yeah, it is like so cold, guys. Like, I need to find a hoodie in a moment. But yeah, I forgot what I was talking about, but I'm like so sick. I'm running a fever. But yeah, I don't remember what I was gonna say. Should I go find my cat? Yeah, should we go get the cats until you guys come up with questions? Or maybe we might remove, what I might do is remove the 5-minute filter so that more of you guys could type, so that we could get to, get some more talking going on. I'm gonna do this for you guys. We're gonna do a filter and we'll just make it 1 minute so you guys could come in and give me questions so we could fill this live up with more talking. But yeah, do you guys want to see my baby? Welcome back, Corey. Okay, he asked why, wait, Jillian, what is going on? Okay, so your ex-boyfriend is speaking to his ex-girlfriend for no reason. You should tell him that, honestly, here's what I do. I'd say, hey, listen, I'm really starting to lose feelings. I don't feel the same way as I did when we first began dating because I didn't know you were a whore. Tell him like it is. Like, bitch, you're a whore. You are a promiscuous male. I didn't know you were the kind of whore that, you know, whores around with his ex. You have no reason to be talking to her. You know, I think you're a hoe, and, you know, this is making me not want to date you anymore. Like, you're probably ran the fuck through, and you probably have fucking diseases and shit. You know, just let him know that this shit's really unattractive and that you don't date whores, promiscuous men. Make sure you call him a whore and tell him that he's for the streets. You gotta call him a whore and tell him that he's for the streets. Because that's what he is, honestly. And men nowadays are so ran through. They are all promiscuous, are all never finding wives. And it's because they're low-value, promiscuous men. And that's the truth. You know, and it's sad, but it is very difficult today to find a man who's not a complete ran-through whore. That's, you know, doing promiscuous things like, you know, still trying to talk with exes or random girls for no reason. And it's because they're all fucking whores. They're all fucking whores. That's why we have so many men looking up to Andrew Tate. Because a lot of men relate to Andrew Tate, are just like Andrew Tate. You see, what these guys want to do is, like, they want to live their lives being whores, having trains ran on them, you know, whoring themselves out, being promiscuous, but then once they get older and they're ready to settle down, they've hit the wall, they desperately, you know, begin to look for a woman to have a family with after they've hit the wall. And then, you know, once they're having to face the reality that no woman wants them because they spent the rest of their lives, their entire life, being promiscuous, begging women for sex and sending you up text, then they're all angry and hate women. And that's when they start watching Andrew Tate. So that's the problem with men. It's so hard to find a good man that's not a whore, but definitely it's better to be single than to be with a ran-through, low-value male, for sure. And all of these promiscuous men are whores, too. They're broke, also. They're also broke, you know. No man with money, you know, really has time to be a whore, so if he's promiscuous, trust me, you're never losing anything when you get rid of him because they're always fucking broke. Because they spend all their times being whores. Yeah. But yeah, if you are a man that's ever sent a you up text, just know you've permanently lost the privilege of becoming a husband. Because women do not want promiscuous men. And that's just the facts. I know a lot of you guys are not going to like this, but, you know, you did it to yourself. You're a low-value male if you've ever sent the you up text. You're cooked. And all the girls in here can confirm. So yeah. Should I show you guys my little kitten? If you guys don't know, I have a little baby. Well, I have two. And no, I'm French and I'm Dutch. You're not capable of life. You know, Daniel, all I gotta say to you is only one of us is sitting in a basement seething. And, you know, Daniel, you're so fucking stupid, man. I could tell. You're missing a big chunk of your brain, missing many brain cells. And it's probably from that hanger your mom tried to use to scoop you out of her gash, huh? I bet your mom's regretting not taking Plan B like crazy. Cries herself to sleep. Looking back, like, damn, like, I could have taken a Plan B and avoided this fucking demonic demon seed sack of shit, right? And which, by the way, it is always like the fucking hanger bros, the men that are clearly missing a big chunk of their brain because it got scooped by the hanger when their mom was trying to self-abort them. that are the most anti-abortion. It's like, bruh, you guys should know better than anyone else that, you know, abortion should not be banned or illegal, because then they'll end up just like you, missing half their brain, retarded, woman-hating incels that live in basements all miserable, broke as fuck. So yeah, that's obviously a permanent ban. And mods, make sure we're working. But yeah, congratulations, retard. Now not only do you have no money, no girlfriend, no job, no past, present, future, and never will, but now you have nowhere to chat. So yeah, congrats, retard. And guess you're a worthless piece of shit. You're a good-for-nothing sack of shit, and I could tell you have no dad, and you know what? You're giving very obese vibes. You probably look like the before photo of a weight loss commercial. Fuck you, you're a fat sack of shit. You live in your mom's fuck-ass basement, and McDonald's wouldn't even hire your dumbass, and you're old as fuck, and a lot of you men talking shit online are old as fuck. You're all fucking literally expired, and it's crazy because a lot of you guys are so damn old. I don't even know how you guys are on the internet. I had no clue that the nursing homes had fucking phones in them, honestly, which, by the way, should change, and change very fast. Change ASAP. Shouldn't you fucking old fucking, you know, dinosaurs, you old farts, be fucking playing bingo or something? It's like, a lot of these men that harass women with these faceless, anonymous accounts, they're all always old as fuck, obese, broke. And it's like, you know, really what it is they ruined their own life, and now they want to fucking fuck up everybody else's, you know? You know, that's what they're, you know, trying to do, not that, you know, they succeed. But yeah, that's obviously, you know, you ruin your own life, and now you want to ruin my chat. You know, you could go get fucked. That's a permanent ban. But yeah, let me show you guys my angel. So this is the love of my life. You know, I don't know where they're at. We're going to have to find them. But I'm going to take you guys to try to find my baby. I think they might be under the bed, actually. You know, it's so weird because they fight so much, but the only time they're together when they're both under the bed. Okay, I found Eris. Air Bear. Okay, where's your sissy? Where's Moo Moo? So this is Air Bear, but I don't know where Molly is. Moo Moo? Okay, let's go find your sissy. So Molly's not under the bed, which usually is with Eris. Where the fuck did this cat go? Kitty. Oh my god, she was on the couch and I couldn't even see her. Hi, baby. Okay, you guys. Here's my baby. So I showed you Air Bear, and this is Molly. These are my two little baby kittens. Look at how cute they are. She is so cute. Look at this little one. But yeah, these are my children. I love them so much. But yeah, literally, if you don't have a cat, like, get a cat. Best decision you'll ever make. Get a cat. But yeah, Air Bear's the little one. She's the white one. Her name's Eris. So, like, Paris without a P. And then the other one is Molly. We'll hang out on the couch. I don't think we've ever hung out on the couch before. Hi, baby. Oh, hey, don't. Yeah, Molly is a little aggressive. She's like a little silverback, but, you know, I'm hoping they get along one day. Hi, baby. So Eris is only 2. She's a baby, and my Molly she's almost 8. She's 7. Molly will be 8 in December, which is crazy. So yeah, I raised her since she was a little tiny baby. Molly is the love of my life. She's my number one. Yeah, she's the little baby. Yeah, let me know if you guys... Any other questions? And just so you guys know, like, I will be active tomorrow. And, you know, so the way that I'm going to do things is we will always go live first on Olive Oil Run. And we're going to do things kind of like this, where we first do Olive Oil Run live on that channel, and then after we come to DJ Run. They're the best. And she's so happy right now. Why is your voice so deep? Me. Gam, whatever your fucking name is. You know, maybe you should take notes. Maybe you should take some notes, and, you know, maybe if you shut the fuck up and sit back and pay attention, you could sound more like a man and less like a pussy. Me too. I really hope that I start getting better, because I've been sick for almost a week. And it is literally the most frustrating thing when, like, you're sick and you think you're finally getting better. You're finally starting to feel better, and then no, you get sicker, you know, it gets worse. So, you know, I don't really know what's going on, to be honest. That's why I asked you guys if you guys were getting sick, because, you know, when I spoke to my friend said that she's sick and everybody's sick. They think something's going around. And then I asked people in my chat, and I see a lot of people say that they're not sick. So I don't really know what's going on. Like, is everybody getting sick, or is it just me? Or, you know, maybe it's because I'm in a city, like, I'm not, you know, but it's really not cold here. It's very hot. If you guys don't know, I live in Austin. So I don't know what's going on. Like, my friend thought that there was some kind of virus going around, like, not the flu. Like, she was thinking like a virus. Jessica, that's exactly what I'm thinking, honestly, because I never really got sick like this until I moved to the city. So I, you know, am thinking the exact same thing. Yeah, I am not, you know, a big fan of Austin. You know, it's definitely, like, I feel like, you know, if you like to party, or if you're a frat bro, or, like, I'd say if you're a frat bro, or, like, really a man, to be honest, I feel like you like Austin, but I don't know, you guys, I don't think Austin is for the girls, and it's for a lot of reasons. I think men might love Austin, but if you're a girl, I don't think you're gonna like Austin. You know, because first off the bat, if you move to Austin, like, the only mall you have is the Domain, which sucks. Very shitty outdoor mall, not a lot of stuff. And then I think the closest mall is, like, what, 30 minutes, right? Off the bat. So why is it that there's no mall? Closest mall is 30 minutes away, but then there's bars everywhere. But you'll see a bar everywhere. So, you know, it's just, like, shit like that. You know, the too many bars, too many fucking bullshit clubs, but then, you know, nothing, no mall. just basic stuff like that. And, you know, there's no nice salons. You know, if you want to go to like a spa salon, and there are, but like they're not nice. You know, they're like the cheap. You guys get what I'm saying? It's like there's not a lot, really, any nice salons. The closest nice spa salon is the Domain, which is, I think, like 20-ish minutes, kind of far. So I don't really think it's for the girls. Oh, well, I didn't know that. Then maybe cities are better for men, because, you know, definitely I could see why a lot of men like Austin, but for girls, there's nothing, you know, really. There's nothing for you to do except for hang out with guys at the bar. That's it. No, I've never been to San Marcos. You know, and it's more than the mall. It's like, you know, there's no, I don't know, there's no like spa, there's no nice salon. It's just more, it's just lacking femininity, right? Like, I've been to Dallas, you know, and if you go to Dallas, the Highland Park, Dallas, it's more like, you guys kind of get what I'm saying. Like, I feel like it's more balanced. Like, you have everything there, right? You have the salons, you have the shopping. It's like you have, like, I feel like it's just more balanced over there. But in Austin, you know, at least in my opinion, it feels more like a man place to live. You know, I hope that makes sense. You know, maybe somebody else could explain this better. But yeah, if you're a girl, definitely Dallas will be better. And like, I don't like cities either, honestly, but not a fan of Austin. It is not the city you want to live in if you're a girl, because you have nothing to do except for hang out with guys at the bar. You know, it's like, what is the number one thing, you know, one of the most common things women want to do is, you want to go to the mall, go shopping with their friends, or go to the salon. None. And not only that, but there's so much crime. So it just feels more like, yeah. Choose any city. I don't like living in the city, personally. If I could pick anywhere I wanted to live, maybe like, you know, Connecticut looks nice. Connecticut, maybe New Haven, New York, or what's that one nice area? You know, not Seattle, but the, you know, water. Bellevue, I think. Bellevue's nice. It's by the water. Low crime, but yeah, probably something like that. Connecticut, New Haven, New York, or Bellevue, Washington. That's more my vibe. You guys kind of get what I'm saying. I'd pick somewhere that is, you know, fresh, peaceful, a nice environment. Like that, this is the shit that I care about, right? If you guys get what I'm saying, I don't care for the city, don't care for high crime. Like, it needs to be nice and peaceful and kind of feel fresh, right? And not be so, like, what's the word? So much of a masculine area, right? Where it's all bars and crime. you know, I'm trying to come up with a word for that, but I feel like these are man centers, right? If you're in an area and it's straight up all crimes and bars, why the fuck are we calling these cities? They're man hubs, man centers. Honestly, it's just straight up man center. So definitely a place that's not a man center and nicer. Oh, not New Haven, New York. Sorry, I meant Hamptons, New York. Sorry, I misspoke. Okay, so these are where I'd want to live. Did I say New Haven, New York? New Haven, New York does not exist. Hamptons, New York. The Hamptons, New York. Hamptons, New York, Connecticut, or Bellevue, Washington. I don't have a city in Connecticut. I don't know the cities, but I know Hamptons, New York. You know, it's like, you know, it's pretty much all the same. It's like nice, it's fresh, there's water, it's beautiful, low crime, right? So I meant to say Hamptons, New York. So, yeah. Not New Haven. I meant Hamptons, New York. I'm gonna make that very clear. You guys, I'm very sick and it's 2 a.m, so I'm like not really, you know, able to focus that much. You're so adorable. You guys should see the other one. Look at this one. And I have this one. Look at my angels. Yeah, the gray one is Moo Moo, and the white one is Airy Berry. I did not change my YouTube name. This is a different channel. My main channel is Olive Oil Run, but like I said, at some point, I am planning on using mainly DJ Run to do live streams. Because at some point, I'm going to do a podcast. Like, I want to have a thing where, you know, I'm going to film the podcast here and, you know, because, like, I feel like I say many great things. You know, I really do spit facts. Hey, don't be mean to her. Don't be mean to her. I spit a lot of facts and drop a button. Hey, no, come on. You guys see how hard it is being a mom. Like, so the big one wants to bully the little one. And then when you know, protect the little one, the big one's mad. Like, what the fuck do you do? Did you guys see that? So yeah, no, literally having 2 babies is hard, you guys. Like, when I got Eris for Molly, I thought I was doing a great thing. I thought Molly would love this. Molly's gonna play with her. They're gonna play together and she's gonna be so happy. She's gonna not be alone. She's gonna live a better life with a friend. I was so wrong, man. And like, I thought when I first got Eris and they were fighting, I'm like, you know, maybe a couple months they'll get along, you know? A couple months went by. Okay, well, maybe I'll give it a year. Year goes by and now it's 2 years and they still fucking hate each. Well, Molly hates her. Eris is a good girl. Like, thank God Eris is good. Because, yeah, Eris doesn't have any jealousy issues. She's a good baby, but Molly fucking hates her. But I'm glad they, you know, Eris isn't an angry girl like Molly. Because, yeah, no, imagine the nightmare if they were both jealous of each other and, you know, it was a back and forth. The white cat looks like its face got stomped on. No, she doesn't. She looks perfect. She looks just like me. She's a mommy copy. Oh, she's happy. I don't know if you guys could hear her purr, but she's purring. And she is perfect. Best baby. The white cat did not get into any kind of accident. That's her face. That's her beautiful little face. Look. She's so adorable. And it's really sad to see like how many men are just really jealous. Very jealous of my Air Bear. But no, she's beautiful. Airy. Airy. Baby. I'm trying to get her to look at you guys. Baby. Eris. Eris, baby. Baby bear. Eris, look. Eris, look. Yes, they're both girls. So her name is Eris, so Paris without a P. And then Molly's name, you know, is just Molly. You know, she is the cutest baby in the world. Eris is actually the best gift that I've, you know, both my cats were gifts, but they're both the best gift. Let me try to see if I could get her to face this way. Come on, bear. There we go. Maybe? I don't think she likes you guys. But yeah, look at this. She has some mucus in her eye. She gets a lot of drainage in her eye because of, you know, that's just how she is. It's because, you know, I actually don't know the reason, but that's just mucus. These kind of cats just get a lot of mucus. But yeah, she looks just like me. And we both get a lot of mucus. I, just like Eris, you guys have no idea. I get so much mucus in my eye. It's actually crazy. But like throughout the day, I have to take mucus out of my eye. And like it'll get to the point where like my vision will go blurry because there's like mucus in my eye. So she's like her mom. She got it from me. She's so adorable, baby. And you know, and I want to see more people complimenting my daughter. Like Eris doesn't even want to show her face on camera because she doesn't like you guys. But I don't know what you guys are talking about. No, I'm not trolling. I actually get a lot of mucus in my eye. My eyes discharge a lot, like Eris. We have that in common. That's not a joke. But you guys need to be nicer to Eris. She doesn't even want to let you guys see her. You guys are very sweet. The stuff on my daughter's eye is normal. Okay, Eris is a Persian. She is a short-haired Persian, okay? The mucus is normal. It's perfectly normal, okay? They get a lot of discharge in their eye because of how their face is. Because she has a flat face, she has a lot of mucus. Her eye, the mucus comes out, right? There's nothing wrong with her. That's how they're supposed to be. Usually, Eris does a good job. She knows how to clean her own eye. But, you know, sometimes she doesn't clean her eyes. So, you know, sometimes I need to help her. But yeah, just so you guys know, if you guys ever do decide to get a cat like this, they usually clean themselves. Like when Eris was a baby, I had to help her because she didn't know how to clean. So I'd clean her eye. And when she was a baby, her eyes were the worst. It was so bad. Like, it was so, like, it would literally, like, stain her entire eye. It literally straight up looked like 2 black eyes. Because she didn't know how to clean herself at all. I had to do it for her. So her eyes right now are not even that bad. But yeah, when they're a baby, you have to help them. But then when they get older, they clean themselves. But, you know, that's normal. You want to go to bed? Should we go night-night? Okay, I'm gonna take you guys to bed. And we'll go for another, like, 3 or, like, 5 minutes. Because I do really need to get to bed soon. I'm running a fever, and I'm really hoping that I feel better by the morning, because this is just, you know, it's been like almost a week. Oh my god. Okay, let's go to Teddy Bear. Let's go. She's so long. Alright, we're gonna go night-night. Are you ready to go night-night, my little teddy bear? Look at my little teddy bear. Look at this. She's a little baby teddy bear. Guys, look. It's a teddy bear. My baby. You guys have no idea how much I love her. Like, this baby is my world. Love of my life. Appreciate that, Matt. Alright, let's see. I just downloaded YouTube here. I'm gonna try to sign in. But yeah, we'll like look at the news, maybe we'll watch something, and then we're gonna head to bed. I cannot believe it's 2 in the morning though. That is crazy. Two in the fucking morning. Okay, there is an update on the David case, finally. I really hope that this update on the David case is that he's arrested If you guys don't know,
Now my turn. Dude, serious.
if you guys don't know, David is a rapper or singer who, a underage girl was found in his car, and this was a girl that he was in an inappropriate relationship with. It's pretty obvious that at the very least he kidnapped her, and at best he kidnapped this underage girl. At worst, he kidnapped her to unalive her. She was found in his car, like, in a bad condition. So, and there's finally been an update on this. And, you know, when I heard about this, like, I just really couldn't fucking believe that he wasn't already arrested. So, there's been a brand new update from Law and Crime. I really want to hear that he's locked up. You guys know where I'm at with that. Lock him up. Lock him up. Okay. Fingers crossed. But yeah, and like, this is super important. I want to make it very clear, you know, and I think this is something that's very important for everybody to be aware of. But when we allow guys like David to get away with crimes like this, there are millions of Davids watching, and the millions of Davids watching that are just like him will do it. Will do what David did. So that's why it's so important. He needs to be locked up, because we don't need the millions of David getting inspiration from this, or this being an inspiring thing for them, if that makes sense. You know, it's crazy I have to say this, but I feel like, you know, it's something a lot of people don't realize. Lock them up.
Enforcement is focusing on next with a retired detective.
Where'd my vape go?
Presented by Law and Crime, I'm Jesse Weber. The investigation into Houston-born singer David.
Hi, baby girl. Is everything okay? Oh no. Lay down. Lay down, my angel. Do you want to watch this David video? Relax. Relax. It's okay. It's okay, baby. I love you. Yeah. Oh, okay. She laid down. Yeah, no, she was sitting up under the blanket. I'm like, what the fuck? I pet her a few times and she lays right down and she's happy. She just wanted her mommy's attention. Okay, let's pay attention.
With Texas plates registered to David. It had been abandoned in the Hollywood Hills.
I really hope he got arrested. I really fucking, like, I'm gonna be mad, really, if it's been this long and they haven't locked him up. You know, and I do want to take a moment to say I understand that, you know, there's no proof he unalived her, but there is proof he kidnapped this girl. How? There's a 14-year-old in your car. Right? There's proof that they were in some kind of relationship.
Who had been missing from Riverside County since April of 2024. According to reporting from KTLA, the Cybertruck had been there for about 5 days. The medical examiner's office said that Celeste's body was badly decomposed and appeared to have been
Lock him up, throw away the fucking key.
Now, Celeste's cause of death was listed as deferred, but around the time that she went missing in 2024, there were rumors that circulated that David was dating a teen girl named Celeste. This is according to screen captures of messages that were posted in 2023 in chat rooms, namely Discord. Now, Celeste, who had just turned 15 the day before her body was found, was remembered by family as a wonderful daughter, sister, cousin, and friend. Her brother previously told NBC Los Angeles that she disappeared after leaving the family home to see a movie with David. Reports also noted a striking detail, that Celeste had a tattoo on her finger reading "shh" and multiple David.
We already know all this. Is he in jail yet? I just want to know if he's locked up. If he's not locked up, I don't want to hear anymore.
It's a big issue in LA. But how do police deal with prioritizing
for the victim? In reality, everybody counts or nobody counts.
This is the first Bosch reference we've ever gotten on Sidebar, and you named it. Okay, what does that tell you?
That vehicle of death also raises some questions in terms of why the killer reportedly chose to dismember this young woman. Sometimes the killer will dismember their victim because if they do that and disperse the remains over some space, and particularly if certain body parts aren't found, it makes it harder to identify the victim. Now, people that kill strangers don't usually need to worry about the victim being identified because there's nothing that connects to them. So the only time the identity of the victim is a problem for the killer is if there's some known relationship.
Look, I'm going to say this. I cover crazy stories all day, and I'm not going to lie to you. Sometimes it makes me think about myself, my loved ones, family. If something should happen, would my family still be able to cover the big expenses like the mortgage, utilities, the day-to-day bills? Look, I know life insurance, that's not something you want to be thinking about. But the truth is, at the day that it's billed monthly, you can even get up to $3 million in coverage, and you can customize a plan that works for your budget. The way I see it, it's all about peace of mind, right? Knowing your family has financial security.
That's very
That
sad.
makes all that thing investigate.
The after would be fine until the investigation is complete and all the facts are in. We don't know yet all the facts. We need to think about what we don't yet know. And as an investigator, while you want to trust your intuition and the wisdom of your experience and your common sense, we have to remember that just because you did 100 of these cases and it always turned out this way and the answer was X, in this case, it seems to point that you have over 12 years old, and the electronic records can be.
That they responded twice last week to David Cypress' Texas home after security alarm. Typically treat.
Well, that's the first time on those.
To David's obtained by TMZ contact with her outside this state.
All the public.
There is
2024, and again, as you said, that was several months before she left home. And
called side. Date cases account killer physically, but in the back of my mind, she died. Online sleuths have also uncovered a TikTok video made by another user, but it was apparently reposted by David, where the person in the video is chopping up chicken and words on the screen read, "Me if I see her talk with other dudes."
Okay, this is a really good example of, ladies, I've noticed that there is kind of this group, I guess it's, you know, like the kind of guys that are like, don't wear revealing clothing, you can't wear this, you can't wear that, who are you talking to? Yeah, those kind of guys, avoid. And this is a great example, right? Like, if a guy sees you as a cattle object, you know, obviously does if he's telling you what to wear and what to not wear, who are you texting, anything like that, he sees you as an object, right? And a guy like that's deranged. If a man cannot even identify a woman, you know, identify that a woman is a sentient living human being, right? And thinks it's a different species, like a doll that moves or something. I don't know what these guys are thinking, right? Then, like, he's obviously deranged and he's dangerous. Because, you know what? David, obviously, he reposted an incel video that he related to. You know, and, like, I don't really know if, like, the clothing and all that's about insecurity. I think it's a disrespect thing, honestly. If a man's telling a woman, dress this, don't wear that, I mean, to me, either he is DL, he's jealous of the attention that the girl's getting from other men, wants the spotlight on him, or to me, that tells me that he has no respect. Like, how dare you fucking talk to anybody like this, right? Like, if your friend told you, don't fucking wear your hat, it's terrible, it looks gay, like, you'd fucking beat your friend's ass. If your friend was like, let me see your phone, or treated you the way that these men treat their girlfriends, you'd kick their ass, right? So it really boggles my mind how men treat the woman that they love like this. It's like, you wouldn't treat a friend like that, man. So, you know, a relationship, a girlfriend's supposed to be an elevated status that's higher up in the hierarchy. So it's kind of strange that, you know, you kind of treat her less than a human when you're dating her, right? Which, again, another great reason why women aren't dating, because a lot of men, you think that dating, you know, you get, you know, treated better, you're up in the hierarchy. Nope, it's actually backwards. A lot of men want to pull the, who are you texting, don't talk to this, don't think that you're like a Barbie doll or like a, I don't really understand what this is, but I definitely think it's a lack of respect, to be honest. Or a jealousy thing, maybe. But yeah, those men are abusive. I think the men that treat women like this are looking for a fight. I think these men that do this are either very jealous and gay, or they have a lot of ill intent, and they're looking to, they're just trying to harm the woman. They're trying to emotionally abuse her, and I do think it's intentional. Honestly, I think it's intentional emotional abuse, right? Because if you think about it, a man that's an abuser, it's like you can't just flat out assault your partner. Chances of you going to jail are pretty high, right? And no one wants to taint the record. So I think these guys are just wanting to harm women or gay.
So David's label, Interscope Records, along with UMG, Sony Music Publishing, Wasserman, they have paused all promotional activities around his
David was one of
album
those
and his career
incels.
overall.
Remember that,
Basically,
ladies.
his last Instagram post celebrates the release of the deluxe version of his album Withered, which was supposed to come out on September 19th. Forbes reported it hasn't appeared on streaming services. Matthew, a few things here. First of all, the lyrics, I mentioned, I've talked about cases involving musicians and criminal cases and whether or not the lyrics can be introduced into evidence as intent, or it shows their knowledge or what have you. But do you think that there's something of value there, or are people maybe reading into it too much?
I think there's certainly something of value. I mean, we need to be careful in treating song lyrics as autobiographical or confessional. Johnny Cash saying that he shot a man in Reno just to watch him die, and nobody thinks Johnny Cash killed anybody. But as you said, it's the totality of what he is putting out there, not just the lyrics to Celeste or Romantic Homicide, but the posts of chopping chicken. There's another post that had to do with jealous rage when he finds out she's had prior relationships. He created a sort of alter ego.
Jealous rage when he finds out she's had prior relationships. Like, I don't know, man. It's like, you cannot convince me that these men are, like, serious. Like, I think this whole thing, like, I think these guys, this is what I think. I think these guys are pretending to care about the woman. Like, does that make sense? Like, they don't actually really care. I think that they just want an excuse to act completely psychotic and be abusive, but without making it too obvious. That's what I think. This jealous rage after he's found out she had another partner before him. Like, this is the most troll shit I've ever heard, So that's why I really do think that these, don't wear this, don't do that, don't do this kind of dudes are just making shit up, It's like, nah, man, like, you just want to hurt women. You're just angry. You want to hurt women, and, and the only way to go about that without, catching a obvious case, right, would be pretending like it's some kind of love issue. You do it in the name of love. You guys tell me what you guys think. But that's honestly what I think. I really don't buy that. Because I feel like if a man was really jealous, I don't think he'd take it out on the girl. Like, men that are really jealous would fight the man. I feel like when men get jealous, they either want to fight the man or they, what's the word? I forgot what I was going to say. I feel like when a man's truly actually jealous about his partner leaving him or not being good enough, they don't say, don't do this, don't do that. They either fight the dude or they try really hard. These are the guys that, try really, really hard, if that makes sense, Like, try to be perfect. This violence towards the woman because you're jealous, nah, man, you're just looking for an excuse. Right? including convince the girl that they are yeah. No, and like it's not jealousy, it's just that they're mentally ill and want to make it less obvious, not make it too obvious that they're an abuser. And that is 100% what it is, because there just ain't no way. Like, I've like seen the way men react when they're jealous, and they never take it out on the girl. Like, when they're jealous or, you know, something to do with another guy, they always it's never the girl's fault. You know, they'll literally beat the guy up and then they'll take the girl on a shopping spree. That's how they react. Or maybe, or you'll just see a lot of effort, right? Maybe they don't fight the guy, but you'll see them try like extra hard or be super like, you know, overly, what's the word? Overbearingly affectionate. Honestly, that's somebody that's insecure or jealous, not this violent stuff.
Or called Tommy, who is pictured in a blood-spattered shirt, and David Burke described him in an interview as his sort of evil, homicidal alter ego. Supposedly, there's a video of a romantic homicide that shows Tommy murdering a girl. So, is it proof of anything? No, but it's certainly information and certainly part of the total picture that investigators and prosecutors are going to have to look at.
Why do you think there's been a full stop pause on his career? Is it because, hey, listen, from a PR perspective, from an optics point
It's
of
because
view,
he fucking did it,
as this
man.
investigation's going on, we as a business, we can't continue to promote his music. We can't, you know, have any role in this whatsoever. We want to distance ourselves. We want to let this cool off. Or does it signal to you that there is something going on in the investigation, that there is a development, that something is about to happen? It would help in the sense, now you know where he is, and if you need to further question him, he's not going on tour.
Absolutely. He's not leaving the U.S. As to the sort of business decisions, I mean, he right now looks like somebody who's in a lot of trouble. All the available information right now seems to point to him. I can't imagine any publicity-conscious business wanting to continue an association with him or wanting to promote him at this time. That, though, is a different calculus than, is he guilty of homicide? And can that be proven beyond a reasonable doubt? So there's the optics right now, which seem to point very strongly to his guilt. That
He's
may
fucking guilty,
prove to be
man.
the case, but we're still a long way off.
But I'm really
even at this point,
interested
apparently
in
probable
knowing
cause to
how
arrest,
this
much
dude
less
is not
guilty on
already
reasonable doubt.
arrested.
We got to talk about this
Or
next
like
development.
something,
It's
you
pretty
know?
wild, okay? A Southern California teacher who is, by the way, not yet been
Is
named
he
by
even
law
in
enforcement,
custody? Is he detained? Or is he
revealed,
just
or
sitting
apparently
at his
revealed in a
fucking,
TikTok
like,
video that Celeste had
sitting
once
at
been a
home playing
student at
PlayStation,
Lakeland Village
right?
Middle
Or
School.
planning an
In
escape.
that video, which was recorded by a student in his class, he can be heard recounting that Celeste allegedly told other students.
Okay. I think we already know. Yeah, how the hell is he still free? That's what I do not understand. Like, how the fuck? Like, there are people that go to jail for so much less. They will lock you up for a lot less than this, you know? So how has he not been detained and put into custody or thrown in a questioning room? Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, it's most likely the girl is asking them to be from the start, trying to protect them from people that have no respect. I don't understand what you just said, name, or being the man the girl is asking them to be from the start. No, okay. When a girl says she wants a man, that means she wants I'm gonna stop beating around the fucking bush. Like, guys, if a girl says that she wants a man, what she means is somebody that's gonna make it rain, give her money, and do what she tells him to do, right? She says she wants a man, she wants you to make it rain, solve all her problems. If she calls you and complains, you're gonna come and fix it like a good slave or a good boyfriend. That's what she means. A man is not somebody that's like, don't wear this, don't wear that. That is a father. That is a hated father, not even a good father. Honestly, you guys, like, if I had a kid and my husband ever told my daughter, you can't wear this, you can't wear that, I'd actually beat the shit out of my husband in front of my daughter. I would never allow my daughter to be spoken to like that by a father. So what makes you guys think any girl is cool with you telling her, don't wear this, don't wear that? Who are you? It's just absolute, like, you know, you're not acting like a man. You're honestly acting like a lunatic, right? That's crazy. You're not even treating her like a human. You're treating her like less than a human, like a fifth class object, honestly. You know, it is not, just like how it's not your right to tell your friend or your mom she shouldn't wear this, you shouldn't wear that, right? It's, you know, if you told your mom, let me see your phone, let me see who you're texting, she'd fucking give you the belt. If you did that to your friend, he might beat your ass, right? Like, what makes you guys think that you could do this to a girl? You're only doing this to the woman because you know she can't beat your ass. You know, I find it funny that men will, you can't do this, boss around people. And anybody that can't beat their ass. I don't understand why you guys only love to boss around your girlfriend. Whom? Is that a disadvantage? Because you, obviously, she's the only person that can't beat your ass, unlike mommy or your best friend David. So I don't really believe any of that, honestly, because, you know, I think if that was true, then you guys would be telling your mom what to wear and telling your mom to, asking, demanding your mom's phones and treating your bros like that. You'd be telling David he looks like a clown in red and taking David's phone, but you won't do that because they'll give you the belt, black eye. So I don't want to hear that. I think all of you men know that no woman wants to be treated like that. And I think that you guys are pretending to be stupid and pretending to believe that this is what girls want. But I think you guys know that nobody wants to hear that. And if you don't know that, then you better figure that out, because no woman will tolerate that. You should never speak to anybody like this. You know, if you're a man, a grown man, you should never talk to, there's no one in your life you should ever be telling, don't wear this, don't do that, who are you talking to? Nobody, right? Just like how you shouldn't treat your friend, your family like this, you shouldn't treat your girlfriend like that. If you had a kid, you shouldn't talk to your own fucking kid like that, right? You don't talk to anyone like that. It's just flat out disrespectful and inappropriate, okay? Not appropriate. Like, at all. Very disrespectful. I'm following the footsteps for Andrew Tate, but for women, no, I'm not. I'm not a fucking sex trafficker like Andrew Tate. So, no man has the right to tell you what to do or what to wear. And anytime a man is trying to tell you what to do or what to wear, or trying to make you explain yourself and justify your own clothes that you bought for yourself, that are your own fucking clothes, just know he is not doing it because he cares about you or is jealous. He is abusive and he wants to see you sad because he's sick inside. He's just a guy that wants to see a woman upset. Right? Honestly, he's a guy that he is miserable inside and he wants to drag you down too. That's what it is, because again, you'll never hear him talk like that to his mom or any of his friends. Only you, because you can't beat his ass. And that's period. I'm tired of social media or like society feeding us women lies. Because, like, they are definitely not talking to you like that because they're jealous. That's not how jealous men react or respond. That's how an abuser that's trying to kind of, you know, what's the word, test the waters for how much abuse you'll take, sneak in some emotional abuse. That's how they do it. How do you guys think women end up in situations where they're unalived or literally somehow miraculously suddenly married to a man that beats them? How the hell do you think that happens? You don't think that these men, do you think that these men, just wake up one day and just become woman beaters? No. These men know what they're doing. A man who winds up beating his wife, he knew from the beginning, from when he was single, watching Andrew Tate. He was thinking in his head, like, I can't wait to find a woman and my dream is to have a wife that I could beat. They're actually thinking like this. These men are not stupid, man. Like, they are, but like, they don't just wake up and lose control. No. The way that it starts is they first, phase 1 of the plan, find a girl that is susceptible to emotional abuse, phone, clothes. And if you pass that test, then he's going to do more. Phase number 2, right? Gaslighting, phase number 3, whatever else. Until he could, and obviously they're not always going to be mean to you. They're always going to say it, they're always going to use love to justify their actions. Like, oh, I only don't want you dressing like this because I don't want you to get essayed, or I'm jealous, right? They'll say that, right? But what else are they going to say to you? That they're only nagging you about your clothes because they want to see you sad? They can't say that to you because then you'll leave them. They can't make it too obvious. And then they suddenly get you to marriage as long as you're dumb and you're naive, and as long as you believe that they're only nagging because it's a jealousy issue, then maybe you marry them. And then once they have you in a position where they feel like you're not going to leave, it's impossible for you to leave, he's made you be a single mom, right? Made you be at home, take care of the kids, right? You have no backup plan, you have no money, or maybe he's stressed you out so much you've gotten less attractive. He feels like he's safe to finally start beating you. But make no mistake, these men were planning this. That's what you guys have to understand. Like, no man just, ever, has perfectly fine, like, no bad intentions and just, the devil possessed him and now he's a woman beater. That's never it. They're planning this. That's what they wanted. The whole woman beating thing, that's the highlight. For you, the highlight was everything before the beating. No, but for him, it's the beating you that's the highlight. And I think that's what a lot of girls don't get, but it starts with the controlling the clothes. It starts with the emotional abuse. Okay? Men that are not abusive just don't do these things. Men that are not abusive are not interested in dragging women down or ruining their relationship like this, right? So I have never heard like a healthy, non-abusive man ever say anything about clothes. Matter of fact, it's the opposite. A non-abusive, healthy man is going to never, at the very least, never say anything about your clothes. But if anything, he's going to like when you dress up, right? Because it's a good reflection on him. Obviously. That's the fact. That's reality. When you dress nicely or whatever, wear short whatever, it's a good reflection on him. He gets to show off. It elevates him. It's like why guys go get a car wash and their car detailed. Because their car looks better. It's shinier. It's the same thing, right? No guy is going to go through your phone if it makes you uncomfortable, because he's not going to want to lose you or make you upset, right? A healthy man will always prioritize the way you feel, okay? So that's what it is, period. Don't ever put up with a guy that's pulling this, grooming you into accepting abuse is what it is. He's not jealous, he's grooming you. That's very good, JRB. Yeah, no, it's honestly really sad, man. It's a very sad thing, because, like, and it's so, weird, too, how abusive men are to women. And we all know it's like the majority of men are not very nice to women. And it's shocking because, women, we should be men's best friend. I mean, we do a lot for men. And, first and foremost, every man on this planet has been birthed by a woman, led by a woman, cared for by a woman, and fed by a woman, right? And a lot of the greatest things in a man's life come from a woman, right? You'll often hear when you ask a man what is the greatest memory he's had or his favorite thing about life, he'll either tell you'll hear things from beating off, thanks to women. We make you this lovely content that you love, or having a family, that's solely because of the woman, or what's the other thing? Going to the strip club. Strip club wouldn't be shit if it wasn't for women, right? Men do a lot for women. Everything, honestly. Men's lives, honestly, whether some of you guys want to accept this or not, revolve around women. Women give you guys purpose in life, I'd be honest. If there weren't any women, a good bit of you guys wouldn't even get out of bed. There'd be no point, right? Women literally, and if it's not like a girlfriend or, you're motivated because you want to have a family or you want a girlfriend or you want to have money to go to the club, or maybe it's that you want to make your mom, the woman at home, proud, right? So it's just mind-boggling how horrible men are to women when we do so much for you guys, honestly. So, it's a very weird thing, honestly. I don't know if it's something in the water. I'll never be able to figure that out. And I don't want to hear about this God gave you purpose in life, because you guys need to be very honest with yourselves. Seriously, each and every single one of you guys know that your motivation, if you really think about it, seriously think, it's a woman. Whether you want to make mommy proud, or you want to do well for your girlfriend, or you want to do well because you want a good family, or you want to impress that girl, buy her something nice, or you just want cash to go to the club. What drives you guys as women? You're birthed by women and you're powered by women. Created and powered by women is the point I'm making. So it boggles my mind how men could be so disgusting to women. And, and maybe you don't care about women, sure, but there's no denying that you were birthed by a woman, led by, fed by, cared for by a woman. You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for a woman. Men cannot carry babies. Even if they could carry babies, if you were carried by a man and there's no woman, the odds of you being alive, I mean, come on. A lot of men can't even take care of themselves, so odds of you surviving, a lot of you guys, I don't know. You guys, I think that if there were no moms, if it's only dads, at least half of you guys would have, not made it. Gotta keep it very real here. Who the fuck said food being burnt? What the fuck? Did somebody say that they beat their wives over food being burnt, man? Who the hell said that? Eight Ball, you're setting a very bad example, man. Man, you're supposed to be a mod. That's not funny. You guys, obviously, 8 Ball's joking, but anyways, yeah, I think that there are a lot of men that could use therapy or something. I don't know, you guys, but you should obviously never Like, I think that if you ever feel like harming a woman, you should break up with her, okay? It's in the best interest of her and yourself, break up with her. I don't really know what to say about this because really, you should never feel, no one should ever feel like harming a woman, but if that is the case, then the right thing to do is you gotta end it. That's a sign that maybe, maybe she's not right for you, or maybe you need time alone. But yeah, there's no reason that any woman should be mistreated, honestly. No reason. So men will break up with women over finding a hotter girl, but you won't break up with a woman over having feelings of violence. I don't buy it. That's why I do believe that the men that wind up abusing women have planned it, because how the hell can you leave over a better girl but not over being violent to your partner? That, I don't believe that shit. I think the men that are violent, they had this goal and this was their plan from the beginning. If that makes sense, because you guys are more than capable of leaving, right? You'll do it over stuff like a better opportunity. I think that, what better reason than not harming your partner? And that's it, honestly. So here's why I support Trump. Okay, so I think that this, like, not enough people talk about this, but so when Biden was president, he let a bunch of bad people into this country. It was so bad. It was to the point where we had a bunch of gangs into this country, and you need to understand that open borders, there is no greater threat to women than open borders. Because here's the thing. You have people coming from cultures where they stone women, or that or SAing or groping a woman is normal and acceptable. You have people coming from cultures where they're making women wear fucking sheets over their head, or marrying underage girls, and that's acceptable. Those kind of cultures, right? And, you can't expect people from those cultures to just throw out all their beliefs the moment they land on this soil, right? So, and we had literal gangs in this country on top of that too. So I think that, I feel like women really underestimate how much Trump does for them, or Trump has done for them, right? Because when Biden let all these terrible people in the gangs, the people that had to suffer the most were the women. Many women were SA'd, raped by these gang members, or maybe they're not gang members. Maybe they're people from cultures that believe that rape is normal and that their women don't have a say in it, right? Raped by these people, kidnapped and unalived by these people, because in their culture, they unalive women as a sport. It's like hunting in some cultures. I'm not even joking. Many women have had their children raped and unalived by these people. So the main victims of this open border thing that Biden did were women. So the fact that Trump, is actually taking action and getting these people out that directly harm women, right? Women are the main victims. That right there is huge. And, and I feel like, with no secure borders, we don't have anything, right? So, I don't believe Trump's a sexist or he hates women. I really don't, because Biden has never made, not that I know of, a misogynistic comment about women, right? But Biden's the one that has made decisions that have caused women to be raped, has caused women to have their kid abducted and unalived, right? by letting these people in. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. You know, I believe actions speak louder than words. So I think that's something to think about. I think if, like, you know, it was put like this, a lot more feminists would support Trump, because, you know, it's true, actions speak louder than words. I mean, you know, you could have somebody say that they love women and women are the best all day, but if they're behind closed doors mistreating women or harming women, I mean, does it matter that they said that women are the best? I mean, does that kind of make sense? Like, and the problem with Kamala is, so I had a couple issues with Kamala. Like, she was vice president and she knew what was happening, and she knows no one knows better or knows, you know, the harm that Biden's done to women better than Kamala. She probably knows better than I do, because she literally worked with him, right? And she never spoke out against it. She never criticized anything about what Biden did. Nothing. No accountability. Never did anything or even acknowledged the damage that Biden's done. So that's one. And then two, another issue is, I don't think that at the time, especially then, we were ready to have a female president. I really do want a female president. I believe women are smarter than men, honestly, and I think any man that's had a girlfriend or even has spoken to a woman knows this, but I don't think it was the right time. I think that had we had a female president at that time, I think that the world would have not taken us seriously, not respected us, and I think it would have actually put this country in a lot of danger. Seriously, think about that, especially given the conditions, if that makes sense, as a whole. So that's where I'm at with that. Reversing Roe v. Wade. I think that, on the bright side, I think, honestly, you know, so I don't know enough details about that, but on the bright side, I think that reversing Roe v. Wade has actually caused women to seek relationships with men a lot less, and it's actually harmed the men more than the women. So, with, like, stuff like that, like, obviously I don't know all the details, but I do know that, you know, when Roe v. Wade got overturned, ever since then the birth rate is at an all-time low. A lot less women are getting involved with men, and in a way, you could say that, you know, it's protected women, because less women are wanting to get with men, and a lot of women that, you know, get with men end up regretting those relationships or in bad relationships. So in a way, save them from men, for sure. Because, like, you know, anytime men try to take a woman's rights away or pull any kind of shit like that, it's like, you know, it's never gonna work. It's a double-edged sword, especially at this point, you know. So when a man attempts to harm women via taking her rights away, it'll always hurt the man more than the woman. And I think that, you know, maybe he was trying to save women. I understand that, Heather. Honestly, I do not agree with that. I'm very much pro-abortion. I honestly have no idea why, but there's no way that I could support somebody like Kamala, who allowed a bunch of women to get raped and unalived and all of this shit, and let literally grapers or women that are people that believe that women that literally have a much lesser view of women than the men here in this country. to harm women. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm very much pro-abortion, and from what I understand, I thought Trump said that he was leaving abortion up to the states to decide what happened. Kevin, you just said fetuses have rights too. Kevin, have you ever had an abortion, man? And I do want to say something about this. I find it very funny. A lot of men are the loudest about abortion, honestly. You guys have the biggest opinion. And I'm very curious to all the anti-abortion bros in here. Have you ever had an abortion? Why are you guys so passionate? So... like I said, it gets complicated because obviously I don't know all the details, right? And I don't know what exactly is Trump, or might not even be Trump, might be the people on Trump's team, right? So, but Trump is a good president, and he has done so much to protect women. And there's no doubt that I really do think if Kamala was president or won, I don't think we'd have a country. I don't think she was the right fit. But he is a good president. I don't believe he's a misogynist. I think he's protected women. Yeah, I've heard a lot about that. And here's what I have to say about that. I haven't seen any proof that he went to the island, okay? And I have had friends that did drugs, right? But I've never touched drugs in my life. When I was in high school, most of my friends were failing all their classes. I didn't fail, I had straight A's. So, and I think we could all relate to that. It's like, you might have a friend that is nothing like you, but, does that kind of make sense? Just because your friend does something doesn't mean you do it, right? Trump might have not even known what his island was about, right? The only proof that I've seen is that Trump was friends with him. But is there proof that he knew what this dude was doing? Is there proof that he even went to the island? That's like the only issue I have with this, because I am somebody that's literally best friends nothing like me, but that doesn't mean that, if that kind of makes sense. Why won't they release the files? I think there's a lot of good reasons why, or they're not good reasons, but I think there's a lot of reasons that, might have nothing to do with Trump. For example, maybe it's other people not wanting to get exposed, right? For example, let's say that you're a dude that owns a clothing company, right? And you're in the files. A lot of people may have visited this island. So let's say you're a guy that owns a company that makes clothes. You're going to be doing everything you can to make sure that doesn't get released, right? Because then you don't want people to not buy your clothes. So I think that, I honestly don't believe that Trump visited the island. I don't believe that Trump is guilty. I believe he might have not even known that he was doing this island thing. And I say that because, if you look at Trump's relationship with his wife and his relationships with his daughters, he's a good dad. He's a good husband. He has actually employed a lot of women, right? So, a lot of the people on his team are actually women, right? So because of those things and, what he's doing with, deporting the bad guys, which directly benefits women, I really don't believe that he was involved. I think that there could be other reasons why the files are not getting released, like other people's names. So obviously those people that may be in the files that might be, you know, famous business owners are going to do everything they can to make sure that doesn't come out, obviously, because they don't want their business impacted. Did he actually say that? I never heard of that, Heather. Where's the clip? Because I've never heard of that. Shielding, it might not even be him doing it. Like, honestly, you guys, I do not have enough, like, what's the word? I'm not well versed on how government works, obviously, but I know it's a lot more complicated than Trump, you know, having all the power, right? Like, there's other people that, you know, work under Trump and maybe alongside Trump, right? So I don't know how that works. I don't know if Trump is the one that gets to say yes or no, or if he needs to go through someone else, or if it's other people. Like, I don't know the logistics there, but we don't even know if it's necessarily him, or does a board need to take a vote on it? Does there, you know, is there a branch that needs to decide on these kind of things? I have no clue. So it's not really fair to just assume that, you know, Trump said no, right? Because, like, I thought Trump said he'd release them, you know. Trump has publicly stated he was down to drop the files, and then something seemed to have changed. So that may very well be something that has nothing to do with him. Because, like, think about it. It's like there were a lot of names, a lot of people went to the island. And so if these people are alive today, they're going to do everything they can to make sure it doesn't come out, keep it in the past. So, and, you know, and I'm just being, like, real here. There's no proof that he's the one that Trump's the reason the files are not getting released. It could be his team or some other branch in the government. I hope that makes sense, but it's a lot more complicated than just Trump, and I know that much. Exactly, Matt, and it's definitely not a one-sided thing too. There were a lot of liberals, right? A lot of different kind of guys. But I really do not think Trump is guilty of this, and I don't believe he ever went to the island. I don't think that Trump ever did anything more than just know the dude. Might have not even known that he had an island, honestly. You know, it's like, you guys have to give Trump credit. I understand where you guys are coming from. I understand the concerns, but, you know, you have to be fair and you have to look at things kind of objectively, you know, because the thing is, you cannot, you know, there's no proof. There's no reason to believe that he's the one keeping the files away from anybody, right? No reason to believe that he even knew that the island existed, truly. The only thing that we really know is that he's done a lot to protect women, if that makes sense. I think these matters are probably more complicated, right? Than we think on the surface. You know, we don't really know who's making what decisions or how these decisions are made, especially me. So if anybody is like a government major or has a background in that, then, you know, you guys let me know. But I have a degree in economics, not government, so I'm not really versed in this. But I will always be a Trump supporter because he's done This is the only president that's actually taken actions to protect women, and I think he's a great president. He's done a good job. Yeah, you see, that one's tough, honestly. So the accusations, like, it's really hard to, like, you see, the thing that makes this so complicated is that this is political, right? And during the time that these came out, it was during a time he was involved in politics. So, it's like it could have been a political attack because Biden, for example, while Biden was president, he launched a bogus court case against Trump. And Trump was facing, like, what, 30 charges? Like, a lot of charges, but they all came out to be false. Biden was obviously trying to get him out of the race because he wanted to win the election. That was obviously a political attack. So when it's like that, it's a little bit harder to, you guys kind of get what I'm saying. Like, it's one thing if a dude has an accusation, just regular dude, but when it's political, it's hard. I feel like you can't, it's a lot more tricky, honestly, if that kind of makes sense, because it could have very well been just as much a political attack as the bogus court case. Oh, you have a degree in political science. Yeah, definitely let me know how the decision to release the files works. Like, is it like what departments, or is there like a vote on it, or is it solely just Trump's decision? Because I have a feeling that's something like that. Like, I don't see how that could just be the president's decision, honestly. I think that something like that would be more complicated, because wouldn't it be because I think that's involving the CIA, I think, or some kind of law enforcement. So I'd assume that, you'd have to go through a couple hoops or a couple okays to access that, because it's not, directly just, stuff in the realm of like what a president can do, or like country or policy. And I feel like pretty much everything the president does needs to get an okay. So okay. Yeah, no, that's what I thought, Matt. So yeah, I do think it's a bit unfair to say that, Trump's the one not wanting to release the files when he did publicly say he wanted to. I don't think he would publicly say this just to disappoint everybody, That's not very smart. Why would you draw more attention to this? Raise people's hopes just to not do it. I think he wanted to, right? But I have a feeling that maybe something out of his control happened. Okay. Republican majority. Yeah, but what if some of those Republicans, like, there were men from both sides, like the left and right, that went to the island. So I wonder if, because, like, I feel like the island issue, I don't feel like the island thing is a matter of being left or right. I feel like the island issue just highlights men, a problem with men, because let's not forget that men needed laws to tell them to stop to keep them from marrying underage women. Men needed laws to tell them to stop raping women. So that's more of like a men issue, so it could very well be like all the left and all the right, you know, because they're still men, if that kind of makes sense. They quietly voted again. Okay, I'm gonna watch a video on the files because, like, I don't know enough stuff. We're gonna learn together. But guys, if I had to bet money on it, Trump is innocent. A guy like Trump is not the kind of guy that fits the profile of of a dude that would visit an island, you know. And I have pretty good intuition with men, and you know, I'm usually right. I just don't believe Trump's the kind of man, like, at all, you know. The kind of man that would do something like this is going to be a kind of man that has turbulent relationships, a lot of conflict in his dating relationships and marriages, right? Why do you guys think, like, a lot of passport bros, or, you know, think about it. A lot of men who have problems getting a girlfriend because can't have relationships with women because they're disrespectful or whatever the case is, go to Thailand. And what do you think happens in Thailand? Or become passport bros. Another thing that's appealing to men about being a passport bro is not only that it's cheap, but the age is lower, right? So the kind of guy I feel like engages in this is, you know, turbulent relationships or can't get a relationship and stuff like that, or, you know, kids fucking hate him, right? Obviously, a man that's leaving his family to be a passport bro doesn't have much of a relationship with his kids. So that's usually the profile of the kind of man that does these kind of things, you know, and maybe it's because he's sick, he can't get along with a woman his age. Or maybe it's because he's sick, his kids hate him, if that makes sense. So, and Trump definitely not at all fits that. So I would legit bet money that I don't think Trump even knew Epstein Island. He's just not that type. He's had very, very stable relationships. He gets along with his daughters. A guy that is the kind of guy that would be visiting the islands would have the opposite. Like the guy that is always having problems at home. All right? If anything, Biden, like, in my opinion, I think a dude like Biden's more likely. He has a bad relationship with his daughter. Right? Where's his daughter? Not a very good relationship with his daughter, right? I don't really see him with his wife a lot. And that doesn't, you know, and with the wife, that doesn't necessarily mean they have a bad relationship, but obviously, I feel like that's something noteworthy. You definitely see Trump and Melania together a lot more often than Biden and his wife, and Biden and his daughter. Where the fuck is she? That's the kind of dude that, if you guys get what I'm saying, I've noticed are the attracted to inappropriately aged women, not age appropriate. Yes, Trump did have 3 wives, but it's not about the divorce, right? Because you can't control whether something ends or not, but I'm talking like a turbulent relationship, right? It's usually the men that have conflict in the relationship. So it doesn't matter if a man has gotten divorced, because you can't control, like, things ending, if that makes sense. There's nothing wrong with things ending. It's more about, like, whether it's a healthy relationship or not, or a man that doesn't get along with his wife or can't get along with his wife. Because, you know, you could have a man that has a wife and they never divorce, but he's beating her every day. He's yelling at her, right? So the divorces aren't necessarily relevant. It's more about how do you get along with the wife and how do you get along with your daughter? Those 2 things are very important. And what's even more important, to be honest, like, the biggest thing is, like, the daughter. right? That's a major red flag. Heather, look up his daughter's diary. That's all I have to say. Just look up the diary. And I think if you looked up the diary situation, I think you'd see kind of my perspective, and you too would believe that Trump probably had nothing to do with the Epstein thing. She had a diary. Somebody found it. And in this diary, she writes about how much, her trauma that she's struggling with, because her dad was not very appropriate. Something about showers, right? So, I'm sure it should still be on the internet, but and I wasn't shocked when I found out about this, but yeah. Let me see if it's still on the internet, but, because, I don't know if I'm allowed to speak about this. Ashley. Diary. Yeah. You guys know about the diary thing, right? But yeah, it was very similar to the laptop case, but except, it was, I have to say, is she inappropriate showers? But yeah, no, definitely. Politics should never be anything that divides us, obviously. I think, because I feel like every side has its own merits, obviously. I am absolutely pro-abortion, but at the same time, I think that the immigration issue is more important, right? I might be absolutely pro-abortion, but at the same time, I felt like, another big issue with Biden and this immigration thing is it was a really big mismanagement of money. We were essentially, honestly, it was essentially money laundering. I don't know if you guys know this, but one example I could give to you guys is, so do you know how you often heard about conservatives complain about how these illegal people were put up in five-star hotels and resorts? Do you want to know why they were put up in five-star hotels and resorts? Well, let me explain it to you. So a lot of these hotels in New York, very expensive, fancy hotels in New York, would sit empty, right? And they weren't really making money. So what happened was they put the illegals there, and it was a win-win, right? The people who owned the hotels went from losing money, going broke, empty hotels, to rich because the government fully paid for every room. Does that make sense? So it's really complicated, right? So, and you guys could look that up. That's just one example. So, the hotel owners were super happy about that, but we had to pay for that. So, not only was this immigration thing a huge, I felt like breach of women's safety, but also it was a huge mismanagement of money, really. There's no need to have American taxpayers fund hotels that are not, vacant hotels that nobody's booking to house people that really should not be here. Because a lot of these people were like housing these people so that they could go off and harm women and commit crimes. So, exactly, June. Yeah. So, I'm telling you guys, if there's one thing I want to pass on or teach, the guys that are going to be like the Diddy guys or like inappropriate or messing with underage girls are always going to be the men that are fighting with women, always having conflict in their relationships. A lot of conflict in their relationships, and the biggest indicator is conflict with their children. Especially if there's a daughter, like if the daughter doesn't get along with dad or is not in the picture, major red flag. So that's how I kind of know that Trump had nothing to do with the island. I'd honestly bet money on it. His name's nowhere on the list. Or like, I don't know what this fucking list is, but I don't believe he even knew about the island. He just does not fit that profile. I don't know what the list is, but I don't believe that Trump ever attended the island. I really don't. Like, on God, you guys, like I said, I'm not God. I can't see the future, but I believe Trump's innocent. I really do. And you guys know me. I'm very critical of men. I'm, always judging, but Trump is somebody, he's the last guy that I think would ever go to an island like that. He's just not the kind of guy that would do something like that, I feel like. Exactly. Yeah, there was a lot of, yeah. So, what Biden did, I don't think people even realize, like, the impacts on our economy. It's not good. It's like mismanaging money like this to fund failing businesses or to help your rich friends out, right? It's, he did a lot of damage economically, right? And then letting in a bunch of criminals, it's like, how do you find them? Like, how do you get them all out? It's gonna be just as hard. Like, basically, the best way I could put this is, like, the economy, the damage he did to the economy is just about the same as the damage he did to our country's security. It's gonna be just as hard and take just as much time to fix the economy as it will be to find every single gang member or person that's not supposed to be here and get them out, honestly. So, that's where I'm at. Let's see, what was I gonna... Okay, let's see what's on the news with the... New news on the file.
Will you focus on upgrading your work?
I don't know if there's anything knew about this case. I think all of this is just redundant clickbait, but I mean, if you guys have any other questions, but I really do hope I change you guys' perspective a little bit. You know, or at the very least, you know, see Trump as a good president or a better president, and maybe not be so quick to, you know, assume guilt, right? Because I feel like things should be looked at, like, in totality. Because when you look up the Biden's daughter's diary, and, you know, and think about the things I'm saying, like, something about men is that they're very simple, you know, and it's crazy. It's like, it's as if, like, you know, it's almost like there's different breeds of men, right? And they all act the same. And that's the thing about men. It's like, there's no really uniqueness. Like, all men are the same. Just like how all tape bros are the same. All the kind of guys that, you know, are passport bros are the same. So that's how, you know, I feel like it's pretty easy to kind of know whether a man is capable of doing something or not, if that makes sense. And when you think about it and you look at things objectively, I feel like, you know, you guys would see it the way I do. Trump didn't do it. Trump's innocent. But yeah, no, a lot of those passport bros are, you know, the majority of those guys are wanting a younger woman. And when I say younger, I think you guys know what I'm talking about, like underaged, okay? They're in countries overseas, like the age of consent is a lot lower, okay? Because the thing is, it's like you definitely can't be broke and be a passport bro, right? A lot of these men that are actually passport bros, you've had to have had a career and some money, right? Although it's true that your money goes a longer way in these foreign countries, right? You lose out on earning potential when you move to these third world countries, right? So, obviously any man that has the money to even get a passport and do this understands that. So really, that's why the majority of these guys are not really in it for a nicer girl. No, they're in it for a younger girl, and that's the truth. That's why Thailand is a hot spot. Who's bothering you? I haven't really been reading. I didn't know who was attacking. I'm gonna look into it. Yeah, Brent, make sure you're a bit nicer, Brent. There's no need to be rude or call her an alcoholic. It is totally understandable why women are upset at the conservatives. It's, you know, they're literally trying to ban abortion. So that is completely, like, I completely get it. Like, I am very, very, very much pro-abortion, but at the same time, I do feel like I don't think that Biden should be able to money launder and pretty much fucking destroy our economy to personally get rich and help out his friends. Let a bunch of criminals in to help himself get personally richer and his friends get personally richer while women suffer. And we should forgive all that just because, oh, well, he's going to give us our abortion, you know, our abortion rights. Like, does that kind of make sense? And I don't think that Trump is anti-abortion. I think that, you know, I feel like Trump's kind of put himself out of the equation because I do understand, like, you know, the majority of Trump supporters are going to be anti-abortion people. So I see where, like, you know, if Trump, you know, went out and said, hey, you know, I actually agree with the woman. We have no place in this, right? He would pretty much lose all his support, right? The left already hates him, right? So, from like I guess logical standpoint, like if I was Trump, I would not get involved too, right? Because I wouldn't want to encourage banning abortion, right? Because it's not what I agree with, but then I don't want to lose all my support and pretty much end my career in politics. Because if I end my career in politics, then I can't fix the economy. I can't deport these rapists and gang members. So I think that Trump may be dealing with a bit of that, you know. He may not necessarily believe that abortion is wrong or whatever, but at the same time, what do you think would happen if he came out and like straight up, you know, became like a feminist, women's rights? Like, he'd have no supporters. The left would literally still hate him for whatever other things, and everyone would turn on him, and then he wouldn't be able to fix anything. So absolutely. But yeah, Brent, you should really apologize to Heather. Brent, I asked you to apologize to Heather. Oh my god. Did I just lose my voice? Brent, I asked you to apologize. None of my mods should be disrespecting any of the women in this chat, and especially members of this community. So am I Republican or okay, this is where it gets complicated, right? Because okay, Trump's a great president, right? But would I vote for JD Vance? Fuck no, right? No. Obviously, right? And, you know, I do very much align with a lot on the liberal side. But would I want a liberal president that's fucking money laundering, that's manipulating my emotions to money launder? No. So I think it's really complicated. I don't think it's as simple as, you know, being conservative or Democrat, unfortunately, right? Because, you know, with the Biden example, right? So I feel like for me, it has more to do with which dude, which president, who is being honest. What are your intentions with this country? You know, don't tell me that, you know, you want to help people and you want to protect women, and then behind everyone's fucking back, you're secretly ruining the economy and just telling us what we want to hear. You know, when your actions say something completely different, right? So it's like, I don't think it's a red or blue thing. I think it's an integrity thing. I think it's like, who is the right guy? Like, who's gonna actually be honest and put forth an honest, like, effort, if that kind of makes sense. Because Biden was definitely, you know, he did a terrible job, honestly, and gave the liberals not a very good look, to be honest. That's why people kind of look at the liberals as crackheads. So that's kind of more where I'm at, obviously. I would not vote for Vance, but Trump, I've always been a Trump supporter. You know, I would love to see a female president, but one that, you know, is not like Kamala. Kamala, you know, she's shown like no leadership skills. You know, it's like you can't, you know, it's like, especially at the time, it's like all of these illegals were making the headlines and there was all this crime because of them. And a lot of people were upset and wanting answers. And besides the crime, like the way the economy was going, didn't acknowledge anything, right? Showed no leadership skills. So I'd love to see a female president, but one with the leadership, you know, like the leadership skills and, you know, I guess, kind of like the leadership skills that Trump has, right? That's in it for the right reasons, you know, because unfortunately, I feel like some people that run are in it for personal gain, obviously, right? And then, you know, some people like Trump are in it for more, you know, to fix the country, right? The right reasons. And I think it's hard being able to, sometimes it could be hard to tell who's telling the truth, right? You know, and it's kind of like dating, right? Kind of like with men. Like how men tell us women, oh, it's not all men, but how do we know? There's no possible way to tell which guy is going to be a serial killer or who's not, right? And, you know, sometimes you could tell, but a lot of times maybe not. So I think it's just really complicated. Biden was not competent. Biden actually, he had to, when he did the debate with Trump, he had to go to like a training camp. He was having to read off of a script. He was, you know, he couldn't even walk. Like this guy was obviously needed to be, you know, in bed or playing bingo or something. He was a puppet. He had people writing scripts for him. He had people making decisions for him. He had to go to a training camp or something to do a debate. Oh, Obama. Yeah, for sure. Obama was a good one. What I liked about Obama is I feel like something that not a lot of people know is, did you guys know that Obama deported more people than Trump? So you're definitely right about him, because he actually deported more people than Trump ever did. So yeah, we need a president that's competent and in it for the right reasons, you know, has a good moral compass. So I'm always going to vote for the guy that's, you know, has the moral compass and competence, because, you know, it could go wrong either way. You know, it's not only on the left, you know, it's like picking the wrong man, blue or red, leads to a disaster. And something that I love about Trump is a good man. Like, he has always been in it for the right reasons. Trump made all of his money in business. He honestly does not have to do this, honestly. So I think that's why, you know, Trump's, you know, he's always made decisions that were in the country's best interest, you know, even though it was controversial or people didn't like it. Like, no, like, he didn't do what made people happy or what would shut people up. He didn't just tell people what they wanted to hear. He did the right thing. And I think that's something very admirable. And Midland, you're a fucking retard. I'm literally the biggest Trump supporter. You guys should have seen me. And I do want to bring attention to something else. Do you guys have any idea how many people have developed drug addictions and have gotten hooked on hardcore drugs because of Biden? Yeah, a lot of the people Biden let in were people's drug dealer. And there were so many people that have lost their lives to these drugs or are potentially forever hooked on drugs because Biden let these fucking people in, you know? So it's not good, man. So a lot of people, and Trump's trying to close those borders, trying to fix the damage he caused. You guys, I've done nothing but defend Trump and support Trump the entire stream. Like, no, Biden fucking ruined the country. No cap. Completely fucking ruined the country. But yeah, I love Trump. And I want to make that very clear. He's the best president. And you guys do not know me. I was going crazy during the election. Every live was about Trump. Everybody vote for Trump. And, like, I was, like, yelling, like, guys, like, fucking don't vote for Kamala. Kamala's gonna ruin this country. If Kamala wins, our American flag will be replaced with a fucking rainbow flag with a crack leaf in the center of it. I was, like, freaking out. If Kamala wins, they're gonna fucking ruin this country. This won't be America, it'll be Mexico America. I was raging the fuck out, and I was so mad. I was so mad because I did not like what Biden did to this country. I would scream every day about how every day I feel like I'm living in Mexico. So no one loves Trump more than I do. So don't ever fucking accuse me of being, like, Biden supporter or not supporting Trump, because you guys don't know the kind of woman I am. But yeah, you guys, like, honestly, you guys have no clue. Why do people... Okay, I think that the word racist, I feel like people have a lot of different definitions of that word. So I feel like people just throw that word around a lot. I think people call Trump racist because, and I don't think he's racist for this, but the chances are, if somebody is coming to this country illegally, not going through the legal immigration process, I think it's safe to assume that they have bad intentions, or that they are very likely a criminal. Because, if you are a criminal and you try to come here legally, you'll get denied. So there's no other way but to just come in. So, and I don't think the dice should be rolled on that, I don't want to roll the dice on that. So I think for that reason, Trump, people say that he's racist, but I don't think that that's being racist. I think that that's, just being real, man. Like, no shit, the odds are the majority of the illegals are gonna have bad backgrounds. Misogynist, I think, people call Trump a misogynist because of the jokes he's made in the past, I think. Like I know he made a joke about grabbing women by the pussy, but Trump has never, like, I believe that Trump was joking. He says it's a joke. I believe him. He's never acted inappropriately around a woman. You guys kind of get what I'm saying. I mean, every time I've seen him and his wife together, him and his children together, he's always carried himself with class. So I'm gonna believe him when he says it was a joke. I think he was joking. And I've joked about many things. I've made many jokes. Literally, I've joked about turning men to oil, right? You could take that out of context and, in so many different ways, but that was a joke, right? I think we've all made jokes before in our lives, that, imagine if somebody took, a joke you made in your life and, like, made that your identity, for sure. So I believe that he was joking. And Brent, it doesn't matter whether you called her drunk or didn't. I hear what you're saying, but I asked you to apologize to her because you're obviously being rude to her, Brent, and there's no need to be rude to a member of the community. You've obviously offended her, so I asked you to apologize because you offended her. Who do I think would make a good, I'm not a fan of Vance. Vance is somebody that I actually think is misogynistic. Trump is not misogynistic, trust me, you guys. But Vance is somebody I would not vote for Vance. From what I've seen, I think Trump's the best president. Trump is somebody that he's not misogynistic. I don't think he's guilty of the things people accuse him of. I think Trump's the best president we've ever had. One of the best, honestly. He's done so much for this country, and he's, very rare have a president like Trump. But Vance, on the other hand, I don't like Vance. I don't like how, there was a clip that got leaked. Vance had previously talked crap about Trump, right? And he never addressed it, right? There's literally, like, during the election when it came out that he was, gonna be vice president or whatever, you guys could look it up. He was talking so much smack about Trump. And so that's one, and it's like, okay, he could have changed his mind, right? But you never addressed it, I feel like something like that, you should address. The fact that he didn't address it tells me that he's a two-faced bitch. Yeah, of course you're not gonna address it because you're a flip-flopper, right? Somebody that does something like that, like previously talked shit about somebody, and then, like, completely not address that, like, nothing, like, it's giving flip-flopper. That's usually what fake people do. People that are fake, because they want to, they don't want to address it, because in case they want to go back and flip-flop. So, I just don't I just don't think that Vance has the moral compass and integrity that Trump does. I don't think does that make sense? And, I do think Vance is misogynistic. He made a comment, basically calling, something about making fun of women that are cat ladies. And he didn't say it in a joking manner, he was pretty much, I need to find the clip, but, that was not a joke, he said it in a very serious tone, and what the fuck's your problem with cat ladies, man? Do you guys get what I'm saying? These kind of comments, that are stated in a serious tone, yeah, you're probably a misogynist. Somebody that makes a locker room joke, right, in a non-serious tone, I'm gonna believe you're joking, but yeah, it's just shit like that. He's fake, and I think if anyone's a misogynist, it may be him. You guys are sweet. I'm glad you guys like the accent. Who do I think? I don't have anybody specific in mind. I really wish Trump could run a third time. Honestly, Trump has always been my favorite, so this is kind of hard because, literally, since the first time Trump has always been my favorite. Trump has always been, the one, right? My favorite candidate. The, best president. The guy that I wanted to win, if that makes sense. So I have no clue. Maybe there's no replacing Trump, honestly. Like I said, I really wish he could go a third time, but I hope that, we get somebody just like Trump, has that good moral compass and is in it for the right reasons. I don't think Elon... Are you guys serious? No. And another thing I want to point out about Trump. Trump had the courage to... So Elon wanted Trump to do some mandate to make people buy more of his cars. Some kind of mandate that would give people a write-off when they bought his car, the Tesla, something along those lines. And Trump didn't think that it was a good idea. Trump didn't think that it was economical. Trump didn't think that it was in the best interest of the country and American people. He had no problems telling him no. That is something that's super, like, that is very rare in, like, a president or really a person, like, having, like, character like this, right? Because most people, we're talking Musk, they'll take the Musk money and do whatever Musk says, right? Like, happily. But Trump didn't do that. So I think, he should get more credit for that, honestly. But no, Musk would not, I'm sure Musk is a nice guy, but, I think we need a president that's, has a strong moral compass and is going to legit do what's in the best interest of the American people, right? Musk is somebody, you guys kind of get what I'm saying. I mean, I'm sure he's a nice dude, but we need somebody more like Trump with that moral compass. Yeah, because the thing is, it would have not been good for the economy, okay? The truth is, the electrical cars, they're cool cars, but it's not necessarily the most economical, okay? There's a issue economically, and two, there's a practical issue. The batteries don't last very long. So it's not very economical. It would have slowed a lot of things down and would have had a ripple effect on the economy. So not only would have it, it's literally not economical, it directly impacts, Americans, but then too, it would have kind of affected everything. Honestly, slowed everything down. That's why he did not go through with it. So yeah, I just don't think Musk would really do what's in the best interest of the American people so much. I think, Musk is gonna do what's best for Musk, right? And also too, he's not an American citizen, so he literally cannot run. Yeah, it's like you would have had to build a shit ton of chargers and slower cars. I'm telling you guys, it's definitely not the time, and the electric, I'm telling you guys, like, there's no woman I have in mind, obviously, but, a woman with the same qualities as Trump, Honestly, I would love to be president. I would love to be, but I am too young to run. But maybe one day. Oh my god, wouldn't it be amazing to have a fucking bop YouTuber female president? Like, there is nothing more fucking feminism than that. But yeah, no, maybe in the future. I would love to. Absolutely. And I would, like, fix everything, because we really do, at some point, we do need a female president. We really do. And I think that once we get the right female president, I think that'll be a really good thing for this country. You guys have no idea. And I think that, oh my god. I think the moment we get a female president, so many issues that women face are going to get fixed. You guys are sweet. Oh my god. What would women do differently? I think that, you know, women have the ability to not only think outside the box, but they could think not only inside the box, outside the box, and then 5 other boxes. So, and the material of the box, if you guys kind of get what I'm saying. So I feel like women, they think more multi-dimensionally, whereas men kind of think one-dimensionally. Their thinking is one-dimensional. Women are multi-dimensional, right? So basic things, like, obviously, so one problem that I have, and if I was president, this is something I would, the first thing I'd seriously look at. But, you know, for example, you know, you guys saw what happened to that girl on the train. I don't think that it's right that, you know, these public transportations or these government assistances are not really equal, obviously, right? So it's not really fair that, you know, when a man uses public transportation, he's getting public transportation. When a woman uses public transportation, she's getting public transportation, but she's also getting the added risk that the man doesn't get of SA, harassment, and various, you know, risks of danger. That's not fair. You know, how the fuck can you call that equal or fair when it's not? It's delusional calling that equal or fair. So that's not right. I think that the trains, public transportation, that should be for men. I believe women should be given either their own vehicles, government cars, their own vehicles, you know, or, you know, maybe Uber credits, but probably their own vehicles or Uber credits, right? That makes more sense to do, right? And then Section 8 housing. How the fuck can you call this benefits for people when it's really benefits for men, right? When a man moves into Section 8, he's getting a place to live. A woman is getting basically a target put on her back and all these risks. That's not fair. It is delusional to pretend that women do not require a higher level of security and quality to be equal to men in the world we live in today. That is delusional, obviously. Right? The reality is when you're a woman, you will need to live in a more expensive place for the security. Unless you want to be at risk and have break-ins and shit like that. That's the reality, right? And that's why women pay for the more expensive apartment, right? Working women do this. So is it fair that we basically send women off to these unsecure buildings surrounded by men in these not great situations and call that equal housing, you know, assistance for people? No, that isn't fair. It's assistance for men and liability for women, right? So just little things like this, like, I do think that it's really, you know, that's really what's the word? I don't know, I just think it's, like, stupid, honestly. Right, so I do something like, okay, the government cars have taxpayers pay for these vehicles for these women, right? Or the credits have taxpayers pay. Either women need to have their own women's only secured building, or you give women cash credit for a regular standard apartment. You can't have a woman move into Section 8. You cannot have a woman take a bus. That's outrageous. That's not fair. A woman, you know, what's fair is that a woman gets to have a place to live, and not be subjected to the risk that they are currently. Just like how the men don't have to worry about getting raped when they move into Section 8, I think a woman shouldn't have to worry about these things when she moves to her Section 8. That's why I'm saying, yeah, we do need to give women more money and a better, more secure building. Right? We do need to give women their own vehicle. So what about, that's not something I'm worried about, because the thing is, Yeah, so, okay, we are always paying for stuff, right? For example, like we were paying for the hotels. With the Biden thing, we were paying for that, obviously. So it's not going to affect taxes as much as you think because you're always paying for things, you know. With a different president, they maybe decide different things you pay for. So imagine like a shopping list, right? So Biden might have A, B, and Z on his shopping list, things he's having you pay for, right? I'm just having, so you know, if you fund or get women cars and pay more money for them to have their own place, you're just rearranging that shopping list. Does that make sense? Because that is what's right. And the thing is, this is not the loss you think it is, because if you give a woman proper transportation and adequate housing, you know, the odds are this woman is, I'm going to be honest, the woman is a lot more likely to eventually become a contributing member of society than the man. And you all know that too. A lot of men will happily live off of EBT and Section 8, shit like that. But the thing is, I understand that women are actually the better investment because they are way more likely to get themselves together, get on their feet, and very quickly become contributing members, you know. Men are perfectly happy sleeping in a trash can as long as they have Wi-Fi and Pornhub connection, right? That's why, and if you don't believe me, why do you think there's so many, like, you know, homeless guys committing crimes? You don't see women do that. So, I think women are the better investment and at the very least deserve equal help. It's not equal help when only one side has to bear all the risk, right? So that's just one off the bat. There are many other things, obviously, I do differently. But I think we definitely need more female-only spaces, for sure. And I think that there needs to be a reform on the legal side. I don't like the justice system. Right now it's very unfair, and the way that justice is applied is very uneven and really not fucking fair, so that would need reform. I don't like how abuse and SA cases are managed, and I think it's outrageous that a woman has to fight for custody. I think child support is too fucking low. Is insanely too low. Honestly, I don't understand how the hell a family is a man and a woman, but yet the hospital bill, this is the girls' hospital, like, no. There's just so many problems, man. But, like, yeah, so many. There are so many, like, I don't think women even realize, like, how disadvantaged they are and how rigged things are towards men. But you know, I believe that, you know, there should be a law that any kind of care or anything, any cost involved in a woman birthing should be charged to the man. And that's for many reasons. I think men will think twice about having 50 baby mamas and preg trapping women if that was the case for them, obviously. And then, even beyond that, no woman should have to pay for that when she's already paid through suffering for 9 months, right? That's just the way I feel. You guys get what I'm saying. It's just ridiculous. And why the fuck do we have women fighting for custody? That is insane. Honestly, that is absolutely crazy. I don't think any woman should have to go to court to fight for custody, right? Obviously, unless CPS intervenes, right? That's different. But I think that the woman automatically gets full custody. And it should be the woman's choice, you know? If you get along with your ex-husband and he's a nice guy, the kids love him, then of course, you know, odds are you're probably still going to be in their life, right? But I don't think women should be coerced or forced into sharing custody with a guy that might be a monster, right? And I don't believe in forcing kids to interact with people they don't want to. Does that make sense? You know, because the thing is, a lot of times when, you know, there are these custody battles, very oftentimes the case is the kids don't even like the dad. Usually, a lot of times with these divorces, usually the dad was very mean to mom and is mean to the kids too. And the dad's only fighting because he just doesn't want to fucking pay child support. Right? And that's really unfair that the kid's having to suffer, mom's having to suffer and fight for her stuff. The kid is her stuff. Because some dipshit doesn't want to pay child support. That is ridiculous. I think men need to learn. Men need to learn how to earn things through good behavior. Okay? There's no, oh, I'm just gonna go to court. None of that. Or, oh, you know, well, I, like, want to see my kid too, so I'm gonna get a lawyer. That's ridiculous. You know, when we're talking family and children, like, and I don't think any child should have to go through family court, if I'm being honest. That's very traumatizing. That's very selfish too. So, like I said, I think women should get automatic custody, and from there, you know, if you guys get along, I'm sure you'll be happy. And if she doesn't want you to see her kid, which is her stuff, you know, maybe you should have been nicer to her. Maybe if you bonded more with your kid, this wouldn't be the case. Men shouldn't be able to forcefully weaponize the law against women and their child. That's what I'm saying. So these are the kind of things that I think need, like, immediate reform, because it's unnecessary and it's backwards. You know, and everything I'm saying is, like, common sense. It's crazy. You guys are saying government paid vacation. Like, I feel like everything I've said is common sense and just, you know, if everything I said happened, it would only make things equal. This would only make things fair. Do you guys understand that? This isn't rigging things to help women. This would literally only be making it just fair. So, yeah. No, it wouldn't. How's it not fair, Jillian? And if you guys don't agree with me, then you guys explain how. Explain how and why you don't agree. Exactly, Matt. Exactly. And you would get a much better return on the investment. One, not only is it the morally right thing to do, because right now, what's going on right now, women and men being in the same Section 8, women and men being in the same public transportation, isn't fair. So not only is it, like, it's a moral issue, but also you will get a better return on your investment when you invest into women. And that's been proven time and time again. So it's literally, you know, it's like you benefit from doing what's right. And that's not bias. This would only make it fair. No man has to worry about getting raped or attacked or kidnapped when he goes on a bus. When you're living in Section 8, you're not worried about some man breaking in and raping you. I think women should have housing like you men, and like you men not worry about getting broken into and raped. And what that requires is they have a better living space. Or cash credits to get into a normal place, because you cannot integrate the two. It's not fair. And then something else I do, you guys already know. I'd ban hunting. Make it illegal. That this just should not be a fun sport for the public, you know? It's just ridiculous. No. Hunting would be banned. So yeah, really women's rights, there are a lot of things rigged against women that I'd want to like fix, okay? Does that make sense? And what was I gonna say? Women's safety, custody, stuff like that, just basic stuff. Exactly, and we need more women spaces, for sure. Women-free spaces. Or not women-free spaces, but woman-only spaces that are male-free. That's just the reality, honestly. And it doesn't need to be a woman apartment complex, but for example, so when a man needs housing, we send him to Section 8. When a woman needs housing, we give her the, what's the word? The amount of the average cost of an apartment in our area. So the man goes to Section 8, the woman gets, 2-3K a month for her apartment. It's paid. So that's what it would take to make it fair. That's what it would take for a woman to get housing assistance, but without having to worry about getting broken into and raped. They require a higher level of protection, and that requires more money, okay? And if you don't do that, then that is just, ignorant. That's just ignoring women's safety and ignoring equality, right? A woman's child should never be up to fight in court. Ever. A man should never be able to force himself into a child's life that may not even like him. Hold on, I got something in my eye. But I believe that a woman's child, that is her stuff. That's hers. Okay? Period. If the woman doesn't want to take care of her kid, if she decides, I'm actually not a great mom, John's a much better parent than me, I actually want John to have Sarah. She could do that, but a woman should never have to fight in court for what's hers, right? Does that make sense? She should automatically get custody of the kid. Because the thing is, you guys have any idea how many children end up harmed due to this joint custody thing and this custody bullshit? It is a nightmare. You'll have women crying in court begging the judge, hey, he's literally harming my kid. But dude has joint custody, so mom has no choice but to send her kid to dad. And even though she knows that dad's being mean or hurting, her kid, she can't do anything about it because of judge, because of court. That's outrageous. That's outrageous. So I think that's why the woman, and obviously that's the woman's kid, it's her stuff. If she wants to give it to you, if before you guys divorce, you guys have a talk and, you could convince her that, you're more serious about being a parent than she is, then, she could decide to do that. But that's her kid, unless she decides that she wants to allow you to have the kid, or, does that make sense? Otherwise, no, you earn your privilege of being in that kid's life. If mom doesn't think that her kid's safe to be around you, well, that's her kid, that's her stuff. Any other questions? Oh yeah, something else too. I think that the marriage laws need to be changed, man. Marriages are too hard to get out of. I don't like that. It should be a lot easier to to get out of a marriage. I think that this whole marriage shit it's become too scammy. Too much scamming. This shit's supposed to be marriage. Why the hell is there so many goddamn scams in marriage, right? So another really important thing is I don't think anybody should ever struggle leaving a marriage. Both the man or woman, the moment they want to leave, they should leave. And it's in the best interest of the girl. Because listen, if a man ever wants to leave you, let him. You trying to keep a man from leaving you, you're putting yourself in danger, man. Let him leave. And if the girl wants to leave you, let her go. She's not an object. I really don't like how hard and scammy this shit's become. Marriage should not be used as a way to trap women at all, or trap people in. That's not what it's supposed to be, man. So, too easy to get into, too hard to get out of, and I think that's a huge problem. I think if anything, they should be harder to get into and easy to leave. So, that's the correct way. I definitely would. I do think prenups should be mandatory. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that if prenups were mandatory, I think the amount of abusive marriages would go to zero. The amount of marriage horror stories would be zero. I absolutely do think a prenup, it is crazy that prenups are not mandatory. They should be. That is very important. You know, a woman needs to know if she's marrying a man that secretly has debt. There are some women that marry men and the girl thinks he is very rich, but then after she's married, she finds out, hey, honey, I secretly had $250,000 in debt. That's not fair. Right? That's not right. And besides that, you know, it's like you don't want to, you know, it's like you want to be upfront, you know. The men, you know, it's like you want to be upfront with, you know, what you're willing, with how generous you're willing to be with her, right? And she wants to know, are you really taking care of me for life? You can't claim you're taking care of me for life, but then you're only willing to give me $50,000 if we split, and you're asking me to be a stay-at-home wife, right? So I think there really needs to be more transparency, because this marriage thing has turned into a scam, honestly. A full-blown scam. So that's a great idea. So there's just like so many solutions, there's so many things that I feel like are very easy to change, but we need a woman to get in there and get these things done. Right? Make things right. I think marriage has always been used as a scam. No, marriage has always been scammy. It's always been scammy. Do you guys not know what marriage initially was, man? Like, marriage was initially a way to fucking pretty much kidnap a child. Do you guys know when marriage first came out, it was straight up used to kidnap a child? You know? To take away a child from its parents. It's always been scammy. It's always been like this. Yeah. When marriages first came to be, men were marrying children. Do you guys understand that? Do you guys know what you're talking about? I don't want to hear the word love when we're talking this, man, because, yeah, when marriage first began, men were marrying children. Marriage was a scam in the way it was used to pretty much kidnap a child. Take little kid from mommy. That's what it was used as. Later on, marriage became a way to pretty much keep the woman trapped. Again, I think marriage should be harder to get into and easier to leave. The woman or man should be able to leave in 5 minutes. Like, literally, it should take like a minute to get divorced. 1 minute. There should not be a fucking process. It should be as simple as you're divorced in a minute. It should be a button on your fucking phone, man. Right? You know how with college, you could, like, what's the word? There's a word, but if you go to college, on your portal, you could click cancel registration, right? It should be that simple. Cancel marriage license. And I think that everybody should be required to get a prenup. There needs to be complete transparency, and either one of you guys could leave the moment you want to. Because you know what? It's in the best interest for everybody. Because you know, you don't want to be stuck with a woman that you hate. And you don't want to land yourself in jail, right? You don't want to be around somebody that you don't want to force to be with, someone you don't like anymore, right? You could from land yourself in jail to permanently ruin your relationship with your wife or ex-wife or kids. It's really in the best interest of everybody that people could leave when they want to. It should, you know, if you really love each other, then there should be no problem, right? You shouldn't be worried that your wife could leave the moment she wants to, right? Because if you love her and you treat her well, then you have nothing to worry about. And if she does leave, then you know, then you should want her to be happy. You shouldn't care if she left you. If you really love a woman, you would be fine with her leaving you because you'd want her to live a happy life. You don't want to see her sad with you. So I feel like men that really do love women or truly do love the girl are not feeling uncomfortable about this, because if you really love somebody, you don't want to see them sad. You know, if I really love somebody and they were unhappy, like, I'd be happy to leave. I don't want to see this, right? That's how love is. If you don't agree with me, then, you know, maybe you're not capable of love. So, no, she won't. That make no sense. You have to deal with it. This is what I'm talking about. This is a great example of how marriage is becoming scammy. Marriage is being used to scam women into having to deal with it. That's a scam. Marriage is supposed to be about love and partnership and commitment, not tricking a woman into, aha, now you're trapped and now you have to deal with it. That is a scam. That's a scam. You might not be taking money from her, but you're taking time from her that she doesn't want to give to you. Money and time are the same. So you trapping her in something and telling her she has to deal with something, you're straight up stealing time that she doesn't want to give to you because she doesn't want to be with you. So whether it's money you're taking from someone or time that they don't want to give to you, that is what I consider a scam, because they don't want to give it to you. That's the issue. That is absolutely a fucking scam. If somebody takes money from you and you don't want to give it to them, that is a scam, right? If, just like how if somebody's taking time from you and you don't want to give this time, you don't want to be with them, that's a scam. You're being scammed out of your time, scammed out of your money, etc. So, like I said, I think marriages, like I said, should be easy to get out of. One button, cancel marriage license or whatever. And I think that there should be a mandatory prenup. I don't believe in this fucking court bullshit. There needs to be complete transparency. You need to be upfront with what percentage of what you make a year you're willing to set aside for a divorce. And let the girl decide if she thinks that's good enough or not. Period. All of that should be sorted before you get married. And what I love about a prenup is there's this thing called the disclosure. So any debts a man has must legally be disclosed to the woman. So there's no men secretly being in debt, married. That's a fucking financial scam. So, yeah. And it's funny how men's response to me saying that I don't think women should be trapped, enslaved, and held like hostages, scammed into being hostages, is there's no real love anymore. Listen, if a man's idea of real love is a retarded woman being victimized and tricked into becoming a hostage, if you think that's love, man, like, then maybe we should ban marriage, honestly. Then this needs to be banned. It needs to be illegal. Like, shit, man. So if the majority of men that are getting marriages believe that love is like tricking a woman into being a hostage, like, then it needs to, we need to get rid of it, because, you know, no, that's not what it's supposed to be, man. Like, what marriage is supposed to be, and, like, you know, really, marriage is only kind of like, you know, obviously, if you have your wife at home, marriage is supposed to be a way to kind of give her assurance, like, hey, even though you quit your job and you're not working and making no money, because we're married, you have a guarantee that no matter what, you will not end up on the streets. Basically, a marriage is pretty much a promise and supposed to ensure that you've committed to she's not going to end up on the streets, you know, that she's taken care of by you because she married you. So she doesn't have to worry about this stuff. Obviously, if you don't want to worry about paying someone, then maybe maybe you both work, maybe have a two-income household. If you have a two-income household, you know, there's not a need to set aside a portion of your wealth. But a lot of you guys don't want a woman that works, you know? It's crazy. It's like, you guys complain like, oh, it's too expensive to pay off a woman when you keep her home for a divorce. But then, okay, just, you both work. Oh, I don't like that, because, you know, then the problem is, it's like, I can't control her. I can't make her a hostage. There's no point. Well, if there's no point in paying a woman that you've kept home enough for her to live the rest of her life, or if there's no point in marrying a woman who has a job like you that you don't need to pay off, and so you're only wanting to chain a woman up in a basement in the name of marriage, basically, then this should be banned and illegal. Like, that is literally why I think marriage needs to be reformed. Too many men think that marriage means permission to put a woman in a cage and trick her and make her deal with it, which is honestly disgusting. I can't wait until women start doing this to men. Ladies, I think we should normalize house husbands. I think once women start doing this to men, I think men's tone's gonna, I think a lot of men are gonna shut the fuck up. But no, I honestly can't wait to see women tricking men into becoming house husbands, working them like slaves, and maybe even whipping them a bit like slaves. I honestly, ladies, don't ever quit your job. Your boyfriend says he wants you to be a housewife. Be like, no. I'm actually better at making money. Why don't you be home? You actually do a really good job making turkey sandwiches. I think you're the more domestic person. You sit at home and let me go to work. And yeah, like, let's fucking reverse the roles, because the moment men are being trapped with no money and having to deal with it, things will change very quickly. Honestly. I would much rather have, like, if I had to pick between me being at home and a husband working, or me working and my husband being at home, I'd rather work. One, it's less work. All I have to do is show up to a job, and my husband needs to work 24/7. Like, I'm fucking in, man. Like, that's literally the easier job, one. And then two, I could literally smack him around like a bitch, and he has to deal with it. So yeah, I'd obviously, anybody would rather be the breadwinner. It's no work. Straight up, you're just doing your basic fucking bare minimum job. And then you get to take all the credit and hold money over their head. So, obviously, I think anybody with half a brain cell would rather be the breadwinner. So, back to what I was saying, prenup should be mandatory. I'm being so real. I don't think women should be trapped tricked into getting trapped. I think a woman, you know, needs to have a prenup, be able to know that at any moment, she feels she's being mistreated, she could leave, and she has enough whatever money she feels is appropriate in the prenup, right? That's the only way we keep it from getting, you know, keep the corruption out, too much corruption. You know, but obviously, you know, with no prenup, you know, if I have a husband that wants to leave me, I'm the one that's rich. I'm the one with the job. He's gonna have a cheap-ass lawyer. I'm gonna have the expensive lawyer. Chances are, if I'm the breadwinner, yeah, no, I'm gonna have a much better outcome in court, obviously, because, and that's stuff you gotta think about, you know, especially if there's any women wanting to be housewives. Like, you have to remember that, you know, do you really think that your husband's gonna buy you a nice lawyer when you guys are getting divorced? No. You guys are gonna be almost like, you know, like basically trying not to murder each other at that point. He's not gonna buy you a lawyer. You're gonna probably have a very cheap lawyer. And of course he's gonna pay for the best one. So that's why it's not, you know, you can't just assume, oh, I'm taken care of because there's a marriage. No. You gotta get a prenup. I'm 23, and whoever said that, why are you guys saying I'm 30? Like, I'm 23. If you guys think that I'm 30, you guys are fucking delusional as hell, honestly. If you guys seriously think I'm 30. Man, I feel sorry for the real... I feel very sorry for, like, the real 30-year-old. It's like, if you guys think I'm 30... What do you guys think when you see a real 30-year-old woman? Do you guys think dinosaur woman? Mummy? Like, what the fuck is wrong with men today? It's so crazy, but I do, you know, these guys, honestly, like, men, this is why I'm saying, like, we fucking need, like, more female leadership, because men are dumb as fuck. Like, I've had so many men think that I'm Mexican, and it's like, I'm a woman that's European, right? And it's like, and it makes me wonder, oh, and I've had guys think that I'm Indian. That one's the most horrifying, because it makes me think, okay, if I'm what an Indian woman looks like to men, what are they thinking when they see a real, authentic Indian woman? Like, that's, like, it's so crazy to think, man. Like, do they just think, like, oh, you know, scary monster? Like, seriously, like, guys are so stupid, man. I did hear about the David thing. I think it's absolutely horrifying. What's so terrible is that he's not arrested. And that's really concerning. Seriously, you know, I really hope he gets held accountable. That's all I have to say. Because this is gonna have this is not going to be good if he gets away with this. It really isn't. A lot of delusional, sick men are going to think that they could get away with it too. I hope he gets held accountable. But, yeah, no. I'm part French and I'm part Dutch. But, what was I going to say? I don't know who's Raja. I actually don't know who that is. Who is that? You could pass for a Puna John. Guys, let me break it down for you retards. I have no Indian features. Indian people are beautiful. However, I think you guys are being extremely disgusting and rude. if you are looking at a woman who is European and you think this is your idea of an Indian, I think that that is really very disgusting and unfair to authentic real Indians. You know, this is like you know, like I feel like what you guys are doing is very rude and dehumanizing to real Indians. Because again, I think everybody's beautiful, but I'm coming from a place of like, okay, if you men are looking at a European woman thinking, oh, this is what Indian is, so when you see a real one, do you guys just think poop monster? It's just come on, you guys. Everybody is beautiful, but you you guys are like, I don't know what kind of fucking crack you guys are smoking or what's up with you incels, but you know, it's really disgusting, honestly. Like, this would be like me, like, how to explain this, man? Imagine like looking at someone that's Latino and thinking that they're African American. It's like, okay, so what do you think when you see when there is a real African American? Like, it's just, I feel like this is really hateful, and you know, you guys are really like deranged. Man, like these incels, I don't know what kind of brain damage, man, but shit's crazy, honestly. No, it is, like, seriously, like, you know, I'm not getting into this, you know, it's like, this would be like looking like someone who's like Spanish thinking that they're African American, like, come on, man. Maybe. Any other questions? I cannot believe it's 5 in the morning. You guys, I literally told you guys, oh, we're gonna get to bed early. I'm sick. We're gonna sleep early, but that's not really the case today. Card flip. No. I am not religious in the term, in the sense that men use it. I mean, I believe that, you know, there's a God, and like, you know, look, I don't need a religion to do the right thing, personally. Something I find really unique is the people that cling onto religion the hardest are the people who have a hard time doing the right thing, or really any empathy. Usually are people that are completely devoid of empathy, and they have a hard time doing the right thing. So the harder time they have doing the right thing, the harder they cling on to religion. Have you guys noticed that? So, you know, I feel like people that don't need a religion to do the right thing usually are not, actually. Isn't that funny? But yeah, and that's why you find like so many of these Jesus freaks or religious people acting in such demonic ways. But no, I'm not super. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. And let me remind, if anybody is religious here, you do not need a religion to do the right thing. You shouldn't need a religion to do the right thing. You know, you should be kind. You should be kind and do what is right and act with integrity, regardless of religion, okay? You don't need a Jesus creature to do the right thing, man. Like, you know, that's all I have to say to you, man. A lot of you guys are projecting 100%. You guys have no idea. Like, the super religious men are the most ran through hoes. Like, I actually met a guy like this. he'd fucking go around with a big ass Jesus cross. And like, I didn't really know this guy that well. You know, met him once. It's the guy that was gonna just there to pick up my friend, but I've never met any guy like this, you know, but big ass Jesus cross. I actually thought he was trying to look like a rapper, but no, it was because he's religious. Um, and you know, and I see this, I'm like, oh, okay. So he's a religious guy, alright. And like, I didn't think anything of it, but then I was horrified to find out the kind of man this was. I open his fucking social medias and I hear more about this guy, and all I see is him fucking downing bottles, fucking guns, alcohol, fucking club every night, ran through Andrew Tate, drinking beer, Andrew Tate, fucking hella drugs, hella bottles. It's like, and you're doing this stuff while wearing your big ass, fuck ass Jesus cross. Like, you guys get what I'm saying? It's like, you know, just because you say you're a Christian, or just because you circle jerk with your other Christian friends, go around in a circle doing crack and drinking and claiming you're religious, doesn't make you a good person, you know? What makes you a good person are your actions, okay? And if your actions are all whore, promiscuous male, and devil, it doesn't matter that your words might be Jesus, Croatians, fucking whatever the fuck. That doesn't matter, because what really matters is your actions, right? I hope that helped. I hate Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate's a piece of shit and a sex trafficker. No woman likes Andrew Tate, man. No fucking woman likes Andrew Tate. Show me one of Andrew Tate's female fans. No girl fucks with Tate, dude. Honestly, one day, I have a feeling one day the girls are gonna, like, square up with Andrew Tate, honestly. I'd love to see, like, a boxing match, like, Andrew Tate versus the girls. The girls would fucking love to go one-on-one with Tate. No, seriously, I feel like that would be a really entertaining boxing event. Imagine Andrew Tate versus the girls. You already know that the girls would win that boxing match. I love Trump. I'm a huge Trump supporter. Well, not one-on-one, but the girls, like, because come on, you know, we're girls, like maybe 4 girls. 4 or 5 girls versus Andrew Tate. You already know we'd motherfucking, like, max Baldy Tate the fuck out. But yeah, no one likes Andrew Tate. But yeah, guys, come on. Andrew Tate is a man and a boxer. Like, yeah, we need to make the playing field for girls. So yeah, so the boxing match needs to be fair. So 4 or 5 girls, Andrew Tate with his hands tied behind his back, chair, him tied to it, and a blindfold. That's how you make it fair. Maybe 10 girls. And the hands tied behind his back, of course. Boxing match of the year. It is a boxing match. Andrew Tate's a big, strong alpha male. He should be able to break free. He should be able to break free. I thought Tate was alpha. He could totally do this. I thought he was alpha. You guys hear the wind. He's an alpha male. Men built the world. Well, if you built the world, you know, like, what's the issue? You can't get up from a chair? You're gonna let a little rope stop you? That's not very alpha, man. No, those have to be tied too. So yeah, hands tied behind his back, chair tied to it, each leg tied to a chair leg, you know? And that's how the boxing match would go. I think it would pull in great ratings. I hope that, you know, WWE or what are the other boxing things? Whatever boxing sports events. Hear my idea and make it happen, because I think the ratings would be great. But yeah, Andrew Tate's like, guys, seriously, if you want to save yourself, do yourself a favor, block Andrew Tate. Not a single fucking woman likes Andrew Tate. That should tell you something. So, you know, why do you guys have a problem with feminism? I don't understand why men have such a big issue with feminism. You guys benefit a lot from feminism. You guys know those girls that are not really wearing any clothes that you guys like to look at on Instagram? Thank feminism for that. You know, it's like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Don't you dare complain or say shit except that you love feminism, unless you are willing to delete your Instagram and stop looking at those girls not really wearing any clothes. You love the view, right? Okay, well, maybe shut the fuck up and be grateful for feminism. You love being able to go out to the bars or whatever and see the attractive woman. Nice sight, right? It wouldn't be the bar, wouldn't be the club without the girls. Thank feminism. That's all I have to say to you guys. And there's many more. I'm not going to drag this on, but I'm tired of you guys sucking up the benefits, leeching on every benefit you get off of feminism, but then you take all the benefits, and then you turn around and say, fuck feminism. Men in a nutshell. Men, and literally, this is the epitome of men. They'll suck up every benefit and turn around and say, this isn't shit. I hate this. This sucks. You guys in a nutshell. You guys are very ungrateful. And, like, really, like, honestly, it's crazy, man. But, you know, every man should be a feminist, honestly. Unless you want to delete Instagram and quit going out and getting to enjoy the sight of the beautiful girls and watching inappropriate videos online. You know, I just keep it real. Because honestly, feminism is a win-win. It honestly is. You know, you guys get a lot of nice things from it. You know, it's like everybody benefits, right? You guys have a lot of feminism luxuries. And if you guys are not going to be grateful, then you know what? Maybe us girls will just quit posting pictures not really wearing clothes. We'll stop going out, you know, and we'll just, you know, you guys won't see us then. Would you guys rather that? Like, you guys would be depressed as hell if you didn't have those thirst traps and pretty girls to go out for. I do. All of my social medias are located over in my Linktree. 8Ball, can you get my Linktree? The spicy content site is the first link in the Linktree. I can't believe she hasn't left me. Oh my god. Hi, baby. Good morning. Good morning, sugar. She's been with me under this blanket the entire... Yeah, sometimes Eris will leave me. Like, she'll, like, sneak away. But this time she actually stayed with me. I call her my little Labubu because she looks exactly like a Labubu. Maybe women should do that. You know, Jay's a perfect example of my point, man. You know, I've been really wanting to get, like, an incel on my channel, like, do a call. Imagine I do a live debate with an incel like Jay. You know, because I feel like it'd be really funny, man. And, like, you know, and I feel like it would be really educational, too. Like, people getting to watch like, you know, the responses of what these incels say and how, like, contradictory they are. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't that be so funny? But yeah, Jay, definitely, if you want to do the debate, sounds like you're the guy. You know, and if there's any incels that are capable of being respectful, you know, you could give your opinion, but be respectful, because I want to have a nice, long debate about things, but, you know, you got to be respectful, otherwise the debate will be like 1 minute. But yeah, no, like, I just really want to get the incel thoughts out, really, you know, hear what the incels have to say, you know, kind of, you know, test the logic. I think it'd be very funny. But, you know, maybe I'll do it through Discord. But yeah, I want to do this on my main channel. You know, maybe we should do this. I mean, let's see. My Discord's Olive Oil Run. If you want to add me, and I'll let you know when I want to do the debates. I think we found, like, the guy to do this. So, no, like, I want to do, like, debates with incels, so let incels call in and, you know, just let them voice their opinions. Give the incels a platform. And I think it'll be funny, but, you know, you gotta be respectful, though. You gotta be, you know... Yeah, if any of you guys are interested, Olive Oil Run is my Discord. So yeah, make sure to add me. And yeah, so I could get with you guys on, because maybe I might do tomorrow. Oh yeah, and I'm giving them a chance to speak to a real woman. No, it's not private. It would be on stream. So the way it would work is, like, I would do we do a live stream, live debate thing, and, you know, just hear the incel thoughts, man. So, yeah, like a call-in debate kind of thing. Yeah, it's Olive Oil Run. Olive Oil Run. It's the name of my main channel. Yeah, I think it'd be so funny. I mean, the girls would love it. You know, it'd be a great thing. The girls could, you know, laugh at the incels, and maybe, you know, the other incels could reflect. You know, hopefully we could save some incels, you know, wake some of them up. And if not, then you know what? Maybe we just have a good laugh. I know. I really want to get that one guy, Jay, you know, that said, oh, maybe women should quit posting on Instagram and going out. I think this is he's a good representative of the incel community. But yeah, no, hopefully. I mean, you know, I do feel like, you know, maybe some men would wake up, you know, if they got to see, I guess, their ideologies and stuff, like, you know, kind of like that. Maybe some would wake up, but, or maybe some would double down. Would I debate? Absolutely. Easy. I would love to debate Andrew Tate. I'm a lot smarter than him, and, like, Andrew Tate, I feel like, is the easiest guy to debate. Like, have you guys heard him talk, man? Like, you know, debating Andrew Tate would be like debating a fucking 7-year-old. Honestly. But yeah, no, I'd totally, like, be able to do it in my sleep, man. Andrew Tate is no kind of, you know, serious opponent. But Jay, make sure you add my Discord, and so I could add you back. I could make sure I add you back, and we'll talk about when we want to do the debate. But yeah, no, if you guys could get me connected with Andrew Tate, then I'd love to debate him. But I don't even know how to reach out to Andrew Tate, because, like, I don't follow him on anything. I just keep seeing his incels. Yeah, you know, this whole Andrew Tate's very bizarre, because, you know, I don't even know what Andrew Tate's Instagram is or what his socials are, but you see his clips everywhere. So, and Pepsi, you're a jealous sack of shit. This isn't my main channel. My main channel has 500K on it. Get fucked. But yeah, just so you guys know, my main channel, and where is my link tree? 8-Ball, I need my link tree put in this chat. Good job, Brent. Oh, was it already pinned? But yeah, all of my social medias, including the spicy content site, is located over in the link tree. The spicy content site's the first link in the link tree. But, what was I about to say? Yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, if you guys could get me connected to Andrew Tate any day, anywhere, anytime, I'm down to debate. Let's see. And I cannot believe it's 5 in the morning. But yeah, no, I'm really hoping, I mean, you know, obviously there's more people on Olive Oil Run, but I'm hoping that maybe, like, this time next year, like, you know, the goal is that this channel, like, when I go live here, it'll look the exact same as what it looks like when Olive Oil Run goes live. Does that make sense? And I think we could do that, honestly. I think that, you know, once we, you know, because already there's major improvement. Like, I remember, you know, I went live yesterday. It was, like, a lot slower on here. I, like, cut the live short, but tonight's, like, a decent speed, honestly. When it's, like, around 100 people, like, you could have a decent live, you know. 50 to 100, like, your live's gonna be fine. When it's under that, it's a bit kind of hard to, you know, really make conversation. Appreciate that, Matt. I'm glad you like the channel. A 5 mile is crazy. That is crazy. I mean, best of luck on that one. I hope so, for sure. Because, yeah, I cannot wait to get the podcast going on Olive Oil Run. I think that the podcast, like, it'll be, like, the best way to kind of relay and share knowledge, you know, because too many great things I say get lost. And some people were asking me about guests. I've spoken about this before, but I really want this to be my podcast. You know, I'd be open to having call-ins or maybe occasionally a guest, but it would mainly be, you know, what I'm thinking about doing is, you know, kind of picking a topic and asking you guys questions, like, what questions do you have, right? And kind of going down the list and answering those. And, you know, so that way, if somebody needs advice about something specific, they could find it in the video or the podcast, if that makes sense. So things don't get lost, kind of. So basically, like, the podcast is kind of my way of, like, you know, imagine, like, writing a book and, like, chapters in a book, right? that's the way I see it, you know, so that way it's just a bit more structured and not lost through, you know, live streams. I'm not, I'm French and Dutch. Let's see. What's going on in the news? There is, like, so much crime. Like, you guys tell me, but, like, I feel like crime has been going up. Like, I just don't remember seeing this many crimes happen so frequently. Like, I remember at one point, it's like these crazy crimes used to kind of be, like, every now and then. But now it's becoming, like, 50 major crimes a day that you see on the news, and it's almost really impossible to find. Apparently, a man in scuba gear robbed a Disney restaurant and then escaped into a pond. What the fuck, man? Man, this fucking dude's playing way too much Grand Theft Auto, man. Like, it's not just me, right? Because I swear to God, like, I feel like just a couple years ago, it was so much less frequent. It was, like, every now and then. Another woman got stabbed. Yeah, and something I don't like about this, see, this is the toxic cycle. Okay, this is what's going on. There is too much coverage of these crimes, but not enough coverage of these guys getting held accountable. I think that's the problem, you know, because you see a video, you see a guy get famous for harming a woman, right? I feel like that just kind of leads to inspiring other bad men to do the same, especially when there's no coverage of the accountability. This is the problem. I think if all we saw were men getting held accountable, men getting sentenced, men getting the electric chair for their crimes, crime would go down. Because that's how men are. Men don't really think, you know, like, they think, like, literally like dogs, you know, like when a dog sees a bone, like, he's just thinking bone, right? That's very much how a man's brain works. They don't actually, that's why they commit crimes more than women. You know, and so if a man sees crimes on the news, he's thinking, oh, so you could do this now. They don't think things through. I don't know what that means, but I think what happened to Kirk was horrible, and violence is never okay. Now let's see this Disney sitch.
Unbelievable. What happened at Disney Springs? Good afternoon, I'm Greg Warner.
And I'm Martha Sagowski. Orange County deputies are looking for this man. They believe he swam up to a
Need to put into the safe. Investigators said after the man sprayed.
Okay, so he stole money.
He forced two employees to get into the corner of the room and close their eyes. The robbery taking about 2 minutes before the man left, and the employees called 911. Investigators believe the man, who was described as wearing clothes.
Like, are you fucking kidding me, man?
Put his scuba gear on, got back into the water, and swam off. But to where, they don't know. The investigation still active. Nobody was hurt in this robbery. Investigators are still working this. It's still active, and both the owner of the restaurant and Disney spokespeople are referring all questions to them. Live in Lake Buena Vista, Nick Papantonis, Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
Like, what the fuck, man? Okay, let's see. Okay, they're testing flying cars. Which, by the way, I think flying cars are a terrible idea. For sure. I think it's way too early to fuck flying cars. Let's work on, like, getting rid of car accidents. It's like you cannot just throw in flying cars when we have car accidents. It's like the only way, like, I don't even want to speak about flying cars until we eliminate car accidents, right? It's a horrible idea, man. Like, until cars are fully, like, automated, like, do you guys get what I'm saying? Like, you know, ran by AI, and it works, and it's fully bulletproof, and there's no more car accidents because we're using AI, and we're all using the same, you know, software to run these cars. Does that make sense? This is crazy. This is really crazy. They're testing flying cars. Horrible idea. Yeah, one thing at a time. Like, this is really crazy. Like, yeah.
A major announced vertical take.
I want to see this shit.
The company says it's created a road legal passenger car that has vertical takeoff and landing capabilities. Olive has been doing
Man, like, imagine the oh my god, man. This is gonna be a nightmare, dude. This shit's not good, man. And then imagine the criminals, man. Like, you see, I think we've all seen the high speed police chasing stuff where the guy is like driving away like Grand Theft Auto. Like, man, like, this is not good, man. Like, imagine, like, you know, a cop trying to arrest a dude with a fucking flying car. Not only is this really unsafe to, like, people, like, walking outside, motherfucking, like, people driving on the road. What if the shit fucking, like, crashes on top of, like, a fucking traffic jam? Like, but on top of that, man, like, fuck, man, like, every criminal's, like, fucking pre-ordered, is gonna have this vehicle on pre-order, man. Yeah, of course the buildings too. The buildings as well. But, yeah, man, I already know every criminal has this on pre-order. The abduction, exactly, this is horrible. Very unsafe and not a good idea.
Aircraft. Let's talk more about it. We'll bring in Jim Duchovny, the CEO of Olive. Jim, great to have you on.
Fuck this dude. Man.
Is fascinating to think about here. First, let's talk about the announcement here. What is it that you're hoping to learn by doing test flights with your cars at these two local airports?
Thanks, Alex. So airports are one of the most complex environments in aviation. And there are takeoff, there's landings, there are taxis, there's interaction between all kind of different aircrafts. So we want to be a good sport. We want to be a good player. So we want to make sure that we integrate well with already existing aviation in one of the most complex.
This is never gonna fucking pass, man.
Car is by design
this is literally never going to pass because, yeah, no way that the government's gonna approve this. How the hell are you gonna get the fucking government to approve this? This is gonna conflict with their police department. Yeah, they're never gonna approve this.
Right, it can take off and landing.
And then do you need a pilot license? What kind of license do you need for this?
That we play well with existing
or just a regular driver's license?
What
like,
kind of classification is your car going to have in the aircraft sphere here? And will you need to have a pilot's license
finally
in order to fly it?
Fucking smart guy.
Right, so there are different models. The model which you saw videos right now, which you showed, is called Model 0 Ultralight. Model 0 Ultralight has a classification of ultralight, which means it does not need a pilot license, but it has restrictions.
That's terrible, man.
And it cannot fly over densely populated areas.
It cannot fly over densely populated areas, so then it's useless. You already know people are not going to follow the rules. So it has so you don't need a pilot's license, just a car license. And but it has restrictions, meaning you're not allowed to fly over densely populated areas, which obviously there are risk, huge hazard. And at night, but no one's going to listen to that.
The other model which we have is actually heavier, so it has a bigger range, which is Model 0, and the commercial Model A, which we are planning to start manufacturing by the end of this year and probably beginning of the next year.
Okay, so explain how the technology works here. How does this flying car perform these vertical takeoffs and landings? What's actually going on?
Right, so there's think about it as 3 in 1. There is a car, there is a rotorcraft for vertical takeoff, and there is an airplane mode for flying forward. So for driving, it's a regular driving. There are actually motors inside 4 wheels. So they do the driving as you just showed on the video. Then inside there is what is called DEP.
Man, that shit's gonna be a gas guzzler. I want to know the gas prices, man. Mile per gallon.
Takeoff and landing. And then the car transitions into the biplane mode by utilizing the sides of the car as the wings. And then
like, how expensive do you guys think this fucking fuck-ass car? Let me show this shit to you guys. They're fucking for real about this. Like, man, like, are you fucking kidding me, bro? Like, yeah, how expensive is this bitch gonna be?
Forward without transitioning to the biplane mode. Just
oh my god, man. And it, dude, and it's crooked as fuck. Like, let me show this to you guys.
Car mode for short distances.
Man, it's not looking too well, man.
Distances. So the tech actually utilizes
fuck, man. Like,
the
I would not.
The airplane and the car.
The landing was shitty.
They actually help each other.
So it was you and a few of your friends, it sounds like, who all got together about a decade or so
I hope he asks
decided
about
you wanted
the
to build
gas.
an actual flying car, and you came up with the initial concept. Why is it that you feel like this is something that is important for society to have?
Yeah, so my co-founder, Konstantin, Oleg, and Pavel, actually the ones who built the car from my crazy idea on a napkin. But I lived in the Bay Area for close to 30 years, and the traffic at 5 p.m. is nuts here sometimes, and in a lot of areas. And turns out to be that's the only solution, because...
Yeah, but you can't drive it in densely populated areas, which includes traffic. So this sounds like it's useless.
Point why we have a traffic is the width of the road. Because we're trying to put more and more cars every year to the same width of the road, and hence we have traffic in the area, right? Hyperloop, self-driving cars do not solve the problem, because you still do not solve the
What
width
about
of the
flying
road. You're still
over?
trying to put more and more cars to the same width of the road. So the only solution is just to go up. I was losing the huge amount of time by commuting. I was living in Palo Alto and commuting to San Francisco. Huge amount of time every day. Yeah. And a lot of people in the area,
this is like not
lose
good.
huge amount of time, and I can tell you, throughout the years, you lose close to a year worth of your time by just stuck in traffic.
But ultimately, is the idea that you ultimately will be able to take off and then land wherever you want, or will there be designated places where you take off and land? When you talk about trying to get around,
yeah, how the fuck do you park, man?
Bay Area.
So we assume that initially it's gonna be only designated areas. Okay. But eventually it's gonna be everything except certain areas, right? So we're gonna start with only everything is restricted, only certain areas are okay. And then we slowly, incrementally is gonna move to everything is okay except the restricted areas.
Man, this lawsuit's gonna go crazy, man.
Because for ultralight it's one thing, for light spot aircraft it's another. Flying car does not exist as a classification anywhere.
Right. All right, so in terms of what happens from here, when do you expect to begin production on any of the models of your flying cars here? When would people be able to buy them? It sounds like you can pre-order them, but when will they be available?
Right, so we still on track as of today to start production of the first one either by the end of 25 or very beginning of 26. After that, it all depends on how quickly we can scale, but so far we're on track for those specific dates.
Yeah, and a $300,000 price tag that we should point out for folks. I mean, that obviously is a little steep for a lot of folks here, but do you think the price, how long will it take, I should say, for the price to be a little bit more reasonable for the average person?
Right. So the
Probably
reason,
never.
I cannot afford it myself. So the reason the price is high because it costs us a lot to make one. I mean, we're making it by hand in San Mateo. You can imagine how much it costs.
Some motel?
As the volume increases.
These are made in a motel by hand? Fuck no, bro. And why the hell would you tell us that, man? Made by hand in a motel? Guys, wait.
The reason the price is high because it costs us a lot to make one. I mean, we're making it by hand in San Mateo. You can imagine how much it costs.
Man, like, yeah, no, I'm out. One, what do you mean? You're making these shits by hand in a motel, man. And then, you know, I'm not gonna trust no fucking idiot that's dumb enough to admit that. Why the fuck would you admit this, man? Like, fuck, man. Hell no. So I'm supposed to trust the dude that just fucking admitted that his fucking fuck ass gay flying car is made in a motel by hand? Bitch, why the fuck would you tell anybody that? Like, oh my god. I swear he said motel. On God, I could play it again. He said motel.
And in San Mateo, you can imagine how much it costs. As the volume increases, the reason the price is high because it costs us a lot to make one. I mean, we're making it by hand in San Mateo. You can imagine how much.
Motel? Man, like, yeah. I heard motel.
Increases and as
Okay. Okay, let me turn on the subtitles. This shit's crazy.
Because it costs us a lot to make one. I mean, we're making it by hand in San Mateo. You can imagine how much it costs. As the volume increases and as the factory optimization improves, we can eventually, and this is where
He said it weirdly.
I'm getting all the time misquoted. Eventually,
San Mateo.
For a big volume, we can get price down under $30,000. The reason for it because the car is simpler. This Olive car, which you just showed, is simpler than Ford Focus, Toyota Corolla, or other cars. But in order to get to that price, we need to get to the volume and optimize manufacturing.
Yeah, there's certainly a long way to go, but I know this is an important
Oh.
for you.
So he's saying that this, oh my god, another retarded confession. Did you guys hear what he just said? He said that the car's worth $30K. The market price should be $30K. So basically, like, this is worth the same as a Toyota. Man, like...
The Corolla or other cars. But in order to get to that price for it, because the car is simpler, this Olive car, which you just showed,
cheaper.
Is simpler than Ford Focus, Toyota Corolla, or other cars. But in order to get to that price, we need to get to the volume and optimize manufacturing.
He said that once enough people start buying this, they could do $30K. So, okay, man, like, why would you say that, man? Like, yeah, I don't trust you. If you're that dumb, man, like, yeah, man, I don't fucking trust you, man. I don't trust you, man. I don't even think the thing's gonna fly up in the air. Like, what I think's gonna happen is somebody's gonna buy it, gonna try to turn it on, fly it up, boop. It's gonna fall. That's what I think. I don't trust this bitch. Man, like, this shit's fucking crazy. Well, it's probably for the best that it's this guy working on it. Another video.
This is the new iPhone 17 Pro in a mouse case. Here we go. Oh, that's so high.
The auto industry's shiny new vehicles are on display in one place this weekend, the Silicon Valley Auto Show. ABC 70.
And what if it's windy, man? Because pilots are trained, so part of what pilots do is, like, it's a lot to do with wind, turbulence, right? So if you only need a normal driver's license to fly in the air, well, man, there's air in the wind. What do you do, man? Bro clearly didn't take physics, man. Like, I'm not gonna fucking buy some car from some retard that, like, clearly has never taken physics. Like, bruh, like, What do you mean you only need a regular driver's license for a car that's up in the air? What about the fucking wind? What if it's windy, man? I don't know shit about how to handle fucking turbulence, man. Like,
Fly is
this
stealing
shit's
the
gonna be a
spotlight in Santa
nightmare.
Clara.
I don't think it'll even get approved,
The
man.
cars and now the
Honestly,
crowds
this
have
shit's
all arrived at the
crazy.
Silicon Valley Auto Show.
The consumer can come here and experience many different vehicles all in one place.
It's
There's no
just
shortage of impressive
like
looking
this
cars
is
here with all
like,
kinds
yeah,
of innovative
not good.
technology. But one of the ones getting the most attention at this auto show is the A-Lift flying car.
It's a regular electric vehicle with one more function which none of the cars here have. It can actually vertically take off and fly forward.
The San Mateo-based company said it conducted a successful test of its flying car in a city environment this month.
People do not.
It didn't go very high though, probably because of the fucking yeah, and you could see the turbulence. Like it's not going straight, like, and it's not even very high, man.
Shoot it live because they also didn't believe it.
The company says the car is 100% electric. For now,
Oh my god, that's not good. An electric flying car. An electric flying car. An electric flying... Do I have any men that are engineers in here? Or, like, do I have any STEM men in here that, like, get this? Electric flying car. Man, like, what the hell, man? And I'm looking at the comments and no one's calling this out.
3,000 pre-orders and the fascination.
Avi, man, how fucking, like, crazy is this shit? Electric flying car. This is like a death trap, man. One, they're saying you don't need a license, a pilot license to drive this. You just need a normal driver's license to be in the air. And then it's electric. Complete death trap. Like, yeah. For sure, man.
Came to the auto show taking in the display model.
Very innovative. I'm sure a lot of people will say, is it the Jetson car? You know?
You envision yourself driving something like this or flying something like this?
Yes. I don't think it's going to happen in my lifetime, but I think it will happen in my son's lifetime.
Maybe. If I can afford it. The company says if everything goes well, they plan to start production on the first one by the end of 2025.
I'm just shocked, man.
Many other new
Men built the world, like, man, like, seriously, like, these dudes are embarrassing men, honestly. These guys are straight up, like, making the man community look so bad right now, cause you guys are looking real fucking retarded right now, you guys. Like, see, this is why women don't respect men, honestly, like, this right here. Electric flying car in the air, no pilot license needed. And then they show the, you know, the clip of the car, and it's like, it's not even that high in the air, and it's already, you could see it fucking having turbulence. And it's literally not even high, it's maybe like fucking like 10 feet, less than 10 feet in the air. Already having fucking turbulence, man. I'd say maybe like... clip I saw was 6-ish, 7 feet in the air, and it's landing like a bitch with turbulence, like moving like this, like, just know, you guys, this is why women think all men are stupid, and it's these guys that are embarrassing the man community.
technologically advanced cars were at this year's auto show.
This is so embarrassing. What an embarrassing day for the men today. Man, like, you see, this is why we need more women inventors. A woman would never do no stupid shit like this. Alright? Woman, you'd never catch us doing no retard car like this.
They're still growing.
This is funny.
It's growth, but it's slower growth than before. Maybe less so than what automakers want, but it's still increasing in demand.
Those electric vehicles, along with plenty of gas-powered vehicles, old and new, are all on display at the Santa Clara Convention Center.
Like, imagine that bitch running out of battery, or, like, imagine, like... or not battery, like, so what do you do when, like, you're in the air? That is, of course, if you could even get up or you're not knocked down by turbulence, right? But let's say you're in the air. What do you do when your fucking your fuck ass battery's running out? Where do you fly to? Yeah, no. And we all know that these electric cars don't have long battery lives. So what are you gonna do? It's like, you're gonna be on the way to having crazy fucking turbulence, like fucking like jerking around, fucking cars like moving like a bitch, and then oh shit, you're almost out of power, so you're gonna have to drive back home to charge your bitch car, wait a couple hours, charge the car, okay, back on the McDonald's drive, you're 2 minutes into the McDonald's drive, oh my god, and it's low on battery, gotta go back. Like, man, this shit's like straight up a retarded car.
I got this. Loan cannon! There's a better way to get a fast small business loan.
Well, Matt, the difference between gas and the electricity is the gas will run longer, right? It's a very stupid thing that it's a flying car out of electricity, because already the electric cars, don't really drive for that long, right? There's a problem. I don't know what the max battery life is, but maybe like an hour, right? So, because you could only make the batteries so big, right? Is anybody an engineer? This is why I asked for the engineer bros. Because you could only make the batteries so big. Like, you can't just make a 24-hour battery. That's not how it works, because you could only make them so big, right? So obviously, if this thing's in the air, it's using more power, so this shit's worthless. Shit's worthless, man. This is a very stupid thing, if that makes sense. So it is completely retarded. It's already not good. There's already a lot wrong with it, but on top of that, electric, it's worthless then. Because remember, electricity, it's not going to go nearly as long as gas. I'm not an engineer, I'm just an economics major. But, I understand some basic stuff, though. Oh, yeah, why do you think there's no electric planes? Because it's not doable. It's like you need fuel. And also, the planes use very different fuel than, the stuff you get at the gas station. So this is really like a very retarded car. So yeah, if a Tesla, your average electric car driving on the ground, is only powered for an hour, then what the hell? So basically you could take off, go in the air, and then land back down is pretty much what I'm thinking. Might have like 5 minutes of being in the air, but then you better land fast or you're gonna bloop. And then what happens if you run out in the air? Like, does it have a emergency safety landing? This is just so retarded, man. Let's see if I could find any more videos of this retarded car. But yeah, all I gotta say to you guys is very embarrassing day for the men. You men have brought great shame.
This is the first flying car in the world. As you can see, the Aleph Model A can be driven as a regular car and perform a vertical takeoff with a fully electric propulsion system. And after flying for a distance of up to 110 miles with an obstacle avoidance technology, it executes a
bullshit. Bullshit. Not on electricity, man. That is bullshit.
It can be driven as a regular car and perform a vertical takeoff with a fully electric propulsion system. And after flying for a distance of up to 110 miles with an obstacle avoidance technology,
on the ground or in the air?
This is the first flying car in the world. As you can see, the Aleph Model A can be driven as a regular car and perform a vertical takeoff with a fully electric propulsion system. And after
like, I'll let you guys watch this. Look.
After decades of dreaming,
hold on. Do you see the turbulence? And it's not even that high. Wait.
That can take off vertically. This is Aleph Model A. The flying car will be
They don't show a lot of clips of it in the air because you could see the embarrassing turbulence. But Man, you men have brought great big shame is all I gotta say to you guys.
2 shots in one day? I think you've earned it. Get your flu shot and other vaccines from someone who cares.
Avi, so do you think this will work? Avi, let me show you this gay car, man. You know, I'm not an engineer. I'm an econ girl, but man, look at this shit. And they're saying you don't need a driver's license. Look. It's oh, my thing died. But do you see the way it's like going back and forth? Like that's turbulence, right? And it's not even that high in the air, right? So, you know, my iPad died, man, but there's so much wrong with this car, right? Off the bat, the guys that are making this thing are really dumb. Trying to say that you could drive that with a driver's license, but you could see it not even going that high, going through turbulence, right? And then, you know, with electricity, it's just, you know, we all know, have you guys ever, like, you guys have a friend with the, you know, those gay electric cars? So, obviously, this will require more power, and you can only make a battery so big, so how do you, you know... What's the longevity of this gonna be? You know, like, how long will the electricity, the battery last for this flying car? But it didn't even go that high. It has hella turbulence, and you know that people that drive this thing are going to be going way higher than, to me, that look like 10 feet or less, you know? I think a lot of people are going to want to go higher than that, but it looks like it's struggling to kind of stay up. Even as it's driving, it's very turbulent, and then the landing is very shitty. And listen, these guys, this is their video. This is their promo video. They probably had a professional pilot do the test drive, right? Like, being completely realistic, you know, like, these guys are dumb, but, you know, they're not that dumb. They're gonna have a professional pilot drive their car. So, you know, it's not so embarrassing. But so imagine, like, the average dude, you know, trying to fucking, you know, drive this thing, man. Oh yeah, that too. And this is just so, there's so much wrong with this car. One, this car, it just, you know, I don't see how the hell you could use this without a pilot's license, you know? And then two, I don't see how this is going to get approved. You know, what if a criminal is trying to get away from the police? How's the police going to catch them? What if it fails? What if it buildings? What if it fails? What happens if it runs out of battery? Does it just do an emergency land? And what if the emergency land happens to be on top of a traffic jam, right? It's just so much wrong, man, with this thing. And it's literally, like, built like, honestly, very badly, man. Like, it was driving gay as hell, man. That shit looked like it was about to crash. And something else, too, is they send it up and then they bring it down immediately. And I don't blame them, man. Like, you know, I wouldn't want to be up in that for too long either. You're just shaking like a bitch. So, yeah, no. You can't use electricity for shit that's going to be flying in the air, and you can't, a driver's license, no, you need to have a pilot's license when there's turbulence, you know? And this is a non-windy day, that crazy turbulence, like, oh my god, when it's windy, it's like, I just think that this car was made by a bunch of retards that never took physics. Exactly, Serene, that too. Like, even if they perfected the car, okay, they used regular fuel, appropriate fuel, and they, you know, fix things up, right? You know, let's say that they had, like, a guy that, you know, an engineer, is an actual pilot, help with the designing, and the car was fixed, okay? But what the fuck is gonna happen when you already know the criminals are all going to have this on pre-order. Okay, so you're saying that you're assuming that that the car is going to be programmed to manage turbulence. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay, but you're assuming they're using an AI stabilizer. Okay, so but they never said they were going to use an AI stabilizer, but I guess you're right, that's a solution. You could use an AI stabilizer, but I don't know, man. Like, what if, I just think that it's a little crazy to, allow a regular driver's license. And also, they never said they were using an AI stabilizer for that, but, man, I don't know, man. You can't use electricity, man. Literally, batteries can only be made to be so big, obviously. There's no getting around that. You'd have to change the energy source, right, for it to even be usable. Because, trust me, everybody's first complaint with the electric cars is that they die too fast. Believe me, Musk would have, fucking fixed the battery life on the car, immediately, if he could, but you can't, because, you're kind of, with the battery, right, I mentioned, so I just, don't really see this working, and also, even if it did, I think it's a really bad idea. That would never get passed. Exactly, man. Exactly, Serene. This is going to be, a crime vehicle, man. All the criminals are going to be buying this. But yeah, but I think you guys are kind of underestimating turbulence. Do you guys understand that there are pilots, professional pilots, that crash all the time? Because it's more complicated than you guys think, and AI could fail, right? What do you do with that? It's then the company, is pretty much one lawsuit away from being shut down, right? Because the moment the AI fails, you're one lawsuit away from being shut down. So you can't allow people whom don't have a pilot's license to operate these, because you're a lawsuit away from losing your company, I feel like, right? AI is not always reliable. Because, even professional pilots, have you guys not heard of, helicopter crashes and plane crashes? Because it's more complicated than you guys think, honestly. And I'm not a pilot, but I know how physics works, and man, I know it's complicated. And sometimes, wind is not always predictable. That's why there's crashing sometimes, right? And even pilots, they've had situations where, they think they're going up, but really they're crashing down, because it's very complicated. Or more complicated than, you think. But do you guys know how the plane crashes happen? It's just, seriously, it's you'll literally be... No, but the thing is with fuel is the fuel lasts longer. And normally, okay, for example, with an airplane, right? So the airplane usually has enough fuel to take it to the okay, so if it's a 7-hour flight, the plane will have 7 hours of fuel plus a backup source of fuel, right? But with an electric car, the batteries could only be made so big. That option is not there. You can't, how do you give a car, an electric car? First of all, I don't see how you could even give this an hour of battery life, honestly. But then how do you give it a backup? Right, but you know, I don't think that's how it works. But I don't know, you guys. I mean, you guys say you're the engineers. I just think that this is a death trap. Mark my words, this shit's a death trap. At best, it's a terrible idea, really unsafe and going to mobilize crimes. At worst, it's a death trap. They might as well be selling under the name Coffin. Honestly, man, like, this shit's crazy. And I can't believe all of these guys are like, oh, well, we just use like, literally typical men. Oh, AI. Oh, well, we just use AI. Like, why is every man, I swear to God, it's like every man is like, oh, AI. We'll just ask ChatGPT. AI, it's always the men, dude. Like, I have never met a girl that's been like, oh, let me check AI or AI. Never, but it's always the men. Oh, well, the AI. Well, I'll just ask ChatGPT. Okay, then I think it'll never hit the market then. Honestly, no way this will hit the market. There's just no way, man, because, like, you know, you can't have AI do the like, it's not reliable, and at that point, you're a lawsuit away from losing your company, right? Because it's your AI system that failed, right? But if you require licenses, then, you know, there's that it's you know, kind of like shifting the liability. But you can't require licenses, then no one will buy it. People are only going to buy this flying car, because they don't need a pilot's license. But the moment you do need a pilot's license, there's no point in buying a flying car. Just buy an aircraft, a little aircraft. It becomes useless, because not everyone has a pilot's license, and those are hard to obtain and take a lot of time. More time than waiting in traffic. So this is all riding off of allowing people who don't have pilot licenses to operate flying vehicles, right? So I just don't really see, you know, this just shit's not gonna work out, man, with this car. But yeah, you guys let me know. Do you believe in the flying car? Everybody comment. I want to hear from everybody. Do you think this flying car will work out, or do you guys agree with me? Would you fly this gay car? Me? Fuck no, I'm not getting into that death trap. Might as well name it the coffin car. Okay. I'm glad we have some smart people here. I'm happy I'm not seeing any yeses, because, yeah, man. But there are some retards under the comments. Like, when I was reading the comments under the gay car commercials or the videos, I saw a fuck ton of people like, oh, I can't wait to get one. So cool. And it's like, man, like, this is truly survival of the fittest, you know? This is how, like, fucking, like, literally nature, survival of the fittest. I guess we're, like, witnessing, like, there are no, well, yeah, that's something else too. I mean, would they be subjected to the, you know, because there are laws, traffic laws for the air, right? So, you know, it's just, what I see is, you know, a retard that made a retard car. That's what I see. Okay, I'm very happy that there's no one that would get into that coffin, because there are too many retards that are dying you know, to get into the coffin. And, like, literally, I'm going through the comments, and no one is, like, all these guys are just not questioning anything. Hi, baby bear. Good morning. Oh, she woke up. Oh, is it sunrise? Guys, my favorite time of the day is sunrise. You guys, I love sunrise. Exactly. Like, I think the only thing that's going to prevent this death trap from hitting the markets is really the government, you know, not approving. But I do worry about, like, places like California approving this. Here's what I think's going to happen. I think they're going to try to launch this death trap, right? And, you know, I think, you know, probably, you know, I don't think that they're going to get approved in many places, but I think probably somewhere like fuck-ass California will approve it, and, you know, we'll see a fuck ton of fails and accidents, and if this goes through, for them, best case for them, like, yeah, the retards will buy it, the matcha sipping, you know, delusional men will buy it. And, yeah, that's going to, I think, like, literally within, like, an hour of their first sale, there's going to be a tragedy. And I think, you know, from there, they're going to get recalled, and there will, you know, the lawsuits, and that'll be the end of the gay flying car, if you guys want to know what I think. But damn. I was just so shocked to see, like, how many men in the comments are just so ignorant and just, like, don't think, man. You know? Hi, baby bear. I need to find a hoodie. Oh, there. But yeah, like, let's work on getting, you know, like, you know, like, I'm looking forward to, like, you know, like, AI cars, right? Like, all cars being, you know, operated under, like, you know, using the same, like, system to, you know, so kind of like and this will be the solution to car accidents. Because if all cars are using AI and it's the same software, right? That'll should pretty much eliminate car accidents and should prevent crime too. Because if a police is trying to pull you over, right? You know, it could prevent, like, the chases and all of that, right? I think that's the first thing that needs to happen. But right now, I mean, the technology is not really, and I don't really think flying cars are ever really going to be a smart, or at least not in the, definitely not in the next 100 years. Honestly, I just don't really, like, unless there's a lot of changes or a lot of, you know, obviously, you know, with turbulence, you know, right now we need literally, like, pilots go through so many years of training because it's complicated. AI is not where it needs to be to let that do it. And then with there needs to be advances with battery, you know, the electricity, how they do that, if they're gonna be for real about the battery car. You know, the battery's not where it needs to be at all. No. No way. I know for a fact Trump wouldn't back that. Trump does not like the toy cars. Trump is not a fan at all of the gay electric car. It's not practical. They're just not practical. Like, at all. And that's a problem with them, you know? Because they can't go very far. Trump actually fought with Musk because he refused to push his, what was it, an EV mandate? Something like that. He refused to. They fought because he was that against it. All of my social medias are located over in the link tree. My link tree is pinned in chat. Including my Instagram. All in the link tree. But yeah, this electric car thing, no. One, it's not actually good for the environment. From my understanding, the way electricity is created, it's created by burning coal. So no, it's not actually good. Like, I don't see how it's good for the environment. Maybe I'm wrong, but you guys explain to me, how the hell is electric cars good for the environment when you're having to burn coal to produce electricity? Welcome. That's just what I'm thinking. Oh, they use gasoline? I always thought, like, this shit was, like, a scam, and like, I never really understood, like, why are so many people buying a car that needs to be charged? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they are worse for the environment. That's what I thought. So, I just don't understand how so many people are buying into a lie. Like, are people really that stupid? Like, you know, I just have a hard time understanding. Like, there's no way people are that dumb. Like, there must be something I'm missing. Because if people are that stupid, then, man, we're cooked. We're actually cooked. Maybe that's why people become so stupid, because of the gay electric cars, I bet. But yeah, no, maybe I should find, like, a video about this, because I'm very confused. Like, okay. So these things are facts. Like, it's not even good for the environment. Worse, how the fuck are so many people buying a lie? That's not even practical. And no one uses a self-driving. I have many friends, and they have the Tesla, and I've seen the self-driving. It's not really self-driving. You could really only use the self-driving, at least from what I saw, is when you're on, what's that road called? When the road's clear and you're just going straight. You could do autopilot. So... okay. But what's up with the white people? Like, I literally meet, like, white people that are, you know, they're supposed to be educated, but they're driving the gay car. Like, how can you, I don't know, I'm just really fascinated with how, like, so many people could buy into a lie. And, like, you know, people aren't really talking about it. You know, and, like, I think this sucks because, like, you know, I really wish that Tesla made gas cars. I think if they made gas cars, more people would want them, but because not everyone's down with a car that dies in, you know, an hour. Wait, like, what do you mean? That's another good point. Brunt, you're right. You guys are very sweet. Appreciate that. 3, 2, 1. But yeah, no, it is crazy. This electric car thing. Hold on, I'm gonna put the iPad back on the charger and, like, we're gonna look into more, you know, I want to look into this gay car thing, the electric car. Because, like, I want to find out more, like, why are people buying these? What the fuck is the lie? Or at the very least, are people at least complaining? Are people at least, you know, like, hey guys, like, this isn't even good for the environment. Like, so why are you guys picking a car that drains, that, you know, could barely get you from point A to point B over a normal car? French and Dutch. Amazon store people, okay. When my phone, or when the iPad's back up, I'll look that up. Oh, okay. But, like, what's the point? Like, Serene, like, I don't understand. Like, I get what you're saying. They want to gaslight people into buying their gate, but why not just make gas cars? That's the thing I don't understand, you know, because 100%, if Musk made a regular gas car, it would be just as successful, potentially more, right? Because people like the, you know, brand, it's like Apple. So I don't understand, like, what's this push for this? Like, you know, maybe it's cheaper to make an electric car, actually. Now that I think about it, like, I bet these are cheaper to make, because these electric cars are no different than a toy car. You know, like the electric car for kids, like the Barbie electric car, but a big size one, like an adult size toy car. So they've got to be cheaper, obviously, than like a gas car. So maybe that's why, you know, there's the push for EVs. It's just so crazy, man. Like, it's like the world is just getting stupider and stupider. Like, I remember when the Tesla first came out, I was shocked at how stupid this was. First the Tesla, now it's the flying car. It's like we're going backwards, and it's really crazy. When I think about the trend, I don't think that anybody deserves to be, like, hated or targeted. I think, like, this whole hatred towards the LGBTQ community, honestly has spoken like, a lot of volumes about the men, the judgmental men, right? Because, I don't know, I just feel like, why do you care who somebody's attracted to or how somebody wants to dress, right? You know, does that make sense, right? Like, and I feel like, you know, men kind of, you know, it's almost like, you know, the way that they treat fat girls, you know, men treat fat girls like they're not even human because they're not attracted to them. And men kind of treat trans people like they're not even human. And, like, the way I feel like is, it's none of your business. It's none of your business. And I don't know, I just think that, you know, when you react like this, or when you're hateful against a certain kind or group of people for how they personally decide that they want to, you know, and it's like, everyone's their own person, you know? If somebody wanted to fucking paint themselves pink and be a rose, like, everyone's their own fucking person, right? But, you know, if you're responding with all this hate over how somebody looks or who somebody is, like, you're really, what's the word? How do I say this? That says everything about you, you know? It just shows that, you know, that you're hateful, that you're not very confident in yourself. Because, like, you know, I feel like people who are secure and happy don't really give a shit what others look like or want to do. So, it's just showing self-hatred and insecurity, honestly. But, you know, like I said, I feel like people should be able to, you know, I just don't get the problem, right? Like, people could be what they want to be, right? You don't have to like them, or you don't have to be attracted to them, but leave them alone, right? If my kid told me that, I mean, so okay, look, obviously, I would be sad personally, because, like, I'd love my kid and I think they're perfect the way that they are, right? So I wouldn't be thrilled about it, but at the end of the day, Avi, if my kid came out as trans, although I would not be so happy about it, and, you know, kind of wonder if there's another solution, or if I could get them help, maybe there's something else going on, right? At the end of the day, I care more about my relationship with my kid than what they want to dress or identify as, you know? Like, I feel like for me, at least, my priority will always be my relationship with my child, okay? So, yeah, of course I'm gonna see if I could prevent them from transitioning, you know, if through suggesting other things, you know, maybe you need to talk to somebody, or, you know, maybe, like, asking the question, like, are you sure about this, right? But I'm never going to sacrifice or jeopardize my relationship with my kid. I think any parent who does that, who trades their relationship with their kid over something like this, superficial, I don't think that's very smart, you know? I think that, you know, that's a really stupid thing to do. Like, does that make sense? So, yeah, you're right. I wouldn't want my kid transitioning because I think they're perfect the way they are. But at the end of the day, it's my kid, and number one is our relationship, right? But if Trump came out as trans, whether Trump is a girl, boy, or a tomato, Trump is still the greatest president of the United States. Like, I'm not gonna be like, Trump's a great guy with great character, but I don't care about that anymore because he has a pink bow on. So, you know, like, I get it, guys. Like, you know, obviously, I'm not celebrating this. Let me make that very clear. I don't celebrate this. I don't think these people should be given an award. I don't think this should be encouraged. I want to make that very clear. I am by no means saying that this should be encouraged, spread, or celebrated, okay? But what I am saying is, if somebody happens to be, if that's what somebody is, I don't understand the point in being hateful, right? That's none of your business. You don't have to be with them. You don't have to do it too. Like, leave them alone, you know? If somebody's trans and you don't agree with it, then just don't be friends with them, right? You know, I feel like, you know, right, it's not, you know, necessarily good, right? But it's, no one deserves hate, is where I'm at. If that makes sense. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, you know, I don't necessarily support it, but at the same time, I don't think anyone deserves hate, right? I'm kind of really in the middle about it, right? And obviously, I do think that not all people that transition are the same. Like, obviously, if I had a daughter that, you know, wanted short hair and to dress like a tomboy, that wouldn't faze me at all. Like, it's a haircut and an outfit, right? However, if I had a son that straight up, like, wanted to, like, change, like, okay, yeah, that's a little bit more concerning. Obviously, I'd be a lot more concerned with, if I had a kid that was wanting to get surgeries, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a different hair or wanting to wear different clothes, but, you know, I feel like people's definition of trans is very different, but if there's any surgery involved, yeah, I'm gonna take that a lot more seriously than somebody who wants to have, like, a bob. I think Trump would go full glam for sure. I don't know. I think he'd go full glam. I think Trump would definitely glitter eyeshadow. Gen Z. Today, so my plans for today are definitely, I don't want to miss the sunrise because I love the sunrise. You guys want to know what I'm eating? It's the salad from Sweet Green. Just so you guys know, I fucking love Sweet Green. This is the mushroom one. It's the shrunami with quinoa in it. But watch the sunrise. And then from there, see how I feel. If I feel fine, then I'm probably gonna do some work around the house. I have, like, laundry to do. I need to do my closet, and I have a DJ booth to build. So if I feel well, I'm going to do those things, to build the DJ booth, hopefully, and then take a nap. Have I ever visited Scotland? I'm actually not sure. I don't think so. I used to live in Europe, so I know I've visited, like, I know I've been to Ireland and London, but not Scottsdale, I don't think. Or was it Scotland? %, dude. 100%. And honestly, most of all, I'm so glad Trump won the election. Like, I should really play you guys back the lives that I did before the election. I was scared to death, crashing the fuck out. Everybody thought it was funny, but I was very much being serious. I was so afraid. And screaming every day, guys, vote for Trump! I was seriously having a heart attack, and I was considering going back to Europe, honestly. I actually looked into. I was so afraid of Trump not winning. I legit looked into the process of moving to Europe. I was going to go to the UK. How do I feel about gay marriage? I think people should be able to marry whoever the fuck they want. Or what was the question? I think gay marriages should be legal. What's the problem? I really have a hard time understanding people that are against gay marriage because, okay, so you don't think that there's anything wrong with a man and woman marrying and then the man SAing his wife? This is fine. You think it's okay for a man to be mean, mistreat his wife and his family? That's okay, but then, you know, so all these things are okay. You know, men who do things like SA, be mean to their wives, many other bad things in a marriage, right? I'm not going to name them all. Fine. Man and woman are good together, right? Despite the fact that these happen, right? But your problem is gay marriage. I think that if you're going to have a problem about marriage, let's start with the problems in marriages with men and women. Why don't we start there? So, oh no, I've never had a problem. I've never been married, or had a problem. You see, guys, you don't need to date a man or ever speak to a man in your life to know that men do this to women. When you open TikTok, when a woman opens TikTok and when she opens Instagram, when she scrolls on her For You page, all she sees are videos women, wives, and girlfriends are posting, showing their boyfriend's bad behavior. The world is watching. So you could literally be a girl that has never spoken to, dated, or seen a man. Even a woman who's never dated anybody or even spoke to a man would know what I know, because it's all over our algorithm. So you guys got to understand that the world is watching. And the other day I was showing these bad videos. Like, I was showing my chat these horrible videos these girls post, and maybe I might show you guys. You guys want to see some of the videos that us women see every single day? Every single day. Look, I'll show you on Instagram. So, yeah, us women are very aware. You could literally, it's a very sad thing, but don't ever need to meet a man to know this anymore because of social media. Just like how we know what's going on in other countries and we don't live there. Look at this. This psycho did this over his girlfriend not answering the phone. Let me show you more stuff. Oh, I wanted you guys to watch these videos. So this is real, not AI.
Slow down, babe. The runway deserves its moment.
This is not AI. So you guys know.
Morning, babe. Just dropping by for the real workout emails. This is not exactly how I envisioned my royal procession.
That's how you guys act nowadays, man.
That's enough. My princess manicure can't risk a scratch.
There's a really funny one I have to show you guys. But there's this wife giving birth. And then the guy was complaining about having to be with her because he's like, oh, you know, like, I literally have a nail appointment.
I just don't know what to do anymore. My wife got me a colorful bouquet the other day, but I wanted white roses. We recently moved, and my wife and I had to carry everything downstairs together. I took the pillow because, I wanted to carry the heaviest stuff. The other day it was raining outside, and his wife and the baby had to walk in the rain because he didn't want his matcha to get wet. That could be me on the painting. I am the real princess.
Yeah, that's how you guys act, man. But...
Babe, this is so hard. Why isn't anyone helping the princess? Which heels look better? The pink or the sparkly?
This is not a liberal man thing, Serena. I hate to break it to you, man, but this is all men, bro. Like, straight up, I'm telling you, this is all men. Straight up.
Silver.
Oh, the sparkly ones, darling.
Do you see this? Like, it's literally the girl fighting war, and then the princess man's like, oh my god. But yeah, this shit's funny. Okay, but let me show you guys some things that, some bad videos, right? I can't show you all of this, because this is actually bad. Some of these women show, I can't show you guys that, but some of this stuff can't be shown, but let's see, what else? What's appropriate that I could actually show you guys? But no, a lot of this shit is so bad, I can't show you. Let's see.
Ladies, implement this rule into...
Hold on. But yeah, if that doesn't tell you how bad men are, the fact that, literally every single man post is so bad, it just can't be shown. But we'll find one. We'll find one that's acceptable.
Actively choose how they treat you.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way around this. I mean, maybe I could try it. Okay.
In 2018, my husband set me on fire. We've been together for 15 years, and here's some of the red flags that I missed in the beginning. Number 1, road rage. Acting completely insane in front.
I don't know if you guys could see her condition, but yeah, there are worse videos than that. There are worse. So, men, even if, listen, if the girl has a phone and she has an Instagram, she knows all men are dangerous. Even if she has no boyfriend or has never spoke to a man, because she sees this on her phone. And there's more. Many of the videos are so much worse than this. It's to the point where if I showed it to you guys, I might get a strike. So I'm not going to show you guys the other bad stuff, because it's that bad, a lot of the stuff. The worst video I saw was a man, there's two really bad ones. I saw a man push his girlfriend into a lake and she almost fucking died. All of it's on camera. And the guy's not giving a fuck, not caring. Meanwhile, the girl is reacting like how somebody who almost died would react. Second worst one I saw was a husband trying to actively throw his wife into oncoming traffic. So, you know, imagine like, you know, like a highway or a lot of traffic, and like the guy's just trying to throw her into traffic and she's fighting for her life, rolling over, barely dodging traffic, barely dodging, like she's pretty much dead. He did not need to throw her into traffic to kill her. Like, I guarantee you, she fucking died just from him throwing her, dragging her, trying his best to throw her into the traffic. Like, imagine a man trying his best to throw a woman into an oncoming traffic and a woman fighting for her life, barely missing the fucking cars. That happening for 5 fucking minutes. And by the end of the video, she's pretty much gone. Okay, I saw that. And then I see a bunch of girls, they're secretly recording their boyfriends and they're yelling at them. So, yeah, I have never dealt with anything like this. Obviously, I'm, like, I literally do all of the beating in my relationship. So I make sure that every kind of guy that I date is, you guys get what I'm saying? Like, I will not date any kind of man that won't let me beat him, so I'm very lucky. I only date men that are on the sub side. Thank God I have a good type. But you guys get the point that I'm making. There is no denying that men are dangerous. So, you know, even though, like, this might never affect me, right? Because I only, like, I'm not going to date a man that, you know, doesn't worship me and that, you know, isn't basically my, like, slave, right? But I hate to see this happen to other women, right? This is really hard to see, honestly. And when I see this, right, it's like, I hate seeing this, honestly. It's heartbreaking. And, you know, I do what I do. And I share this message and I do my best to educate women because I'm sick of seeing these videos. I'm so tired of seeing girls being abused online, crying for help online, women that have been burned by their husband. Like, I'm fed up. I don't think even one of these should exist. I think it's unacceptable. So that's why I do what I do. It's just, you know, it's really hurtful for me to even see this on my phone. So, yeah, you guys have no idea, man. So you saw the woman that was burned alive by her husband, right? And then I told you guys about the lake, and I told you guys about the traffic. Those two are the worst I've ever seen. And I cannot believe Instagram allowed this. Like, I'm watching a man pretty much unalive his wife. And then the rest are just your typical, you know, abusive man. I see a bunch of videos on Instagram of men hitting their wife while she's holding the baby. Doesn't give a shit about the baby, right? And it's just not good. So I want every man watching this to be aware that she doesn't need to know a man or have a bad experience to know this, because it's all over Instagram. Oh yeah, it is literally all over her TikTok feed, all over her Instagram, and that's tragic.
All right,
So tell me, who paid?
It's my 800.
I'll just play my page.
I did for the. Let's talk about making a huge. Do you want more people to pay?
And guys, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
You can do anything you want in this life, but you can't take my pay pics.
Honestly, the algorithm's not, that bad today. Oh, more feminist stuff.
Just can't remember.
Yeah, okay. The algorithm's not as bad right now, but I'm telling you guys, like, all women see this. It's like our algorithm will literally flood us with warnings, avoid men post, and it's like a back-to-back-to-back thing. But I have a feeling that a big reason that maybe the algorithm's not as bad and there's not as much men misbehaving is that I think the women are dumping the men. What do you guys think? I just think that these guys are getting dumped.
Oh, don't worry, it gets worse. This week, after seeing all the discourse around men apparently now weaponizing golf to neglect their wife and children, and of course the classic husband bringing his wife dog food for lunch, our male coworkers not expecting us to know what a chair is, I decided to go undercover and create a profile as a man.
Yeah. So, shit's cooked. Hold on.
So concerned. Man. We have some even more very some breaking news happening, and I'm
Grande, maybe.
we have a
gun violence problem, and if women monopolized crime in the same way that men do, they would not share the blame with us.
Okay, let's do this one.
I have a wife, but no.
Okay, this is literally why you should never get, like, don't ever become, you know, really, don't get married. Okay, hold on, I'll show you guys, like, this. Let me just hit this away. Okay. Wait, I need to replay it. Wait. Yeah, man. So, yeah, do not ever do this housewife shit. And this isn't even the worst thing that could happen. Honestly, this is not the worst. Like, there are women that become housewives and they end up... I can't even show you this one video, but there's this girl, she married this man and was a housewife, and I don't know if I could show you this. Maybe I can. But she's showing her black eye. Showing all the bruises he put on her. So yeah, so she made this post about how she got married, and then she's showing all the bruises she ended up with because she got married. And on top of that, he cheated on her. And on top of that, he not only beat her, cheated on her, took her kid. Yeah. So, do you guys get what I'm saying? Like, I cannot express this enough. Like, if you're a woman, like, you cannot, like, quit your job, man. Unless there is a nice thought prenup. Like, unless you're, you know, kind of, like, you know, set up, you know? It's like the guy needs to basically pay you to retire or keep your job. You cannot, it's just crazy to do. You cannot quit your job, and if somebody needs to be home and take care of the kids, have his bitch ass be home and take care of the kids. You know, you're supposed to be the men. You're supposed to lead. So if you're supposed to be men that lead the way, and fucking lead some fucking dinner, bitch. Lead the way to a fucking nice, clean house. But yeah, no, I definitely, you know, the woman should not be in a position like that. And also, I think the house husband versus housewife, the house husband works better. Want to know why? The woman's more reasonable. Okay? No woman in this world is going to beat you, cheat on you, and take your kid. That will never happen. Okay? You guys might not get along. You know, yeah, will she smack you around? But no woman's going to leave you with nothing. You guys know that. You know, that no woman's unreasonable like this. I think women are a lot more kinder and humane and more responsible, right? So I think that, you know, it's something to think about, but I don't think any woman should be put in a position like that where she could be, you know, have her life ruined over because of getting married and losing everything. So, and I think really, yeah, the girl, you know, needs to be set. If somebody needs to be home to take care of the kid, okay, well, the husband could do it. Oh, he has a career too? Awesome. He could homeschool the kid. Perfect. Save money on private school. There you go. Exactly. Like, if you have your husband at home taking care of the kid, you save on private school. You save on babysitter, save on maid, fucking like whole bunch of shit. You have a bodyguard, your husband will be able to protect your kid better than you. You know, if your husband takes your kid out and there's danger, he's gonna do better protecting your kid than you, obviously. So, I just think that if somebody must be at home, it should be the man. It's too much work, honestly. So, you're supposed to be men, you guys should be able to handle it. That's what I think, you know? So yeah, never tolerate a man that's like, the woman must be home. No. Why don't you be home? Don't ever stay at home and let a man go to work. Fuck that shit. No, let him sit at home and clean the dishes. Good point. Soon we'll have AI anyways. I would rather, if we're talking traditional roles, if one person must go to work and the other person must cook, clean, and do childcare, work. I'm picking work, man. Work. I'm not doing the other one. Cooking, cleaning, childcare is 10 times harder than working. And it's too much work, so I think the man should take the harder job. The harder job is the cooking, cleaning, and childcare, obviously. Fucking being at home doing cooking, cleaning, and childcare all day is a nightmare, man. That sounds like fucking 3 jobs. No thanks. Like, if I had to pick, if this is my options, that I have to cook and clean or go to work, of course I'm gonna go to work. What the fuck, I'll do that single. If I ever found out that my husband hit my kid, I would actually beat his ass with my kid. Honestly. I'm not joking. I would flip the fuck out. Would straight up beat his ass very good. And then I'd bring my kid and then I give my kid the belt so that my kid could beat his ass too, because like, no. I mean, obviously I don't think it's ever necessary to do, and I feel like especially a kid, you know, do you guys get what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand why a lot of parents, like, you know, their first resort is like hitting their kid. It's like, you know, I could understand, you know, if it's like something very serious, like let's say that your kid, right? Like, let's say that your kid, like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't believe in violence, so to be honest, I can't really give you guys an example because I don't think it's ever necessary. I feel like it's a lot more, what's the word? It's a lot more, like, practical to just talk about things, you know? It's like, I just feel like, you know, being mean to your kid or hitting them is just gonna make them hate you, right? And I think the best thing to do is to, you know, teach them through your own actions, to set the example. Because I'm going to be honest, I don't really see any appropriate reason to do that, honestly, at all. You know, and because, like, I strongly believe that, you know, if you show love and if you are showing kindness and love to your kid, you're gonna get the same back, right? I feel like relationships are like a bank account, right? The more deposits you make, it's kind of like every time you show kindness or love, you're making a deposit, right? And when you're mean, you're kind of taking money out. I very much do believe that, but you're right, Serene. I mean, maybe you're right. But, like, I feel like some men are good dads, though. I mean, it's very rare, but I do think that, you know, some men can be good dads, although it is very rare. But, like, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to, like, think. But I definitely know, like, I have, like, very few friends, but I have, like, one or two friends that, you know, they have a good relationship with their dad. Their dad's, like, you know, very much kind of like the mom, if that makes sense. You know, I have met people where, like, their mother kind of acts more like the father, if that makes sense, and the dad is more nurturing and loving. It is rare, but I do know, like, some guys like that do exist, right? Trump's definitely a good dad. Like, I feel like the more, like, I don't want to say feminine men, but I guess the more, you know, like, the men that don't really care about, like, being macho, like, the more loving men are the better fathers, you know? So, yeah, I think that that is a very important, you know? Obviously, like, women do not want, like, a alpha tape, bro, like, macho kind of guy. You know, I think a lot of women prefer the more feminine, it's what you guys call it, man who they know is going to be a good father, right? And very personable, right? Or caring and very, you know, emotionally attached, right? Has that capacity to develop that emotional attachment so he could develop that kind of bond, right? But you are right, most men don't care about their kids, and most men don't really have good intentions with women. So that's why, you know, you gotta really be careful, because, like, I have, like, probably had, like, thousands of guys try to date me, and out of all of those guys, I dated 3 in total. And, you know, even though the 3 guys that I dated, they were good, they're fine, but, you know, it still wasn't the right match. You know, nothing's ever perfect, right? There was, you know, always something, you know, off, right? So I feel like that really goes to show, like, how rare it is. And I do think that there's a compatibility issue with men and women for sure. What do I think about incels? I fucking hate them, man. Like, I feel like the incels are honestly, like, like, killing the planet. Honestly, like, I feel like they're ruining the world. And I don't think that you know, that's an overstatement. I don't think that it's about, like, smash and dash. Like, I think the problem with the incels, it's actually worse. A lot of these guys don't want to smash and dash. They are secretly jealous of women. They want to kind of linger and kind of orbit her and secretly drag her down because they're jealous of her. So it's actually a lot worse. You know, if the problem was just incels wanting to smash and dash, women wouldn't be so afraid of men, right? But it's a lot more, man. Like, there are men that are jealous of women that go out of their way to try to drag them down and manipulate them, try to ruin their self-confidence or sabotage them. There are incels that, you know, have ill will and want to harm women, so they try to gain the woman's trust, right, and get her emotionally dependent. So, and then once they're in a relationship, that's when, you know, she finds out that he is a rapist, or he finds out he's a woman abuser. Like, that's what these guys do. You know, and some men are straight up unaliving these girls. So it's a lot, you know. But a lot of men with relationships, you know, I feel like these guys just don't have good intentions. I feel like a lot of men have bad intentions with women. They're planning on a crime. I'm not joking. Or want somebody to take out their frustrations on, so, you know, want to turn a woman into a punching bag, or you know, are wanting to take advantage of a woman, you know, maybe just extract all the value he can out of her and give nothing in return. So it's just a lot, you know. That's why a lot of women are, you know, it's just, for them, it's not really, you know, women are just not really willing to roll the dice, right? You guys are very sweet. Exactly. You know, and I really hope that there's some kind of solution, you know. I really hope that the robots, Musk hurries up with the robots, because I'm hoping that once the incels get their Tesla robot, maybe they'll, like, date the robots instead. Do you guys think that if the robots came out, the incels would be happy with the robot, or would they still be harassing women? There's nothing I want with men. I don't want anything to do with men. I want to be away from them. So, you see, this is something that men don't understand. There's nothing any woman wants from you. Nothing. Women don't want anything from you, really. You know, so that's the thing. So when men go to women and ask them, what do you bring to the table? It's like, you guys look like clowns. It's always the man's job to prove he, what's the word, is a good addition to her life. Because, you know, no woman is really, like, wanting anything out of a man. You know, it's like, it's 2025, right? Women are pretty, you know... and, you know, and I feel like this has always been the case, but men have always been more interested in women than women have been in men. This has always been the case. That's why back in the old days, women were literally enslaved. They had to enslave women to get them to marry them. Did you guys know women were straight up enslaved? No different than the African Americans. Seriously. The exact same stuff. You had no choice. You literally had no choice. You either... At that time, it's like you get married, or what are you gonna die? You know, or live in a trash can? Like, you were literally basically pretty much enslaved. You were made to work. The only difference is you had to sleep in the same bed as a dude. And honestly, like, I'd like much rather sleep in the shed than with the dude, right? But, and the sad thing is a lot of these women were, like, underaged, right? Back in those days, the men that women would marry were, like, you guys get what I'm saying, young girls, underaged. So, imagine that, right? Being underage, and it's like you're married off, and, you know, there's this strange, loud guy that, you know, you're afraid of, and you're made to work, and you can't leave, and you're getting sexually harassed, like, living hell, right? So that's actually how marriage initially was. You know, and it wasn't until women began getting rights and laws began getting created, you know, obviously now it's illegal, at least in America, to marry a woman who's under 18. But, you know, all of this, like I said, they pretty much had to enslave women, ban them from having bank accounts or working to get them to be with them. And that is because men have always been more interested in women than men. What's my take on purity? Oh my god, I have such a take. I think promiscuous men are really destroying humanity. Hookup culture, I don't like hookup culture because I think that's really dishonest. I think the truth about hookup culture is it's really rohypnol culture, rohypnol and grape culture. Let's be honest. I mean, because you know what? It does not matter what you look like, what you have. If you're not either giving cash to a woman or you're dating her and still giving cash to a woman, she's not going to sleep with you. Period. It doesn't matter who you are or what you look like. You know, if you have a group of friends, you know, try asking 5 girls. Each of you try asking a girl to if they want to sleep with you. I guarantee you each and every single one of you will get rejected because women are not interested in sleeping with men. They're just not, right? Why do you think that there are female prostitutes that charge thousands but there's no male prostitute? Right. Why do you think all the strippers at the club are women, but the male strippers pretty much, I don't even know if that business is around, really, but that's just the way it is. So I don't believe in this hookup culture shit. I think what's really going on is it's a culture of men roofing women and straight up committing rape. I don't have a single female friend that has not been raped or sexually assaulted. Honestly, So I don't want to call it that. I think the real problem is promiscuous male culture. A lot of men are being very promiscuous today, very high body counts in the 3 and 4 digits, and it's unattractive. Men want to whore themselves out, act like hoes, be sluts, have trains ran on them, act promiscuous as hell, you know, be whores. And then when they reach the end of their life, right, once they get older, then they want to settle, and when they see that no woman wants them because they're not willing to accept their promiscuous past, then they get angry, then they turn into incels. So I think that's something that's important to think about, you know. It's not good to be this promiscuous male epidemic is honestly, I feel like, you know, why birth rates are at an all-time low. I'm telling you guys, no woman wants a promiscuous man. Seriously. They just don't, right? And this is something that's very hard to explain to a man, you know, especially if you're a man that's hasn't had a like serious relationship with a woman or been very close. Like, you're gonna have no fucking clue what I'm talking about. You know, it's like you have to have been in a relationship with a woman to understand what I'm telling you. When I say women are not interested in promiscuous men. Exactly. Sex is for reproduction. And a man that is obsessed with sex and constantly seeking partners and like whoring himself out like that, it's like this is no kind of quality that a woman wants in a father or a husband, you know? It's just like, seriously, think about that. Like, it's just low value. Low value. There is nothing, you know, when you think about the average promiscuous male, yeah, nothing about that is really dateable or worthy of being a husband or father. When you think about the average dude that's sending, you know, begging girls for nudes, sending unsolicited pee-pee pics, and sending text to girls late at night asking if they want to Netflix and chill, always out at the club begging girls for sex, like, that is like imagine that getting married. Like, yeah. And that's why women do not like promiscuous men. My Instagram's in my link tree. All social medias are in my link tree. It's pinned in this chat. Oh yeah, that too. That too. And these promiscuous men, honestly, that's a good point. These promiscuous men probably have families. I had no idea how many men had kids until I downloaded T-App. But like when I downloaded T-App, I saw men that literally looked, you know, men that 23, like young, 22. And I find out they have fucking kids. 2 baby mamas. It is crazy, but listen, you guys would be shocked at how many men you would think there's no way this dude's a father, but he is a father. Guys that look nothing like fathers, because keep in mind, men don't go through the pregnancy, right? When a girl's a mom, sometimes you could tell, right? Because pregnancy does age the woman, right? But the man's perfectly fine, right? So the dude will look young and like childless, but little do you know, he might literally have 3 or 4 baby mamas. So definitely check out the T-App if you haven't already. I don't give a fuck if Dubai, you just said, do you have an OF? All this talk will be worthless. And do you have a micro penis and an empty bank account? Do you even have a dad, man? Do you have any clothes that fit you? Do you have any hair on your head, man? Because if you don't have any hair on your head, or a little fucking shrimper, basically a pussy, and no money, then man, I think all this typing's useless. Yeah, I absolutely do. I sell nudes on Foundly, not OnlyFans. I don't do OF. But what you guys are failing to understand is I'm selling nudes for cash. Promiscuous men, this is the difference, and it's crazy I even have to explain this, okay? My OnlyFans costs money, it's not free, okay? You have to pay me if you want to see pictures. It's Instagram with no clothes. Promiscuous men are going out, begging women to sleep with them. Sleeping with anything they could get besides that. What promiscuous men are doing is skin-to-skin contact. OnlyFans is selfies. Like, literally, do you see this live that I'm doing? There's no difference between my live. The only difference between my YouTube live and my Foundly, or OF, is that there's clothes on. So, there's no skin-to-skin contact. You know, if you do not understand the difference between selling nudes online versus a man having skin-to-skin inappropriate contact with random woman he doesn't know, then you know what, man, I'm not a fucking special ed teacher. You are way beyond, you know, anything I could really do for you, because I never professed to being a sped teacher. So selling nudes is one thing versus being a whore, right? It's completely different. My spicy content site is straight up selling nudes. Literally just nudes. I'm not going out begging for sex or even doing anything like that. So, I low-key feel like men are gaslighting when they try to use selling pictures as like a, what's the word? You know, try to say that it's the same thing as a man slipping Rohypnol in a woman's drink, drugging her to rape her behind a trash can. Are you seriously going to compare a girl selling nudes on OnlyFans to a man fucking drugging a woman and raping her behind a trash can? Like, yeah, so it's very different in every way, right? You know, if a man had an OnlyFans, if a dude had an OF, I wouldn't judge him, right, for having an OF, right? But I judge the guy for being a whore and whoring himself out, right? Being thirsty and begging for sex. But if a dude just had an OF selling pics, I don't really care. He's selling pictures, right? That's not being promiscuous. It's not free. He's doing it for money. And that's one thing versus, you know, you're begging girls for nudes and honestly likely having unconsensual sex. That's the problem. The problem with a man being a whore having a lot of sex, it's dirty, yucky, and, you know, disgusting. You could get STDs. It's a nasty, yucky thing. That's the problem. It's literally gross. You know, it's as if men don't understand, you know, that the pictures and the sex, like, that it's completely different, but it's nasty. It's gross. Dirty. Also, there's an ethical issue. You know, if you're a promiscuous male, chances are you've had unconsensual sex, you know, using drugs or whatever. That brings up a huge moral aspect. That's why promiscuous men are not husband material or really dateable. It's gross and unethical. You know, but no woman will judge you. You know, if you're a man and you have an OnlyFans and you sell pics, no one's going to say anything to you. Right? But if your body counts in the 3 digits or whatever, that's a different story. Oh yeah, or lying too. So, Yeah, we already know that these promiscuous men are like terrible men. So if you already know that these promiscuous men have had to either lie, SA, grape, or drug to get sex at some point, or maybe all of it, why the hell would we knowingly father that up or husband that up, right? We're not going to do it. Women like men who could get other women. Where the hell did you hear that from? Do you guys want to see the guy that I dated, man? Like, are you guys for real? That is not true. Women do not care whether you could pull 0 girls or 1 million girls. Like, women don't think like that. Don't you understand? Like, they're not thinking like that. Women like the guy that comes into their life and makes them happy. They're gonna let that guy stay in her life, right? Maybe men like the girl that tons of guys want. Yeah, for sure. I definitely agree that men for sure want the girl that tons of guys want, because men are insecure and love attention and have egos. But let me tell you guys, no woman's like that. I'm being so real. She will not care whether you have 1 million girls that would love to date you or literally negative 20. It's about how you make her feel, right? If she's always happy with you, listen, if you make a woman happy because you do all these good things for her, she's not going to look at you and be like, wait, you make me really happy and like my life is better with you, but how many girls want to date you? 0. Never mind, even though I'm so happy with you, because you said that there's no other girls that want to date you, I'm gonna be alone now. Like, that is actually the most retarded logic I've ever heard. Ever. And honestly, it shouldn't matter how many women you do or don't have, because the thing is, when you're dating a woman, it shouldn't matter to you how many options you have. You've committed to this one. All of your efforts and times and focus goes into the girl you're with. So I don't understand why this number of women matters so much to men. Because, I mean, are you planning on, like, trying to have 2 girlfriends? Are you planning on trying to kind of, orbit through your options? I mean, if that's the case, man, you're not going to get very far. And you see, women are very smart. You guys have no clue. If you do something like that, she's going to find out. And when she finds out, you already know she's going to tell all of those girls. She's going to put you on tap. So, it's best to just be honest, right? That's not true, honestly. This is where I feel like, if that's actually true, I think that, the education system's really making people retarded, because that is not true at all. A woman doesn't care how many friends you have. Like, literally, you could literally have 0 friends and a hard time getting along with other men, right? But if you make her happy, she'll want to be with you more. Can't you guys understand the simple logic of when you make somebody happy, right? When somebody is happier around you, they will want you to be in their life more. For example, drugs, right? People that do cocaine, they're not doing cocaine because it burned their nose. If cocaine was bad, no one would touch it, right? People do cocaine because it makes them happy, right? That's how people develop drug addictions. It's like straight up no different. So if you're pleasant and you're always making somebody happy, they will want to be with you more. It's that simple. It does not matter who your friends are, how many women like you. It's as simple as the same way that drugs work. And that is every single woman, right? Women might be different. Some women, different things make them happy, right? Certain things go longer. Some actions go longer than others, right? what makes the woman happy, that's all personality. But what it comes down to is if you make that person happy, they'll want to be with you more. And the way you get a woman to want to date you is when she wants to be with you all of the time, because she's always happy with you. Does that make sense? Like, this is ridiculous, man. Like, some of these guys in here are straight up tards. I just think it's funny because, like, these guys are so stupid. But yeah, I really hope that I, like, taught you guys, because a lot of you guys have things backwards, and I guarantee every guy that believes women want men with a lot of girlfriends is single. You know, honestly, if anything, like, I think that would make a woman not want anything to do with a man. You know, if a woman thinks a man has a lot of options, she's gonna think he's insecure, promiscuous, trying to be emotionally abusive, weird, strange facade, and, you know, it just looks bizarre, because, you know, you could be the best looking man on earth, but there's no normal man that has 20 ladies lining up for him. There's just no such thing, right? Best looking guy, whatever. Like, that's just not really reality, right? You know, if you're a normal dude. The only kind of guys that have 20 ladies lining up is a guy that's, like, around the block. You know, and it doesn't, and the number doesn't really matter, you know. It's, you know, what's the quality of those girls? Probably not very good if they're, you know, interested in, like, an insecure guy that's counting girls that are interested in him. I need to put on my... They talked to, who look good but are, like, girls told me that's why they talked to who looked good but are boring as hell. And you guys gotta understand that not all women are the same, so the smartest thing to do is be yourself, because, you know, one woman that might think you're boring, right? One woman may think you're boring, the other woman may think that you're perfect for her, right? One woman might not like that you don't talk that much. The other woman might be like, oh my god, finally a fucking guy that doesn't talk, right? So, if there are women that will not like and like some pieces of your personality, wouldn't it be smarter and more sustainable to be yourself and just attract the woman that's happy with the way you are naturally, right? Rather than having to put on a facade. So I think that's very important, you know, because certain things are just preference, right? You guys get what I'm saying? Things like hobbies, interest, whether you're an introvert or not an introvert. Like, that's personality, right? So, you know, it's best to just be yourself. And, you know, and, like, I do want to say to the, you know, men in here especially, guys, there's a lot more to life than women, honestly. You know, and a woman should not be your entire life. She should be part of your life. But, you know, I do feel like a lot of men, like, seem to center their whole life purpose, whether they realize it or not, around women, right? Or getting girlfriend or sex. And, you know, it should just be part of your life, man. Even when you do have a girlfriend, she's not gonna, you know, she's not gonna want to be with you that long if you're, you know, too, you know, if, like, you're getting in the way of her life, or, you know, you're affecting her work or education because you won't leave her alone because you made your whole world about her, if you don't give her space, right? You know, when you have a partner, you guys are part of each other's lives. You don't become each other. You don't get to wear her skin. You don't, like, I don't know, man, like, some men act like they're wanting to, like, harvest women's organs and wear their fucking skin, honestly. Exactly, you know, like, this should be, like, honestly, like, you know, imagine, like, spending the night with your best friend, right? How it's fun, right? You know, but, you know, it's like you're not each other's lives, right? When you spend the night with your best friend, you just enjoy each other's company. So, you know, having a partner or a wife should really just feel like you're spending the night with your best friend in the way that you enjoy each other's company, right? You're never necessarily trying to become your friend or make your friend your life. You just love spending time with them. So I hope that helped you guys. So, like, how you guys like Degenerate David. You love going to Degenerate David's house and playing PlayStation, and, you know, you never want to leave. You should feel the same way with your partner. Obviously, spending time doing whatever you guys do together. Men do need hobbies. How to find, you know, honestly, my best advice is ask. So here's what I will say. This is, yeah, so it is impossible to gain a to make a relationship or to date a woman you're not even friends with. Point blank, period. Every guy that I've dated, we were friends. I would never date a guy that was off the bat trying to date me, obviously. You know, it's like I don't even know this guy, right? And he doesn't even know me. So that tells me that, you know, there's nothing there, right? So, one, you must have a friendship or some kind of relationship, right? Off the bat, I feel like that should be obvious. But then two, if you want answers, if you already are friends with a woman and, you know, you think she likes you, but you don't know for sure if it's as a friend, then, you know, just ask. Just ask. The worst thing a man could do is make an assumption. You never just assume, oh, I think she likes me because she let me spend the night and she didn't run away. No, just ask. Okay? Because if you ask, you get the honest answer, right? And she will appreciate you asking. You know, and you don't want to ruin whatever you have. And, you know, sometimes it's too soon, honestly. Like, sometimes you just need to be patient. I think one of the most important qualities is being patient, but at the same time, you know, it's like you have to, what's the word? I think it gets a lot easier when you're friends with the girl, because once you're friends with the girl, you're gonna get to know her, right? Know her personality and learn more about her, right? And I kind of feel like, I don't know, it just kind of falls into place, right? When you get closer to her, you might learn that you might not really be her type, right? And if you become friends with her and you learn that you might not really be her type, then, you know, you could make a decision, right? Like, maybe think about that, right? But, you know, or maybe you do feel like you're her type, but then you learn more about her, right? More about her needs, right? Or what things that make her happy and leverage those things, right? But always ask. There's nothing wrong with the asking. A woman will really appreciate that, honestly. we live in a society where men do not understand consent. So a woman will really appreciate you so much if you're straight up asking her, yes or no, do you feel the same, or can I do this? Like, that will really be, like, you know, even if she doesn't like you back, like, she will really like that about you. And when you are somebody that's asking for permission, she will feel safe around you and trust you more, you know, because she's gonna feel like, okay, this is a safe guy because he'll never do anything without asking, right? Because women have to worry about men making advances that they don't want and shit like that. So I encourage you guys to seriously be more open to just asking. Why is Trump orange? Very funny. Maybe because he gets spray tan. Probably, not honestly. Yeah, like, I actually used to live in Germany, actually. I lived in Wiesbaden and Wiesloch, Germany. But, like, guys don't usually have the guts to say so and find clues. Like, oh, there will never be any clues. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. There are no clues. Women are just not like that, honestly. And I do think personality affects this. Like, for example, like, you know, you have to keep in mind that, like, personality affects more than you think, right? So, you know, you got to consider the girl's personality. For example, like me, right? I'm somebody where, like, I act the exact same way right now. Like, if I was with somebody, if I was dating somebody, like with all the guys I've dated, I'm the exact same way all the time. Does that make sense? So I'm not a very, like, mushy person. I'm only like that with my cats, right? Like, with my cats, I'm like, oh, this is my baby, da, da, da. But I'm not like that with people, right? But that doesn't mean that I didn't like the guys that I was dating. It's just different. It's a personality, right? But I'm pretty much always me. So, and I feel like a lot of women are like that, but it definitely is personality. Some women are more like, you know, like mushy, if that makes sense, or like that. I don't know what word to use, like more bubbly. But you're never gonna know from clues, man. Because, yeah, even when I was dating the guys that I was dating, they would literally ask me. They would tell me that they feel like that I don't love them. And that was not true. But they felt that I didn't love them because I'm always me, right? And, like, they didn't understand that, hey, this is my personality. If I acted any other way than how I am acting now, I would be reading a script and I would be an actor. You know, it wasn't until I explained it like that, then they understood that, you know, it's like, well, the way that you should know that I do, you know, that I do want to be in this relationship or that I do like you is that I'm here, right? Like, I would not be somewhere I did not want to be, right? So, I had to explain that because that's just my personality. So I do think that that's important to kind of think about that, you know. So, you know, and, like, this goes back to, like, you have to befriend the girl. You got to get to know her more, obviously, because you should know these things about the girl if, you know, you're close enough to her. And if you don't know these things about the woman you're wanting to ask out, then you're not close enough to her. You need to be a closer friend to her. You know, if you have all these questions still or don't have these things figured out, that's a sign you need more time being friends. Men want some princess that chases them. Yeah, no, and that's a very sad thing, because the thing is, I feel like men kind of self-sabotage themselves, like the men that want, like, for example, like men that say they want, like, let me think. They say they want a woman with a body count of 0 who is religious, but it's always the men that are whores. A woman with a body count of 0 will not tolerate a whore, right? So I feel like men make these unrealistic standards to kind of self-sabotage themselves, right? They say they want a girl to, the men that want to be chased want a model. A model's not chasing them. A model doesn't want anything to do with them. The only girl that will chase them is a girl that's like a sea monster. But the sea monster is not good enough. So that's how men end up forever alone. Right? It's like you're out of your mind thinking any kind of beautiful woman is good. Like, women don't care, man. You know, a woman will literally die alone and be happy. Right? A woman's not gonna go with a man unless the man, like, goes out of his way to, like, you guys get what I'm saying? Like, can convince her, like, you know, this is a good guy, I'm gonna keep him, right? Does that make sense, right? You know, I'm trying to think of a good example, honestly. Imagine the mouse chasing the cat, right? You know how the cat chases the mouse? This is like expecting the mouse to chase the cat. The mouse will never fucking chase the cat, right? Like, that, it just doesn't happen. So, any kind of woman that's willing to chase a man is going to be a sea monster. Like, you know, the kind of woman that a man, even an incel, thinks he's too good for. Bored. Yeah, Avi, I see what you're saying. You know, that's tough, because, you know, part of this, so this is where patience comes in, because sometimes it has nothing to do with you, Avi. Sometimes women are not emotionally available, right? So the problem is a woman has work. A woman has bills. Maybe she has her education. Maybe she has problems at home too. Like, a woman, like, think about what's going on in her life. Maybe the woman you like has a lot on her plate, you know? I don't know who this girl is that you like, but, you know, think about who she is and the stuff in her life. So if a woman is somebody that she's working, she's, you know, has classes, or she has a job, she has bills, she has this and that, she has, you know, and then her mom's a bitch, she's dealing with her mom, like, no one is going to be able to reach her, or it's hard to reach her, right? And it's nothing to do with you. Maybe you're not doing anything wrong. It's just the timing. She's just not emotionally available because she has too much shit going on. So that's where patience is really important, you know, because if you're patient and you don't ruin your relationship with her, then, you know, maybe when she is emotionally available, does that kind of make sense? And, you know, it is tough, because you know, you guys are definitely right. A lot of women are just, you know, have you guys ever been busy and dealing with this and that to the point where it's like you're not really interested in like, you have too much shit to do, right? I don't know if men go through that, but definitely when a woman has a lot on her plate, she's just trying to get her shit done, right? Even if she's hanging out with you, in the back of her mind, she has her to-do list. So what I recommend doing, something that could help you a lot, is if you could help her. That's one smart thing you could do. So if you could get her to open up about stuff she has going on, the best way to kind of get in is like help her, you know. The guys that I've dated, you know, something they do is they help me with my things, right? So that stuff is kind of moved aside. So look at the responsibilities and to-do list the girl has in her life as obstacles in the way. If you remove those obstacles, then the path is clear, if that makes sense. She's emotionally available, and there's nothing in the way of you two. But things like, oh, well, I have to move, I have packing, I have too much homework, and then, you know, I'm supposed to pick up my brother every Tuesday now because my mom, whatever it is. If you could remove those things, like, that will help you a lot, and she'll appreciate you too. I hope that makes sense, you know? I haven't really been through a lot. I'm speaking from experience. The guys that I've dated, something that they've done, and, you know, and this is what I liked about them, is they'll try to actually, you know, so this is something that I like about the guys that I've dated, is, like, I like that, you know, they've never, like, demanded for my attention. They've always, you know, kind of approached from the kind of, like, you know, it's like they wanted to help, right? You know, it's, and I think a woman could definitely tell when a man's just wanting her attention, wanting to take, right? Versus wanting to help and kind of, you know, be available. Does that make sense? So, one example was, so one of the guys I dated, one time, so we were friends at this time, I complained about German, or, like, you know, because I'm not good at taking languages. He immediately offered to help. And at first I was like, no, I'm fine. And then he was like, oh, well, I actually know 9 languages. He was serious. He actually did. And so I gave him a shot, and he really did. I was really impressed. And then something else too, you know, I complained about my sister was taking things from my room. Want to know what he does? Tells me to bring everything to his house. And his bathroom had a second bathroom connected to his gym. So just things like that, like, does that make sense? Like, just very helpful. So because he was always very helpful, I knew to go to him anytime I needed help. And anytime I asked him to do anything, he'd do it. It was crazy. He'd always rides, anything. He was so good. One time, like, I literally called him my Uber. One time, I had him drive my friend, because my friend wanted to go to her boyfriend's, but he's far. I asked him to drive my friend to her boyfriend's, which was, by the way, 2 hours. He didn't complain, nothing. He was like, yeah. And then he just did it for me. So that was a quality that I really liked about him, and because he helped me with, like, literally everything, you know, I was a lot more emotionally available. Does that make sense? You know, and I like these qualities about him, but it also, too, made me more emotionally available because I didn't have these other things to, you know, worry about. I could actually focus on, you know, who is this guy, and, you know, are we compatible, right? So those are things to think about, especially today, because a woman's life today is definitely very busy, probably filled with a lot of, you know, shit to do, a long to-do list. And so it's important, you know, take advantage of when a woman is asking you to help her, seriously, because if you help her enough times and you do it well, then you win her trust. And when you win her trust and you do become her guy to go to when she needs anything, that's a pretty good sign. Like, you know, your chances of dating her are pretty much 9 out of 10. if that makes sense. You know, when you are at the point where it's always you she's calling, she pretty much does like you at that point, you know? So, obviously, like, no woman's gonna, you know, fucking, like, not want to be with the guy that's doing everything for her. That's literally what a boyfriend's for. But yeah, a lot of men don't want to put in the work. That's the thing. Like, a lot of men are just lazy. Most men are takers. That's the problem. But you have to learn how to be a giver, right? Because a woman, honestly, she's not going to tolerate a man that she feels like is just trying to leech, just wants, you know, to pay attention to me. No, like, she wants somebody that's going to try to, you know, help her and kind of, stand by her side, if that makes sense, ready to help. And if you take that approach, I guarantee you, like, it'll go well. No, he was very smart, man. Like all of the guys that I've dated are brilliant. They are, like, you guys have no idea. It's like, insanely smart, like savant, right? Because I really like that quality too. Obviously, I like guys that are smart, and also I feel like, you know, it's gonna be the smart guys that are smart enough to figure out, you know, if you want a woman to be emotionally available to you, help her with her shit, right? So I feel like that's inherent, you know, because I have pretty high standards, if that makes sense. Or it's not even high standards, I'm just very happy with myself. I don't really need anything from a guy, or I'm not interested in dating. So I feel like I'm somebody that's very difficult to convince, right? To want to be in a relationship. So of course the guys I date are going to be very smart. That's just what it is. I do like the smart guys, 100%. Very smart, sweet, helpful, listens, you know. Like, honestly, if you guys want to know my type, like, my type is a robot. Like, I'm not even joking. A guy that is the closest thing to a robot. I literally mean that. Like, you guys get what I'm saying? It's like, you know how, like, with a robot, like, you're not gonna have any problems. Like, it's just, you know, the robot just does what it's supposed to do. So, because I'm somebody where, like, I do not tolerate conflict. I have no patience and a very low threshold for any conflict. I'm somebody, like, I've literally cut off my own parents. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, I will not tolerate any kind of conflict. Or if I sense any, you know, disrespect or any, like, I'm just very quick to cut things off, right? And even, you know, if I tell you guys the reasons I broke up with the guys I've dated, like, a lot of people think I'm crazy, right? But I just don't have tolerance for conflict. So I'm somebody that, like, I want a peaceful relationship. I will not tolerate fighting. I will not tolerate somebody where, like, you know, there's too much conflict or too much disagreement or really any incompatibility. You know, and I don't think there should be any fighting in a relationship. It does not make sense to me. What if they don't you know, it, like, I think it really depends on, like, your goals, right? So, you know, if you're talking about yourself, so if you do not, you know, earn that much, I mean, I feel like if you're somebody that doesn't earn that much, but you're telling a woman that, you know, you're bringing up, oh, I want kids in a family, then that doesn't really look good because you look irresponsible, right? And I do think that, you know, it really shouldn't be an issue, because if you really love a woman, then you'll work more. I've seen it myself, like, literally, when a guy loves a woman, he'll literally work 5 jobs to make her happy. So the amount you earn shouldn't really matter, because if you love her, I feel like the man's gonna be down to work more, right? Because you could always work more. You know, money is something, you know, money comes back. You could always make money. But I think not making enough only matters when you're somebody that's entitled, like, oh, I want a family, you need to be at home, I want a wife that cooks and cleans. You know, that just sounds like, you know, it's a problem, because it speaks to your, like, kind of character, and, like, you know, I'm somebody that's not really, like, I'm not interested in, like, dating, obviously, but what I will say is, I've never had a guy that had, like, a financial issue. Every guy that I've dated has been, you know, able to make money, so I don't know. And I'm somebody myself, I have always made money too, right? Obviously, like, I am somebody that works a lot myself. I have very good work ethic, and, you know, I probably, you know, I don't know, I probably would not tolerate something like that, because I just look at it as a cop-out, because every guy that I've dated has been able to make money, including myself, so I don't think I'd be compatible with a guy that's, you know, not making money, just because I don't understand it, obviously. Does that make sense? Like, I have a sister, and this is something else. I have a sister, okay? Me and my sister, we live very different lives. My sister's broke. But want to know why she's broke? My sister goes to frat houses, she drinks, she goes to the bar, she goes to the club. All she fucking does is follow her friends around, right? And what do? I don't give a fuck about my friends. I cut them all off. And I fucking, you know, went to the bank. Well, you know, I worked, you know, I cared more about money than friends. So I just don't really buy that, honestly. So I just feel like, you know, people that want to make money will make money. And I've done it myself. I've been, like, working since I was able to work. I've always been like this, and every guy I've dated has kind of been the same. But yeah, no, seriously, you have more control than you think you do over your finances, seriously. I've seen how hard men will work when they want to, right? The first guy I dated, I was like, how old was I? It was like 15, something like that. He was a year and a half older than me, but he would make thousands and thousands of dollars. Obviously, you shouldn't do this, but, you know, the guy that I dated, the first guy I dated, you know, he had a good family. His dad was a lawyer, mom's a teacher. I don't know how he even got involved in this, but he sold Xanax, which, by the way, is not good, but he would make thousands and thousands of dollars. Dude's he was 16, 17. 16, I think, when I first met him. Making thousands and thousands, right? The other guy. Honestly, the other guy didn't really do anything. His parents just gave him money. But the other guy is very smart, you know, and, like, he actually, you know, graduated early, and it makes, you know, at least 200. Graduated in 2 years. The last guy I dated ran his own company. His parents, super wealthy, but he, you know, he's very talented coder. And he decided to make his own business. I mean, obviously, his parents might have helped him a little bit, but he did all that himself. So I just, you know, don't have a lot of empathy, right, for that. Well, you know, yeah, that's probably not a good example. But you know, just because you have wealthy parents doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be successful. I know a lot of guys that have rich parents, but they do nothing, right? So, because the guy that I dated, he very much did everything on his own. His parents might have helped him at the beginning start his own company, but he's the one that made it successful, right? The parents just gave him a loan. So, but the point that I'm trying to make is I'm just not somebody that's very, like, what's the word? Understanding of that, you know, and, you know, if these are not good examples, look at my situation. Like, I've always worked, always from as being young, while everybody else was partying and doing this gay friend thing. I didn't do any friend stuff. Want to know what I did, how I live my life? When I was in college, I'd do my work, immediately go to YouTube. All I did was work. I did my homework, YouTube, homework, YouTube, homework, YouTube, homework, YouTube. I was on a Division I rowing team. And I was thinking, I was like, damn, this is too much time. I don't get paid enough for this. I quit Division I rowing, and that is literally how I live my life. And I don't have a problem. I fucking, like, you know, loved making money, loved growing my YouTube. So, but the point I'm making is I'm not going to have any empathy for that. You know, somebody that's not doing well, it's like, that's a, you know, if you're not making a lot of money, odds are you're doing it to yourself. You're either playing too many video games, you're going out too much, you're drinking. There's no way that you're working as much as you can, doing no video games, no drinking, no drugs, and you're just happen to be broke. No way in hell. The people that are broke, you suffer from an addiction. You're either addicted to going out, friends, validation from your friends, or a video game. That is always the case. Always the fucking case. Right? You guys are very sweet. But yeah, you guys could tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that usually the people that have issues making money are just, you know, like to do more complaining, or just love to complain but don't love to actually put down the video game, or don't love to actually stop going to the club. University of Texas at Austin. Right, or priorities are different, yeah. You know, and there's nothing wrong with having different priorities, but, you know, obviously, I feel like some women are going to be less forgiving of, you know, a guy not making enough, right? Or that's making a low amount. Does that make sense? You know, if a woman, all she does is work, and, you know, she works really hard, prioritizes money and working, I'm going to be honest, I don't know if she's going to be very forgiving if, you know, you're like, oh, well, I only make $30K, but it's because I love to play Call of Duty. I don't know if she's going to forgive that. Right? You know, I feel like if a woman has bad work ethic, she's going to be more forgiving. Like my sister, who is lazy and broke, all she dates are broke guys. You know, does that make sense? I think, you know, women like that, lower achieving, are obviously going to be so much more forgiving because they understand it. They don't want to get up and work either, like you, right? So this is where compatibility comes in for sure, because, you know, one thing that I feel like at least women very much want to be mutual is, you know, they want to also be with a high achieving partner or a successful partner, right? If they worked hard and you don't, they're gonna look at you like you're an alien. Like, they're not gonna relate to you. You know, just like how, like, I mean, I don't know if you guys relate to this, but like, I had friends, you know, at UT. When I first came to UT, I, you know, had a friend that was broke because of rowing, and, you know, she was nice, but man, she was so broke, man. Like, I could not relate to her. I had to cut ties with her because she was so broke. And I think I spoke about this before. She was the type where, like, she asked me if I wanted to go with her to get, like, a free burrito, and it was a 30-minute walk. Like, you're crazy, man. Why the fuck would I do that from a food truck? You know, it's like, I'm not going to relate to her. Anytime I would, like, spend any money, she'd, like, freak out. Like, I spent, like, $50K, but I didn't. It was a very weird thing. So, obviously, I'm not going to be friends with people that are broke like that, because I just don't relate. I'm not trying to have, you know, people freak out like I just, like, spent a bunch of money when I didn't, right? Or ask me pathetic shit like, do you want to walk 30 minutes to get a food truck burrito that's probably not even sanitary? Like I hope that makes sense to you guys. You know, nothing wrong with her as a person. It's just that, you know, there's a compatibility issue. You know, I think it's really ridiculous. You know, she actually asked me if I wanted to walk 30 minutes. And honestly, I thought we were going to drive there, but she called me like, oh, they're giving free fucking burritos at this food truck. And I'm like, yeah, dude, it's a food truck. That's not sanitary. And then she was like, oh, yeah, but, like, you know, but it's worth it. It's really good. And I was like, yeah, bro, but, like, it's not worth it. You know, driving there, you know, you're going to spend more in gas. And she was like, oh, no, I actually was thinking we walk. That's 30 fucking minutes, bro. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, it's just, yeah, I just can't. Like, you know, like, she was nice, but man, like, I just could not tolerate that. Like, guys, comment. Would you walk 30 minutes for a fucking food truck burrito? Yes or no? For a free $3 food truck burrito. Is that worth it to you? Is that worth your time? You guys comment. Maybe I'm wrong, but I mean, I just think that's fucking, like, what the fuck, man? Like, you know, it's like you're acting like you live in Somalia. And just so you guys know, this is a white girl. Like, you know, like, I was, like, really surprised. Like you guys get what I'm saying. I've never seen anything like that. You'd expect this, like, behavior from, like, you guys get what I'm saying? Like, she was acting like we were living in, like, a cave. No, it wasn't in the plan. So imagine, it's like it was like an afternoon. It's the weekend, and this is, oh, let's get up for no reason and walk 30 minutes for a burrito. I don't know, man. Like, I don't get it. Because keep in mind, you gotta walk back, so it's an hour walk. So 30 minutes there to get a food truck burrito for free. 30 minutes there, 30 minutes back. Keep that in mind, you guys. An hour there and back. She wanted to walk 30 minutes there and back for a free burrito. I don't know. I'm honestly like shocked that there's people that are like actually like considering it, but I don't relate to that. So there were a lot of situations like that, you know. So that's why like obviously I can't relate, like, you know, to that. No. You know, there was just no compatibility. It wasn't anything personal. It's just everything she wanted to do was like free and involved a lot of labor, like walking 30 minutes to a free event. Like, bro, I have like more money than time, honestly. So I don't think it's worth, like, honestly, I don't think it's worth walking an hour for a free event because they're giving out free oh, that was something else. She asked me if I wanted to go to this event because they're giving out free Chick-fil-A, and I'm like, dude, like, the sandwich is worth, like, fucking what? Like, Chick-fil-A is $5, bro. Like, you can't be that broke. Like, you know, it was just crazy. That's just my opinion, you guys. Like, money comes back. Like, you can't be acting like that, you know? It's like, time is valuable. Like, that's a lot, you know? And that's a lot of walking, too. Well, compatibility is important, but this girl, like, there's no friendship, bro. Like, I do not want to walk an hour for free shit, and I don't, like, you know, and, like, we were only friends because of rowing, but I ended up quitting rowing, so there's no rowing anymore, and no, I don't want to walk an hour for trinkets. No, I don't want to walk an hour and go to some gay event for a trinket. Like, that's just, you know, man, like, I have work to do. I have shit to do. Like, it's just, you know, it's a net loss. So, oh, I don't live in Germany. Exactly, Corey. Like, I don't want to go collect seashells, right? I've never met anyone like that until I came to UT, honestly. But a lot of people at UT are like, especially at UT, I feel like it's very different. It's like you either have people that are walking for the free burrito or people that are really wealthy. I'd say 70% are walking for the free burrito. Maybe less, I don't know. But, you know, and then I became friends with people that were more compatible with me, like normal. But the problem with them is they want to spend too much time. They want to go out too much. You know, they want to, you know, it goes from, oh, let's hang out at the mall to, oh, now let's go to this place. Oh, now let's go to the salon. Oh, now let's go to this pizza place. Oh, do you want to go to the bar? I don't go to bars. But, you know, it just turned into this thing where, like, you know, so yeah, there's always, like, you know, something. Honestly, it is tough, to be honest, because, like, I am somebody that works a lot, right? And so, because I make my own money, right? And my friends that were not broke, the problem with them is they're daddy's money, so they don't have anywhere to be, so they just took too much of my time. So even though I liked hanging out with them more because we relate more, it's like, man, like, I can't be out all day. Like, I have no time to work now. Does that make sense? So it is tough. So it's important, like, finding people that you're compatible with, right? You don't want somebody that's broke and, you know, you're not gonna have fun with, right? Because they're want to do stupid shit like walk for a $3 burrito, and then, you know, friends that might be, you know, more compatible with you, but then, okay, you guys have nothing to do. You guys have literally all the time in the world to be going out all the time. I have things to do, right? So no, this is the difference. I do not come from a wealthy family. So I'm self-made. Like, I make all of my money, right? But somebody that comes from a wealthy family, they're always wanting to go out nonstop. Like, if you hang out with them too much, you're gonna, like, get no work done. You know, I don't know, honestly. I don't really know because I blocked my parents, but my dad, he had like a government clearance. He did cybersecurity work for the CIA, and my mom is a prostitute. I'm not joking. My mom's just a whore. She does real estate. My mom's not a good mom. So, my mom's very rich. She does real estate in Dubai. And you guys know what the fuck could go down there. But yeah, my mom was not a good mom, so. And my dad, I didn't like him either, so I cut ties with them. I'm just keeping it real, you guys. But yeah, somebody said that's so cool. The mom being a whore or the cybersecurity? What was I gonna say? Yeah. But yeah, I cut ties. Am I for real? Yeah. My mom is a whore. I'm not joking. She would literally abandon me and my sister to go clubbing when we were little. And she's really a piece of shit. Like, when we were little, she'd bring the guys from the club that she wanted to hook up with over back at the house where me and my sister were. Fucking like maybe not 5, but like 6, 7 years old. So, you know, I'm telling you guys, my mom is a whore. I'm just being honest. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I can't lie. No, she does not. So, I hope that this, you know, yeah, maybe this could, like, inspire you guys that, you know, if you don't like your parents, you don't have to talk to them. Block them. I didn't like my parents. I didn't agree with my parents. I did not relate to any of my parents. So I blocked them. So don't let your parents drag you down or get in the way of what you want to do with your life. Because, you know, I immediately, like, when I was really young, I really wanted nothing to do with my parents. I was like 5 years old wishing I could block my parents. So, but when I turned 18, I did. So block your parents. If your parents were not good parents or didn't act like parents, you do not owe them anything. So yeah, and your parents have nothing to do with you. They're just, you know, people. You know, if your parents did not earn the privilege of being a parent, if they were not nice to you, kind, or if they, you know, breached your trust, then I don't think you owe them anything. I have, like, stuff in my eye. Hold on. You guys see that? See, this is what I mean. My eyes make a lot of mucus. I'm just like Eris. We both get a lot of mucus in our eye. I don't think I'm gonna. I might need a mirror to get that out. But yeah, no, literally, Corey, just block him. You know, block him. He does not matter. He's just another fucking person. And you know what? And then the thing with parents is you should never put any effort into parents, because the thing is, these people are grown. They're way fucking older than you, and they're set in their ways, you know? They're set in their ways, and they probably don't care. That's just the truth. So, and just like how you'd block somebody that was mean to you, maybe like a friend that turned on you, block your fucking parents. It doesn't matter that they're your parents if they didn't act like it. I believe being a parent is more than just giving birth or seeding. I feel like what it means to be a parent is showing up for your kid, protecting your kid, and loving your kid. I don't feel like I got any of that from my parents, so I don't see them as my parents, you know, if that makes sense. And I think more people should live like that. Don't let your parents drag you down. I hate to see when people continue allowing their parents to drag them down when they don't have to. And enjoy the rest of your life. You guys have, and it's sunrise. This is my favorite time of the day. Yeah, it's really unfortunate, and you know, and like this is why, and like I know a lot of people who have bad fathers, you know. It's more rare to have a bad mom, I've noticed, but a lot of my friends that have broken families, a lot of it's because of the dad. You know, like I've seen it all, and so that's why I'm super like, you know, really like passionate about like, you know, I just think it's really important for women to think about things like this when deciding a partner. You know, it's like you want to really make sure that you're kind of making sure that the man that you're dating is somebody that you feel like would be a fit father, because I don't think it's fair for a kid to grow up being traumatized by some dude you picked, right? I don't think that's acceptable. So those things are important, you know. And if the guy you're dating is somebody that you can't see as a father, or that you like to date but wouldn't make a good dad, then what the hell are you doing with him, right? Because when you date somebody, you know, especially if you're sleeping with him, you do know that you're pretty much kind of like rolling the dice on this potentially being a father to your kid. So you got to be mindful of these things. And like same things for men, honestly. I think more men should also too be more considerate. You know, if you're a guy that's caring and you know, want happy kids and your kids to love you and grow up happy, definitely, you know, when you're dealing with women or dating women, be mindful of, you know, maybe your future kid, right? What kind of mom would this be to your future kid? You don't want like some kind of, you know, mean, jealous whore that, you know, maybe you guys might have a daughter and you fucking end up with some mean, jealous whore that's jealous of your daughter. That's really unfair, because there definitely are mothers that are jealous of their daughters. I have a mom that's jealous of me, and it's a very pathetic thing, honestly, because My mom is very retarded. She's very male-centered. My mom's very obsessed with men. And I'm somebody, like, honestly, I don't give a fuck about men, you know? Like, do you guys get what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't care, like, if I transformed to an chopped, obese girl. I honestly wouldn't care. Maybe I might be happy that, you know, I have some peace, right? But my mom is very much desperate for men to like her, if that makes sense. So she's always been very jealous of me. Yeah, you're right, Corey. It is fucking weird. It is very fucking weird. I don't understand how a mother could be jealous of her own daughter. I find it very creepy, honestly, but I don't talk to her. I honestly could not wrap my mind around either one of my parents. I have no fucking idea why they make the decisions they do or think the way they do. They're very crazy. Like, honestly, I think parents like this really belong in a mental asylum, not really being parents. Yeah. But I feel like, you know, something that's important is to not let stuff that has happened in the past affect you too much today. Because, you know, something that you need to remember is that you're not there anymore. So for me, nothing I went through ever bothered me. Because the way I think is, I'm just glad I'm out. You know, I'm glad throughout my life. So when I look back, honestly, I feel very proud and, like, kind of relieved. You know, it's kind of like, I don't know how to explain it, but, like, imagine winning the lottery, right? So for me, like, the fact that have my parents blocked, it's like I won the lottery, right? You know, somebody that wins the lottery, you know, wasn't rich before, right? So that's kind of my perspective on it. And you have to understand your parents' actions have nothing to do with you. They're just crackheads. Your parents, you know, if they're mean to you, they're just crazy people. That's their actions, and you're finally out. And that's something you should celebrate, honestly. Because when you look at it like that, like, you know, you're not, I don't know, I do think perspective is definitely everything. And the way somebody, you know, and, like, the way you think about things has, like, a big impact. For example, like, my sister. My sister is, literally goes to therapy. And she, has been on medications for depression, for the childhood she had, right? You know, but because what she went through affects her. But for me, not so much. Maybe that's because I worked hard and I get to block them because I worked hard. And I don't need my parents. My sister still has my parents in her life. Maybe that's why. But I do think perspective matters, and definitely getting away from those people, because it could be that she's continuing to speak to them. So, because, yeah, I had very minimal exposure to my parents. You know, and especially when I was older, because the guy, you know, I was always out with friends, and I lived with one of the guys that I dated. So, you know, I was always kind of, you know, when I was younger, not so much, but when I was older, I feel like I was very much protected, if that makes sense. If you guys get what I'm saying, you know, through always being out, and, you know, when I dated the guy I did, he moved me into his place, so I was very protected. I was very lucky. I do not have depression, man. No, I don't. Man, you know, I don't know who the fuck you think you are to diagnose people. You know, but what was I gonna say? I think you have depression and are projecting. Okay. I think you suffer from male delusional syndrome, because I don't have depression. If I had depression, I'd be so sad. I wouldn't be live streaming. You see, people that are depressed don't, you know, graduate with 2 degrees, build channels with 500K on them, talk about this kind of stuff, and, you know, fucking, like, do the shit that I'm doing. People that are depressed, I'm pretty sure, like, just drink. I don't even fucking drink, by the way. Drink, play video games, or, like, sit in basements, kind of like what you do. You guys are very sweet. I have my moo with me. You guys hear the police cars. Hi, Cowley. You know, one moment I had Eris under the blanket, and now I have Moo. You are such a jealous girl, but you're so cute. You're my baby. Oh my god. Who's this little sugar cube? You know, she is the love of my life. She's my little baby. Like, I don't like, necessarily saying that I want to be a mom, but here's what I'll say. I would never get pregnant. If I did become a mom, it would need to be a surrogate. Pregnancy is not happening in my body. And then 2, I need my kids to be homeschooled. So, those things. And then it is super important to me that, you know, the father is, you know, mentally well. And, you know, the kid has a nurturing father, or one, you know, and one that listens to me, you know, or like fucks off and let me raise my kid. So, because I mean, I don't think to say that I want to have kids is really accurate. What I want is a happy and healthy family. I don't want kids just to watch them, you know, have problems, right? I don't want kids to be fighting with the dad over, you know, stupid shit. Like, does that make sense to you guys? So, what I want is a happy family, not just a kid. So I feel like the answer is a little bit more complicated, because I would definitely not be happy if I had if I had a problem with the father, or, you know, the circumstances were not ideal just because there's a kid there. I hope that kind of makes sense. Yeah, 100%, you know, because I would be very unhappy if my kid was sad. Like, I would absolutely hate being a mom if my kid was, like, unhappy, right? I want to be a mom to a happy kid, I think is what it is. For me, there is a difference between, you know, raising a happy kid versus raising a kid that's not, right? 100%. Out of mind. Oh yeah. No, I actually had a friend like this. I have a friend who has a kid, and you know, not saying she's a bad mom, but she just makes retarded decisions. You know, she's what I call like a dumb parent. So like I have to help her a lot. Like, oh, do this. Like help her with this. You should get her this, you know, and like I kind of, you know, literally like help her parent her kid because she doesn't know how to parent her kid. So there are a lot of people that, you know, because like I feel like there are some people that think having a kid's like having a puppy, and it's not, right? And it's really crazy to think that, you know, at one point we were all kids, right? We were all young, but some people literally treat their kid like it's a different creature or a pet. And, you know, I think a lot of people seem to forget that our kids are people just like us. Oh my God. Same, me too. I do not want my kid to be in a situation where it's, you know, having to go without, or like, you know, like not able to pursue his or her dreams because of a problem like money. That is super valid. You know, you definitely don't want to deal with, oh, you know, mom, like all of my friends have a Jeep. I don't have a Jeep, right? You don't want to deal with stupid problems like that. So you definitely want to make sure that you have enough to kind of eliminate those problems, right? And, you know, and it might sound silly, but these are real problems, right? You know, and it might sound small to some of you guys, but these are real issues to them, or matter to them. I definitely would. I wouldn't want to be a good mom. If I was a mom, I'd go for the best mom in the world. I'd want to be number one. So cute. But yeah, I don't ever, if I was a mom, I would never want my kids to leave me. Like, I would want my kids to love me so much, and our relationship to be so good that they never leave me. That's, you know, what I'd want, you know. I don't understand the parents that have kids just to, you know, have a timer and wait for them to wait till they're 18 to send them off. It's like, I'd be the opposite. Like, what the fuck? It's like, what did you make these kids for if you're just gonna send them off as soon as you can? I'd never want them to leave me. Right? It's like, isn't the point of having kids so you could enjoy having them, spending time with them? You get to love them and, you know, be loved by them. Why would you want to just throw them off, send them away? Doesn't make sense, but I'd hope they never leave me. It's so cute. A lot of parents do that. Yeah, and man, like, then don't have kids. Like, I don't understand why these people had kids. You see, the problem is I feel like a lot of men, the reason why there are so many parents that are like, fuck off, you're 18 years old, is because these are the guys that they claim they want a kid, but what they really want is to trap the woman, have sex on lock, right? So when you're not actually wanting a kid and you're just using this kid as a tool to get what you want for your peen, which is what a lot of guys do. This is the kind of fucking pathetic parents they end up being, honestly. Because, you know, it's like you were never in it for the kid. You were in it for yourself, right? You weren't really interested in, you know, raising your kid or developing a relationship or bond or family, nothing. You just wanted this to kind of keep the girl in place. You're using your kid like glue to glue the woman down. And this is the problem, honestly. Too many, like, and this is a big problem I have with marriage. It's become way too fucking scammy, honestly. Too much scamming in marriages, and it doesn't lead to anything good. And it's not fair, honestly, because no kid ever asked to be born. So I feel like every child deserves to be loved and have like a, you know, have like a happy life, because, you know, it's really selfish to do, because, you know, you bring a kid into this world and they have to, you know, live an unhappy childhood because you are selfish and you're just using them to keep this girl. Yeah, a lot of men do that. Hi, sugar, come here. Who's my baby? Hi, baby. Oh my god, she's so happy. You're my baby. I don't know if you guys can see her, but she's super happy. You ready to go night-night? You ready to go night-night? It's my little angel. But yeah, if you guys don't know, the little gray baby is Molly. She's my little jealous baby. I do not give Molly treats. The reason why I do not give, honestly, I don't give any of my cats treats because Molly already, like, kind of has weight issues. She is 30 pounds. And, like, I just don't want to make the problem worse, you know? So, that's why I never do treats. I just feel like it would just make it worse. Yeah. She's a big baby. She's my 30-pounder. And it's funny because when I first got her, she was a little baby. She was a runt. She was very bony. She was a little newborn kitten. Didn't eat because she was yelling in her cage all day. And then I took her out the cage. She was so tiny. Very, like, she could fit in my hand. You guys have never seen a smaller cat than Molly. She was so small. I should pull up a picture, but she was tiny. Tiny, 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 tiny girl. Like a newborn. I had to feed her milk. That's how small she was. Literally had to feed her milk. And yeah, now she's 30 pounds, so it's crazy. But yeah, no, I raised her, and I got to watch her grow. It's a really crazy thing. Yeah, this is my, like, real baby. That's why I call her my daughter. I cannot believe it's 8 in the morning. Yeah, I'm probably gonna head to bed. I feel like this live on this channel went really well, honestly. Obviously, if you guys are not already, make sure you subscribe to my main channel. My main channel is Olive Oil Run. Tomorrow, or not tomorrow, today, I will be back on Olive Oil Run. So we will always do this. We are always going to first do a live on Olive Oil Run, and then after Olive Oil Run, we move to DJ Run. So until we fully transition, because still we got the majority over on Olive Oil Run. Oh yeah, and then we might do the Incel debate today. I have to see if the dude added me. So yeah, that's coming. That should be very funny. Yeah, and hit that notification bell. I'll see you guys later today. But hit that notification bell on Olive Oil Run. As always, all of my social medias are located over in the link tree. And I'll see you guys soon. And you want to say bye? Oh my god. Okay, mommy says bye. We're both gonna go night-night.